Everyone, welcome to GunChannels Lobby Chat on November 3rd, 2015.
Yeah, we're not talking right now. I think the other guys are busy. I think Nathan looks like he's setting up, and then I don't know where Island went. So it's just the sound of silence. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was putting the kids to bed, so there's a lot of arguing and stuff. You know, whenever you get Yankee and Never Enough in the same chat towards the end, that's me at bedtime.
Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting, Robbie. Because like at my job, we didn't have to background check anybody for a non-management position, and this girl applied, and I knew for a fact she had like a rap sheet like a mile long of like multiple drug charges. And I told my boss, and he was like, "Yeah, whatever," and he was gonna hire her anyway. But I mean, it depends on the nature of the offense too. It's not just that kind
Okay,
of
so
drug.
what skill sets did she have? Exactly what was her age and how attractive was she?
She's like in her 20s and she's hot. That was pretty much it. We were just gonna I just worked at like a seasonal Halloween store, and we were just gonna have her at the fitting room. Although she did have experience at like a lingerie shop and stuff like that. So technically, she did have
Okay, so rap sheet.
proper experience.
Okay, in her 20s, attractive, used to work at a lingerie shop, had a rap sheet. We call that caged heat.
Say again.
It's a management term.
What was the term? I'm sorry, I cut out right when you said it.
Caged heat.
Caged heat.
Caged heat, yeah, that's what we call it. It's a special set of skill set combination. It's very hard to describe, but management recognizes it, especially middle-aged, lonely management.
Caged heat.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. But yeah, so he was gonna bring her on. He wasn't gonna have her anywhere near the registers, but he was just gonna have her like helping customers on the floor. It's like that's fine. It's like, as long as she doesn't pull anything else.
Why do you have that picture up?
What's that?
Your screen picture, please tell me that's not you.
Oh, that's just my avatar. Yeah, it's not me.
I'm thinking your avatar. What's it from?
It's from a Japanese game show.
Uh,
I actually have a picture of myself in a pink hat in the same vein, but I didn't use that one.
I did have a 40-year-old Japanese man come into my, or no, about 40, 45 Chinese man come into my bank wearing basically all hip-hop paraphernalia. And I was just like,
Nice.
barely spoke English. I don't know. What can you do?
Nice.
It was humorous, though.
Yeah. I don't know. This is just the avatar I've defaulted to for the last few years because it's, I don't know. I usually just have stupid pictures.
I'm just curious. Man.
Yeah.
I'm not
Some
judging.
people are like, "Is that you?" And I'm like, "I wish." My wildest dreams.
Pardon me for one moment. I got to find a big enough piece of leather to cut.
But yeah, no, I don't really agree with the whole like my background checks deal.
Okay, so you're asking a guy who works at a bank if I think background checks are a good idea. Yeah, I kind of do. Background checks are meh. They're a good idea. I'm pro background check. You don't have any idea how many background checks my rear end's been through.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean, I don't really see how they would prevent anything, but on the same token, they don't really prevent, they don't prevent me from getting what I want to get either. As long as, I mean, like, in like the worst case is that it's inconvenient, but I mean, no one's gonna mistake me for like a serial murderer. That can be clarified, that can be verified. But like, there were a few instances when I lived in Oregon where the state background check system was just like so flooded that people were getting delayed for like really stupid reasons. But again, it's just an inconvenience, no big deal.
Don't think just because I'm running power tools I'm not listening to you, because I am. Now,
What are you doing?
I was sharpening my knife.
Oh, okay, cool. You said you're getting a piece of leather. I don't know if you're making holsters.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut a piece of leather, and what I do is every time before I make a cut, or make
Right.
a series of cuts. I walk over to that machine and go, wah, wah. And I found that if every time I cut out a pattern, I go and sharpen my knife afterwards, the next time I cut out a pattern, it works much better. If I try to do 2 patterns in a row, I start getting herky-jerky, and a smooth cut is much better than a herky-jerky cut.
Yeah. So you're making holsters, or?
I've been making holsters all day. I've been doing belts the past couple days. Right now, I'm going to be making I'm going to be trying to copy this. This is a little 1911 double mag holder.
Nice.
That I bought a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make it kind of the same way, except I'm going to make it a little wider on both sides to make it kind of like this.
Like a pancake style?
It's pretty much the same thing. I just want to be able to have enough room to put my belt loop holes in it.
Interesting.
Yeah. So. And yeah, I'm just, I'm always developing things. I'm always figuring out new tricks on how to do things and stuff. So yeah, it works out pretty good. Usually. Except, of course, when my stupid ruler slides. Come on, stay in place. Right. Don't cut the hand open. Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
When I shop around for like mag pouches or holsters or whatever, sometimes I just get so disenfranchised that I'm like, screw it, I'm just going to invest in the materials to make Kydex holsters and do it myself, or leather or whatever, and I just never do it. I just do without.
You know what? I'll tell you, the reason I made my first leather holster and bought the tools to do it was because there was a gun scare. I think it was... I don't think it was. Yeah, it had to be pre-Sandy Hook. It was after Obama took office. I went and bought
2009.
And I couldn't find holsters anywhere that would fit them except for a $120 leather Gallico. And that $120 leather Gallico was not very impressive. I looked at it and I went,
like the Royal Guard?
I don't remember what it was. I just looked at it and went, that's 2 chunks of leather sewn together. That's
pretty much.
Yeah, it's 2 chunks of leather sewn together. There's nothing impressive about that. I don't know why they want $120 for it, except that it was cheaper than dirt and they could get it because there was nothing else available. And I said, you know what? I need to make a holster for this gun. I want to make some holsters for some of my airsoft pistols instead of buying them and stuff. You know what, I'll go down to the leather store and buy some leather and see if I can figure this out. So I made my first holster, took it out to the airsoft tournament, and they made a video of them doing a Russian impression making fun of me. It was pretty good. They were very talented guys. They were doing Russian impressions the entire time, so they made fun of my holster, saying that I had a little Czechoslovakian blind woman make it for me. It's pretty good stuff.
Nice.
So after that, I got better at it. And then I made another one, got better at it. And then guess what I did?
What'd you do?
Bought a book. I bought a book from Al Stratholm, and it was written in the 40s, and it's got 2 cowboys kicking over a card table reaching for their guns on the cover. That's how you know it's good.
Oh, yeah.
You don't mess around. 2 cowboys kicking a card table over, about to shoot each other. That's the opening scene to his book. And so he's got all types of how to make holsters and leather designs and stuff. And that was when I started reading that book and following the instructions. That's when I started producing holsters that were not embarrassing.
Nice. What's the book called?
I'll have to grab it. Hold on.
Yeah.
It is called
How to Make Holsters.
How to Make Holsters by Al Stratholm. See the guys with the table kicking it over? Yeah, man.
It's going down.
That's how you know it's real. Let me look in here. I'm just curious. Let's see. Do they have a copyright in here anywhere? He might have been so old that this is pre-copyright.
So do you hand sew the holsters, or do you use a machine, or?
Well, I'll tell you. Now, there ain't no date in this damn thing. This thing's ancient, though. I did hand sew them in the beginning, but now that I'm producing them to sell to others, I simply cannot do that profitably. That would be like hand loading bullets and then selling them as reloads. You have to have a reloading machine. I mean, just simply put, the time constraints are in place. You know,
Right.
somebody wants a holster, they want it X amount of time, blah, blah, blah. Here's the deal is hand sewing a holster takes probably on average over an hour.
Yeah.
Some of the holsters I make that are the bigger type tuck in your pants holsters, those take an hour and a half to hand sew.
Yeah.
And here's the thing is, since I bought a sewing machine, I line everything and sew the lining in. So if I was actually doing that too in hand sew,
that'd take forever.
yeah, that takes forever. So, needless to say, I bought a leather sewing machine behind me.
Yeah. I weave, or I should say do it eventually, but I have woven like my own paracord bracelets. I had to make a watch band. I had to make a watch band because my watch band broke, so I just bought some paracord and wove a paracord watch band, and then I made a bracelet to go on my other wrist. And every time I show those people, they're like, "Oh, where'd you get those?" I'm like, "I made them." I'm like, "Oh, that's really cool. Could you make me one, or like, could you make me one, or like, why don't you make them and sell them?" And it's like, well, it took me like over an hour to make the wristband. So it's like, yeah, I could do it, but it's like I have to find people who want to buy them, and then I have to like get the sizing right. You know, I'd have to make like 7-inch, 8-inch, 9-inch, or whatever for any given wrist size, and it's just not profitable.
Okay. Blue gun, $42.
Yeah,
Aluminum guns, $50 a piece. That's free.
aluminum guns.
Huh?
Aluminum guns.
Yeah, I have aluminum ones too for the ones blue guns don't make.
I never knew that. Who makes aluminum guns?
Only the people that make them for leather holster makers.
Nice.
The point to aluminum guns is the fact that you can put them inside a heavy-duty press and crush the gun, but the aluminum holds it together and you can press it down.
I've seen blue guns in like plastic-based.
Well, these are blue training
guns.
guns, which they're two size and work, and they work fine for what I do because I shove them in the holster and then I just use a handle, a wood handle to make the indentions around to fit it to it. But if I was going to use the press and a hydraulic press and compress it, the blue gun wouldn't hold up.
Right.
But I don't do that, so the blue guns work fine, and they got anything over, I think, $35 is free shipping from Optics Planet. So I get the blue guns, but some models they were out of stock in, or they didn't have it, or they wanted like extra stuff to get like the Glocks. So I got aluminum versions, which were $50 instead of 42 or 45.
Yeah.
But I didn't have to jump through hoops.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So right now I have this. This right here is a rectangular piece of leather. And I'm going to proceed to transform it into a mag carrier that'll hold 2 mags for a 1911.
Yeah. You just do leather? You don't do Kydex or?
Nope, I'm leather. I do impressions of my leather. Moulin Lobby, Every Second Matters, and what's the other one? Don't Tread on Me.
Right.
So lots of people make Kydex, and I am fine with Kydex. I have Kydex holsters myself.
Mm-hmm.
Kydex holster market is overwhelmed. I mean, why would you buy
Saturated.
Why would you buy a Kydex holster for me when you can buy a Black Hawk that you can get accessories built onto it for? Why would you buy one from me?
Exactly.
But if you want a leather holster with an imprint on it that says Moulin Lobby, or you want one, you're like, I really like maroon. Or no, wait, I really like a caramel colored holster. Then you order from me because
Right.
you're interested in fashion and not just simply function. Although mine are functioning.
Yeah. It seems like it'd be easier to work with leather as well.
It's not.
It's not.
Leather takes a lot of practice.
Well, I guess easier is probably not the right word to use, but I mean, like, it would, like, leather is, like, traditional skills are more conducive to leather than Kydex, because Kydex is just, like, folding it in a press, and, like, not everyone has a press or whatnot, but it's like, if you know how to sew, you know how to dye leather, these are things that, you know, craftsmen know how to do.
Well, I'll tell you, sewing and dyeing leather and designing leather and getting the patterns to be the right size, folding them over, getting them wet, it's a multi-step, many-step process
Yeah.
in function design, and it is prone to a lot of simple mistakes which make you have to start over. But the beauty of it, when you get done with it, can far surpass anything you can do with Kydex.
Yeah.
And it is something that's kind of it's a craft. It's plain and simple. You know, my wife, she, give me a second. She does embroidery, and crafts that. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. Thought I'd give it a try. Looks like I'm going to have to cut bigger loops. Okay. Need a shape to go off of. Uh-huh. Nope. Other way. I can already tell because I'm going to reproduce these 1911 holsters a lot. I'm going to have to make a good one and then go about making a steel copy of it.
Yeah. Do you have some sort of catalog of, like, all the products you make?
I got a website you can order them on. So that
Yeah. You want to link me to it? Do you have a blue gun for Browning high power?
Nope, not yet, but I probably will.
Okay. That's
You
like
see-
the only gun I want a leather holster for.
Do you own one?
Yeah.
Okay.
1973.
Oh, you got a classic. Cool.
Yes, sir. That's the other thing. Like, I don't want to get one that's like up for a Mark III or something like that. Not that it makes a difference. Well, it might for the safety.
Here's the thing about leather holsters is I can make a leather holster for a 1911. I can make a holster for a 1911 tactical, and neither one will go in the damn holster. Okay? Because it's leather and it bends.
Yeah.
To an extent.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't necessarily jam something that's got a 1913 rail into a standard holster, but I mean, mostly interchangeable.
Well, I mean, I sent one to Never Enough Ammo, and he was putting it two or three. It was for a Glock 19, but he fit 3 Glocks into it. He said they fit fine and carried fine.
Yeah. Like the only leather holster that I found that satisfied my criteria was like a Milt Sparks offering, and I wasn't about to shell out like $120 to wait 16 weeks to get it for a gun that I don't carry.
A valid point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things about the firearm holsters I'm producing is my state is going concealed carry soon. So not only for other states and other people do I want to make holsters, but also I figure worst case scenario I can sell them here and local gun shows if I had to.
You're going open carry, not concealed.
Oh god.
Hold on, I gotta catch a dog with paper in his mouth.
Are there multiple Disney references? I only remember the Mickey Mouse song at the end. Spoiler alert. Too late. The thing is too, that horse at that age, they can't even conceive of what's going on in the movie. Like I have a friend, he's my age, he's 23, and he doesn't understand plot. Like he can't follow a plot at all. I have to explain to him during films like how this shot transitions to this shot and what that means for the plot. Because like when I was like 10 or 12 or whatever, and I watched like old war movies, it's just like, oh hey, there's a gunfight. Oh hey, this guy's saying something funny. Like you kind of you absorb the information that you can understand, and then the other stuff it just goes by the wayside. That's why like as you grow older, you appreciate cartoons in a different light. Because when you're a kid, it's like, hey, there's a funny bunny and he's doing silly things. But then as an adult, you see all the like other references to more adult themes. So, I don't really see a problem with it. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the other thing. It's like do you let them play Call of Duty? Like, do you let them murder other people online? It's not so much about content as it is about context and providing them with the context to understand that.
As long as they understand it's only acceptable to kill zombies that are Nazis.
Yeah.
Not real people.
I don't know, man. PvP's kind of fun.
But Nazi zombies.
Yeah.
What is that sound in the background? That sounds like somebody's being eaten by a chipmunk.
I have like a fan running.
Oh, maybe that's it.
My chipmunk is also eating someone alive.
Oh, well, that could be it too.
Yeah. I've been meaning to rewatch Hamburger Hill for a long time.
The person's being eaten alive. It's just that it was bugging me. The noise.
Yeah, sorry. I live in South Florida, man. It gets really hot here, so I gotta turn on my little AC unit.
You know, the fact that you have that picture up and you live in South Florida totally makes sense now.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just thought it was funny.
Connection made.
There's plenty of like YOLO swag dudes with their big brimmed sticker hats. There's no shortage of that. Hamburger Hill is like, in terms of like the shots and the way the dialogue is constructed, is like much more classical. And like Full Metal Jacket is more classically shot, but then
You will brush your teeth every day. I've seen people's faces rot off. You see that man out there? That is Charlie. And they got some guy crawling through the mud.
yeah.
I love Hamburger Hill.
Yeah, it's like grotesque. Like the
Oh, they
gunfights. I feel like Full Metal Jacket is more mild. Honestly, I mean, it's like there's the two points. It's like the suicide and then the end. That's about it. Everything else is just kind of standard fare.
Pyle and the girl that they took out. Those are things.
Yeah, it pales and it's just like, and it's like classically shot too, just the way it's shot, and it's just really dreary like every other Kubrick movie. It's still a fantastic film. It's just it just has those peculiarities that Kubrick is
always has
known for. Yeah, I spent like a whole summer like watching his films and reading about them, like reading scholarly articles about them, and just the amount of complexity that goes into them is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Kubrick was an interesting filmmaker. Okay, so I would say he's somewhat like a director who is kind of a combination of a genius and crazy person at the same time, just like Oliver Stone. They can make the most beautiful films, most amazing films, but when you actually stop and think about the message they're putting out there, you're like, they're conspiracy theorists, they're kookballs.
Oh yeah, totally.
I mean, it's cool, it's good films, but anyway. Clockwork Orange, genius.
Mm-hmm.
I like a little of the ultraviolence, yes I do.
Right.
Could have done without the Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman one though.
That's his most heavily criticized film, and I haven't seen the whole movie. I've seen parts of it.
You haven't seen the whole thing?
I haven't seen Eyes Wide Shut entirely, but I've seen parts of it and I've read about it, and it's like I don't know. And it was his last movie, like right before he died, so he's probably like in the final stages of senility.
Yeah.
But I mean, his career spans like 50 years. And I don't think there's anyone who layers their films as deeply as he does. But they're definitely not popcorn movies. And while they're spectacular at points, they're very hard to watch as a whole. Like, I accept that criticism. But I mean, he's still brilliant. It demands your respect. And like Full Metal Jacket is one of the few films that explores the deconstructive process of boot camp.
Well, I'll tell you something. Full Metal Jacket hits a special spot in my heart because I was a member of the Corps Cadets in Texas A&M, and Full Metal Jacket and that whole first half of the movie was the Bible to my upperclassmen. So I'm basically in 1996, 97, in that time period, when the military is relaxing everything they do, I'm in the middle of a college fraternity type setting that's militaristic. And it's officer training at a normal university. We're housed in our own units. We always wear uniforms. We're controlled by our upperclassmen. And adult oversight is negligible. So you've
Nice.
got a bunch of 19-year-olds being told what to do by 20-year-olds picking on 18-year-olds. And all
Nice.
they do is watch Full Metal Jacket.
Right. So they're just complete
They're
assholes.
totally being that drill sergeant. Everyone's trying to be Lee Ermey.
Yeah.
Choke yourself.
Yeah, I mean, literally, they can't touch us,
My hand.
but they all want to be Lee Ermey. You know, so imagine there's 33 of you and 20 of them trying to be Lee Ermey.
Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So that was my first year of college, was going to class and then being screamed at.
When I
That was
heard
basically-
that somebody actually thought Clockwork Orange was actually a movie worth anything, I had to get in this chat.
Wait a minute. What? I missed that part of it. This is gonna sound funny.
I
What's
just
wrong
said
with
it was-
Clockwork Orange? What's wrong with that?
I don't want
It
to
was-
turn like the gun lobby chat into like why this movie is good or bad. But
Look, you and I are the only two people talking to each other, so now all of a
Right,
sudden
exactly.
people got it.
right.
Well, if it was a private chat offline, I never would have heard it. But you put it out there.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
no,
what,
no, no.
what
I'm
is-
just surprised that we talked about guns and we talked about leather holster making, and no one gave a rat's ass until we said something about a Clockwork Orange.
Yeah. It's
Which
like,
is a-
nope, you're wrong, and here's why.
It's a
Everybody
great
takes the
movie.
shit.
It is a great movie. It's just horrific. That's all.
It's the most twisted,
Right.
bizarre motherfucking movie I have ever seen.
Yep.
But, Dan, you have to understand, it's a synopsis of the human psyche about what we're made about.
Especially at that time.
And it's the most anti-liberal movie there is, because he was showing true human nature, where the liberals think, like the people did back then, that they could control people, that they could peel their eyes back and train them over. That's what they're trying to do to us. Don't get me
Blue
wrong.
Man.
Dan, you and I are going to be stuck in a theater with little things holding our eyeballs open watching Obama commercials someday.
You don't think you might just
No!
a little bit overthinking it? Just a little?
No, I think it's
all
entirely
like
possible.
versus Huxley.
Well, I mean, that's kind of one of the beauties of cinema, is that they can use hyperbole to illustrate certain
No.
points.
Now, Animal Farm, which demonstrates a point, makes sense. Clockwork Orange?
Oh, I think it makes sense. What do you call it? It's behavior modification,
Yeah.
and the ills of such a thing. That, and obviously they never spank their fucking kids, but that's beside the point.
I'll tell you this right now. Most of those Democrats on that podium would watch a Clockwork Orange, and they'd go,
It's a tutorial for them.
they're giving me some good ideas about how I can retrain the populace.
Well,
They're gonna-
actually, one of the things I read was is basically the whole plot, like the whole Ludovico technique plot, is actually he had a second reading of it where the Ludovico technique was complete and total bullshit. It didn't actually work. They just brought Alex in to exemplify that it did work, so that the government could say, okay, well, this works, we can rehabilitate these people. And so he was lying the entire time.
Well,
So
and
it
that
wasn't
was
like a
the
brainwashing.
line, too,
It
right?
wasn't a brainwashing thing. It was more just like him going along with this government plot so they could make a power grab. And like the liberal aspects were more at the beginning of the film, where there's just like there's no police force, there's no control. It's just people running the streets doing whatever the hell they want. And it's still bad. It's like worse even, but it's just. And the control is like it's like the government being more totalitarian. I don't know. It's very peculiar. It's with that rating, it's more of a statement like you can't be completely anarchic and free, but you can't allow the state to
Absolute
control you.
total
Yeah,
control.
exactly.
Exactly. But as far as being a freaky deaky movie, Dano, yes, I will agree with that. But I still think
no.
it was. I mean, it says a lot more than what they just put on screen, if you know what I mean.
Right, exactly. It's one of those. It's one of those films that you really have to think about and read about to really understand its complexity and its messages. It's definitely not a popcorn movie. It's really not. It's not like Michael Bay's Benghazi movie where it's like PMC members good, Hillary bad. It's not just kind of jumping to these conclusions.
Is that thing being made, or it already came out now?
I think it's still being made. I don't recall.
It's got the dude from The Office in it, right?
It's got a couple people. It's got like yeah, John Krasinski's in it.
Yeah, I
And
thought so.
and then James Badgedale from The Pacific, and then Pablo Schreiber from The Wire and from Orange is the New Black. What a weird cast.
Well, and I'm just wondering, are they gonna have to fictionalize some of it in order to make it entertaining, so to speak?
I
Are they
saw the
gonna stick to
trailer.
the truth?
It all looks like bullshit. It all just looks like sensationalized
And that's a
bullshit to me.
shame because then they're doing a disservice, just like say Miss Hillary is,
Absolutely.
in that they aren't representing the families of those people. Or they're trying to exploit them. Even worse, they're not
Right.
representing them; they're
It's
trying to
completely
exploit it.
exploitative.
Now, I mean, I'm gonna agree. The story, it's good that it's going to be getting out there, and maybe it'll open a few more people's eyes. Is what you hope. Open their eyes without actually maintaining them open with
Yeah.
the toothpicks and all that. But
Yeah. I'd rather that not be the poster child for what that event
oh,
is.
I would
But I mean,
definitely agree with you on that.
I guess it's. I mean, yeah, it's like. I mean, but it's like it raises a question of like, is it better to have bad publicity or no publicity? And I don't know.
You almost wish that they wouldn't have called it whatever Benghazi and just made a completely fictionalized version, but with tidbits of truth. But since they weren't talking about Benghazi for it, that more people would relate to it, so to speak. You know what I'm kind of saying?
Right? Yeah,
If they
and I'm
make it
kind of sick of.
nonfiction and just try and take it from that direction or whatever, but
Yeah, I'm kind of sick of the way Hollywood adapts things so shamelessly nowadays too. I mean, Hollywood's always been an adaptive, and like films have always been an adaptive media, but like nowadays it's just nauseating to see the kind of stuff that they do and like when they do it and how they do it. It's just really.
I got a. If you guys are done talking about that topic, I got a question. If you're
lay it
not,
on it.
if you're not, I'll let it roll. I'm just sitting here looking at Gunbroker, and I didn't realize. Well, I realized before, but I didn't realize how many other states are now charging taxes for like online gun sales.
Yep.
Like Texas being one of them, and there's a lot of guys who sell guns online through Texas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're not the only one. Is which list is shorter, the list of states that charge taxes or the list of states that don't?
I mean, if you live in a state and you purchase something from within that state, they have to charge you sales tax,
Understood.
right?
Well,
But you
buy
mean
from another state.
Are you talking? Oh, so you're talking about like interstate sales tax?
Yes.
Yeah, there's been some stuff about that as far as like the entire internet marketplace goes. Like, I'm not sure on the specifics, but I remember there's definitely a time where that never happened, and then there was like some sort of paradigm shift, and then all of a sudden it's like certain people always charge sales tax. There's like some law that passed. I don't recall exactly.
Right now,
when.
there are at least a handful of states that require all sellers to Texas being one of them,
Yeah.
that require all sellers to charge tax for things sold online. And because Gunbroker is semi-trackable, obviously the sellers fall in line, and I can't blame them. That's why I'm looking to buy from somebody who's not in a taxable state, so obviously I can save a little bit more money, as well as it makes
Florida doesn't do it as far as I know.
the final price more clear.
Yeah.
Because they obscure through obfuscation sometimes what are you really paying. That's like somebody through shipping last night, I was looking at a gun, and they said shipping costs, they just put priority mail. Well, that's fine, but that doesn't tell me how much you're charging.
Right. Yeah, when I list stuff on eBay, I always list like I'm just like no bullshit. I'm just like this is the price including shipping. That's what you're gonna pay because I hate that.
Well, I'm fine with either one of those. Either include the shipping in the cost, or charge whatever it is you want to charge for shipping as a separate item. That's fine too, because at least I can figure out what the final cost will be.
Yeah. Oh, is this? Did he not even post a shipping price at all?
No, it just said priority mail.
That's just dumb.
I'm like, okay, I mean, it's not like it's a rare firearm that I'm looking for, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just, every seller obviously wants to get the top dollar, and every buyer
Right.
wants to get the best deal.
Right.
And I'm just, half of that is just figuring out, like the tax
Right.
to get a clear picture, who has to pay tax, who doesn't, who, and what shipping is, on top of your final price.
Looks like Island posted something.
Inside the chat?
Yeah, he posted internet sales tax, a 50-state guide to state laws. So yeah, that's like a whole comprehensive list of every state and whether or not they
Yeah, he's got two different
charge
posts.
taxes.
The top one and the other one is a map.
Right, the first one and the second one is a map.
Oh,
And
okay,
now,
gotcha.
and now here's another incoming one for you, Daniel. This is internet sales tax, what you'll pay and when. And I'm linking that one next, so that'll be the third link, okay?
I'm going to bookmark these suckers.
Yeah, no worries. I just figured that'd help.
Well, I appreciate it because they don't make it easy to figure it out.
No, absolutely
No,
not.
and if anything, they're just going to fucking charge you, just like the dude said.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to avoid taxes. I'm just trying to know, am I getting what am I actually getting?
You just want to know your ultimate cost, yeah.
Yeah.
This is fun. I haven't run into that problem on GunBroker yet. But I've like on Amazon, if I purchase from certain sellers, like depending on what state they're in, I end up getting charged sales tax, and it affects my final price. And it's like, well, what the hell?
Right. And
Well, and like when I did order that
your tanker.
the 357 revolver, and that was one that was hard to find, so to speak, and I couldn't get it through my local shops because it's one of those ones that's allocated and stuff like that. But I think I was able to go through Osage County Guns or something like that, and I think I checked with Robbie and a couple other guys in the chat, and they had, like, at least two of the other guys out there had dealings with them, and they purported it to be pretty easy and everything like that, and reliable, which was the thing that I was worried about because it was a sizable chunk of money, and it was the first time I had spent that kind of money on a firearm, spent that kind of money online. I mean, it was a whole bunch of firsts all at the same time.
Right.
And now I don't know if it has changed since then, but they didn't charge me sales tax, and I'm glad to that point, I guess.
Right.
But that wasn't off a gun broker or anything like that either.
Right. And things are always changing, and I understand that. I mean, that goes without saying almost. That. Oh, what happened here?
That's from that Marketplace Fairness Act.
Ah.
And some states require that you have to have a physical store to collect sales tax.
To be able to collect
which is
the
why
sales
some
tax.
states, which is why some states, collect it and some states don't.
And that was in that last one I put in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
It says the primary reason for not requiring sales taxes for products sold across state lines is that it's just too complicated. But
Think
looking
about
at that second link you posted, looked like that was quite a few $1 billion in sales tax some states are missing out on, and I think they're trying to jump.
Just looking at that map, it looks like there's only 3 states that are basically tax-free, and that's Alaska, Montana, and Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon has no sales tax. I love it. Everything costs what it costs.
It says 99 cents. Motherfucker, it costs 99 cents.
99 motherfucking cents, yeah. That's like the one thing.
Now, is that different than 99 cents?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, man, it's 99 cents. That's how they say it in Oregon. Nah.
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 Not 90 MF 99?
So like Hawaii only has 60 million in estimated online purchases, which is crazy. 'Cause you'd think it would be way
Right.
more. Whereas when I look at Texas and it says 870 million.
Right. Well, that also
Well,
Oh wait,
doesn't tell
no,
you
my
the
bad.
rate.
That was estimated uncollected taxes. I,
Yeah.
I read part of that wrong.
Yeah. Also,
Hawaii is also not continental, which
is
might.
what I was looking for is the percent, because that just tells me what they collect. Like if you buy $100
No,
item,
that's uncollected. That is uncollected taxes in millions of dollars in 2012 in those states. So that's saying that Texas so much is bought online or whatever, whether it's from their state or not, that $870 million goes uncollected in sales tax.
well, they're collecting
And
it
maybe that's
today.
why Texas changed that, because that was from 2012 or whatever. So I'm sure that almost $1 billion is probably why they decided that we need to collect some of that. Wow.
We need
Yep.
to get in
When I
on
read
that.
it that way, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, you left the chat too early last night, Island.
What did I miss? My bad.
I was showing PBR some of the guns that were going to be at that auction.
Oh man. Maybe I'll just have to go watch it. At another point. Oh, what you got? Oh, look at the wood on that.
That's what she said.
That sounds like a porn.
Yeah,
That
I
sounds
like it
like
when
a
you guys say
California.
that.
That sounds like a San Francisco observation to me.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
No, it would
I'm
be
trying to
cool.
be up. I'm trying to be
It
obscure
might
in these pictures.
be.
How did you
See
find
if you
that
can
map?
figure out.
You just Google foo.
Yeah, I think I just
Sure.
typed in. What did I type in? I typed in how many states charge internet sales tax, and then
Oh,
those three were from that search. Now, wait, go back to that foregrip. Hold on now. Trying to figure out what you got going on there, Pink.
You'll see it.
Okay. I already like it. I don't think that's helping me out at all.
I think the next picture will kind of give it away.
I want to say like a Mauser 6mm or something. But I didn't look at the action very close, so I don't know.
How's that?
Oh, shit. That's the one you dumped the rounds in, or no?
It's a Krag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight full? No? No.
Wouldn't be
Nope.
straight full.
That's a nice rifle, dude. What are they trying to get for that shit?
I don't know. I gotta go to the auction and find out.
I know they're going to ask for more than I got. Man, that looks in good shape, too.
Oh, it
Like
is.
somebody,
We were looking
somebody,
at it last night.
somebody took care of that, and like took care of it, and then didn't touch it for a decade, so to speak, or whatever, or just kept it oiled, or had his own humidor for rifles or something. Man.
Someday I want my own rifle humidor. Hell with cigars and wine.
okay.
Yeah, I picked up.
I found another map here, which I put in the side chat. Which it's although it's talking about Amazon sales taxes, I think it would also apply to anything that you're not buying within the same state. Like, as an example, if you're in Missouri and you're selling something to somebody in Iowa, you don't have to pay sales tax the first time in Iowa.
Right, and that's the way it had been. They were usually only getting you if it was interstate, where it was within
Right.
your home state that it was being sold and shipped.
I can't quite figure out the date of this. Oh, there it is, October 1st of 14. So it's a year old, so it may be different. Again, the reason I'm asking is like Mississippi and Alabama. I know there's a lot of internet gun sales that come from those two states. And as I'm going to be looking, it just makes it easier for me to scan out. Don't bother looking at this, bother that, because it adds 30, 40 plus bucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when you start to think about it, that's a box or two of ammo, or depending on what kind of holster you buy, it could be part of something like that. It could be extra mags. I mean,
Yeah.
it could always be spent on something.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
or if I add that into the cost, maybe somebody else who had a buy it now price could have been less.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's Yeah, and I haven't bought any auctions yet, whether it's Gunbroker or Guns International or Guns America, any of those yet. I haven't. I'm not saying I won't. Much like the buying the pistol online and getting it shipped to my FFL, I hadn't. That was the first time I did that, so that was a whole learning experience. I'm just glad I didn't get burned. It definitely encourages me to. Oh, that's nice pink too. Holy shit! Uh, it
The
encourages me
Saka. Oh,
to
not the K31. My bad.
to shop with those guys again. I would definitely buy from Osage County Firearms or Guns. I don't remember which it is, but I would definitely buy from them again. They made it easy. Uh, they had what I wanted in stock at a reasonable price, man, and that to me is what made it happen.
Yeah, there's probably be about 10 or 20 what I'll call big places out there that sell guns, like the one you mentioned. J&G Sales is another, where they're big houses. You buy it, they send it to your FFL. Instead of going to gun broker, instead of going to an individual, you're
It's
going
like
to a
J&G
business.
and AIM Surplus, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you
Um,
I
gotta be
know.
careful with auction sites always. You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta know where you're buying.
but they have what they have, and they don't have everything. Where gun
Yeah,
broker, you got a better chance of finding what you want.
right.
You do have a chance of finding that needle in the haystack. Absolutely.
Yeah, most of
Um,
those retail stores, they only list like current production guns, and they only have like certain types of
and,
guns. But
and
Gunbroker's
that
got everything. Like,
Right,
Well,
and
and that was the thing about this Osage County Guns. I know it's not as big as Kentucky Gun Company or J&G. It's definitely not as big as those guys. So it was just blowing my mind that an allocated item that is in limited production every year and a half, maybe, that, oh yeah, shit, and we got it for like $200 less than MSRP.
so out of curiosity, how did you discover them?
I was searching for a TRR8, man, and
oh,
I
oh, is
just
that what
kept
you bought?
looking for. Yeah, that's what I bought. I
I,
just kept
I,
searching for who had them, and then who had them in
Yeah.
stock. So I just
I
kept an
thought they
eye.
stopped producing them.
Okay, so just using Google, you just Google, kept going through Google page 1, page 2, page
Whether
3.
it was Slick Guns or Gun Watcher. Gun Watcher I like a lot because it cross platforms. It's almost like a gun bot, basically. If you type in what you're looking for, it'll give a list of the prices and the places at those prices, and then of course the model number for what you're looking for. Gunwatcher.com is very helpful, so much so that it seems like Slick Guns has kind of stolen some of their thunder a little bit, in that now you can almost do the same thing with Slick Guns as well. But it was just I knew what I wanted. I just didn't have the money for it, so I was looking for 6-8 months.
I can't remember, does GunBot actually do guns or just ammo and related stuff?
I think that's just ammo. I'm just saying it was a gun
Right,
bot,
because I
basically.
bought a lot of stuff through GunBot. Obviously, they're just they're not actually the seller. They
Oh
just
wow.
refer you to somebody else.
Yeah, it's just a like a collator or whatever that's actually called. Kids
Yeah.
don't call it that. I don't even think kids use the word collate anymore. I don't even know if they would know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What is
It's like
collate?
it's just a specific search engine.
Right, it's a
Yeah.
referral.
Yeah. Oh man,
But
that's cool.
they're great if you want to buy a case of 1,000 of something and you're going penny per round and you're just looking at range ammo or even self-defense ammo. They will find you the best deal that's in stock at that time.
Yep. What did that medallion on the stock say? Could you tell?
It was an armor's
Oh, it was like
disc.
instead of punching it into the wood, they punch it into the disc and then put the disc on there.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
when it PBR said that whenever you would take it into the armor and he did any maintenance or did any work to it or something like that, he would punch the disc and put it back on.
Nice.
What have you guys been seeing for shipping fees for pistols?
It all depends on the individual or the FFL.
No,
My local FFL does everything for
Not-
$10.
let
They
me-
send in receipts
Nice.
$10. Yeah, I love them.
I'm trying to finish the sentence. Not gun broker. I'm talking about actual businesses like J&G Sales or Kentucky Gun.
Well,
It's going to be a lot
It all
more.
depends.
I know a
It
lot
all
of it
depends.
free, but like, of course, I'm an exception because I'm on a rock in the middle of the Pacific. But Dano, it was maybe $30 ish to get that pistol shipped out here.
And the one pistol I got, it was free, so free shipping.
And I know that Kentucky Gun Company, I want to do business with them because they got Smith and Wessons, and I'm a big fan of the Smith and Wesson.
They've got Chiapas too, rhinos.
Yep, and it seems like whenever I'm on Slick Guns or whatever, and I'm searching, it just seems like that Kentucky Gun Company, whether it's a 686 plus 3-inch or the Smith & Wesson 3-5-7 Magnum with the unfluted cylinder, or it's just the Performance Center stuff. It just seems like I don't know how they have such a good in with Smith & Wesson revolvers. When I go to like the next closest one might be like Tombstone Tactical. They seem to roll through a good share of those Smith & Wessons too, because when I go look at normal places, okay, here's your J-frame, here's your 686. That might be it, and neither one of them might be in stock. I don't know whether they don't order that many, or if they do order, that they're just sold automatically. That I couldn't tell you. But I found that if I lived in the contiguous 48, shipping would be free a lot more often than actual pay. Because sometimes you got to pay for that. What do they give you guys? Do you have to have it overnighted? Is that usually how that goes to your FFL? Or does that not sound right?
I've not necessarily gotten it overnighted.
Yeah, I know some stuff has come Federal Express. Some stuff for me has come UPS.
Everything that's never gone to my FFL has been ground.
Really? Okay. Well, then
Yeah.
if they give it to you ground, I would think that shipping more than likely would be free. Again, do you find that to be?
Okay, so can I throw my 2 cents in on the subject?
Please do.
Okay, I order a lot of stuff from Bud's Gun Shop and Palmetto State Armory. When I order my lowers from Palmetto State Armory, they send them to my gun dealer because it's just the lower usually, not a lot of other stuff. They send them to him. But when I order an actual whole gun from Bud's Gun Shop, if I buy it over a certain dollar amount, they include the shipping with the dollar amount of the gun, and they ship it ground UPS, and it goes directly to my FFL. So, and Bud's Gun Shop, I've had great experience with them. I love them.
Oh, right on. So you've had the exact opposite of the experience that Yankee had with them then. But
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people actually get good deals out of Bud's Gun Shop. I mean, I have heard a lot of people get good deals from Bud's, whether it's new or used.
The prices for them, I don't think, at least most of the time when I look, they usually have the best prices as far as like a online big box store is concerned. Very rarely do I see the prices get beat, but at the same time, you just got to be careful if that they
Hold on, let me throw this.
update their photos or something.
Let me throw this out there. I bought my Remington Ultimate muzzleloader from Bud's for $800. Cabela's wanted $960 for it. Gander Mountain wanted $1,200 for it.
$1,200.
Wow.
Yeah, and I got it for $800, brand new in box. So I'm just saying, it's. I've had good experiences with them. I also was able to get a DPMS LR10 heavy bull barrel 308.
308? Yeah.
Yeah, it's their 308 bull barrel version, which I've sold since then. But they were the only people who had it, and Sold it to me for about 800, and most people were asking 1,200 for it.
See, that's why I went with what I
During the
went
gun
with.
scare, they
Had
kept their prices normal.
Nathan, do you only kind of stick looking at the big online box stores, so to speak? And I'm going to count Bud's as one of those. Have you ever looked at some of the smaller ones like Tombstone Guns or Kentucky Guns or anything like that?
I bought things from other smaller venues for reloading projects.
But never like big firearm purchases or anything?
No, I mean just when you're going about looking at prices of guns. The only gun I've ever bought on GunBroker was my 629 Smith & Wesson 44 Magnum, because at that time you could not find a Smith & Wesson 629 44 Magnum anywhere.
I can relate to that.
You could not find it on Bud. You could not find it at Cabela's. You could not find it at Bass Pro. You could not find any of them anywhere, and they were on back order from Smith & Wesson. So I bought a used one from a dentist in Atlanta. And he was a nice fellow, and we emailed back and forth, and I paid $800 for it, which is about the going price. And he sent it to me, and he complained that it hurt his hand. And he sent a hoe grip with it. He said, "I hope that rubber grip helps, because it didn't help me that much." I love it.
Nice. Well, that's because you're a man.
Funny you should say that, because yesterday morning I put a crossbow bolt through a pig, and then I brought it home and I wrapped it up and I covered it with onions and garlic and seasoning salts, and I'm going to cook that sucker. I stuck it in the freezer though.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah. But it was kind of fun because the pigs all came out into the little caged-in area, and I'm like, son of a bitch, I forgot to put the 550 cord out to pull the door shut. I just had to shoot the one with the crossbow bolt. I couldn't just trap them all. Sometimes you got to kick yourself.
Yeah.
I could have got
Is that
pigs.
you would have saved your land a good portion of time and trouble for sure.
I've never seen someone carving with the rear sight like that. Oh, never mind.
That's
it's just the opposite side of the standard adjustable sight. Never mind.
It actually isn't my land. It's just a lease, and they dug the pond out with heavy equipment this year. I just found that out a week or two ago. And they actually literally bulldozed down mesquite trees, went and dug the pond out with, I don't know what the hell you call it.
like a backhoe?
Yeah, but it ain't a backhoe because they dug a giant pond out. I mean, bigger than a swimming pool.
All right, I'm with you.
And they got a big old claw down there, dug it all out and everything. The only reason they would go to that trouble and that expense is if they were going to start running cattle on that land. So next year I don't think I'm going to have my deer lease, because I'm just thinking to myself, I don't want to jack with cows.
Right.
I hate cows.
So are they making that pond deeper? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah. They dug a 3-foot pond out to a 12 or 15-foot deep pond.
Then yeah, that definitely sounds like what a rancher would do.
Or would do that so they could run cattle on that land. And that means they're going to improve the land, which means they're going to go out there next year after they want to run, after the pond gets filled up from rainfall.
All those trees are going down.
They're going to rip out all the tree cover with bulldozers, because there ain't no other way to do it except chainsaw them.
Well, yeah, but then you still got to take them out by the root anyway. Then, so you need to have the D9, and just fucking go out there and knock shit down.
It depends on what they want to do, but again, they're improving the land, and I got a feeling that we're on the outs, so I'm just going to cut out early and be like, okay, this is my last year there, because I've shot one deer there in 5 years, and I've shot like 20 pigs at least, 20, 30 pigs, I don't know. You just quit counting after a while.
Right.
It's not a deer lease, it's a pig farm. But they're good to eat. They're fun.
Absolutely.
And you know what? If you want to practice on shooting live game, pigs are the best thing to shoot.
I mean, you got to understand, Nathan. I'm in the land where they like shooting pigs so much they'll stick that sucker in the marinate, stick it in the ground for a day and a half, and then pull it out.
Oh yeah, dude. You tell someone in Hawaii you shot a pig, they go,
"When am I coming over?" Yeah, when's the luau? When am I coming over?
I had, this is about 3 years ago, but I had for the first time a pig that was actually buried and cooked underground, and it was the most delicious pork I
Yeah.
have ever had in my life.
There's something to be said for cooking it in an emu. That's a beautiful rifle right there, too, Pink. Holy shit, you guys did go all out last night, you fuckers. I mean that, of course, in a brotherly, friendly way, of course.
You just better calm down there and get your priorities in order. You're missing about 4 inches of suspension travel and 500 horsepower from your Jeep. You need to pick on that TRR8, and there's a without the modifications necessary.
Now, I hear you talking, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But sometimes you just have to go in the order that you need to go in as opposed to the order you want to go in. But I'm not telling you you're wrong. You're not wrong.
I guess I've always done well in making what I want, what I need.
Well, I got to be able to keep working, so that means that the car is going to take a little more precedent over anything else at this time currently.
I'm going to share a magical secret with you. There comes a point in your life when you suddenly realize that what you want and being happy and not losing half your crap is important. So getting what you want has to be kept on the DL.
I can understand that too.
And this is coming from somebody who should know, because they had they were put into a timeout as a repercussions.
What?
Timeout.
And that is just like, it's like saying, there comes a point in every man's life where he just blows his fucking brains out. How do you live that way?
It's funny you mention that because I have.
It's funny because I'm talking about you.
It's funny that you mention that because today, Bob in the chat. I heard a Bob laugh. Anyway, today I actually had a guy come in, and his father had died, and he brought in a death certificate, and I faxed in, did everything. But when I'm doing that, I read the death certificate because we're supposed to do that and just check on the cause of death to kind of advise and stuff. And it said, found on October 2nd, gunshot wound, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Okay? So I'm trying to avoid any conversation about how this guy's dad died. And he's a cop. He's in uniform. He's a cop in uniform. So I'm trying just to be nice and respectful and all that. And at the end, I don't know how it happened, but it just kind of came up, and I told him, you need to come down and get these documents and bring these documents in, and we'll get this all fixed up for you and get the check mailed to you after you get these documents. But you got to go down to the Tarrant County Courthouse. And he's like, well, I've never done this before. And I'm like, well, you're a law enforcement officer. You should be able to go to the courthouse and talk to them and figure it out. This is what you need to tell them, and get this all fixed up, and they'll charge you a little bit for it. And he just goes, there it says that it's a suicide, but the fact is that we searched the entire house, and his wallet was missing and his money clip was missing, and he was a guy who only paid for stuff in cash. He never wrote checks. He didn't carry any credit cards. He always carried a ton of cash. And he had self-inflicted gunshot wounds, 2 of them, one to the jaw and then one to the temple. I'm like, holy crap.
What?
That's murder. Yeah, I just looked at him. He's a Watauga police officer. I go, that technically is murder. Somebody killed him. And they go, yeah, on the other side of the tracks, they don't seem to think that, though. I'm like, are you kidding me?
It was a bit of a gray area until they got to the hands being tied behind the back.
He's missing his wallet,
He's
and his
missing
money
cash.
clip, and he was shot twice in the head. Come on. I'm not a brain surgeon, but that's pretty simple.
Right.
I'm sure your caseloads are heavy, guys, and you don't want to worry about one old man who's dead, but come on. It's not suicide. Okay.
That's yeah.
It just amazes me that in a major city where I live, that they could just let something like
Brush
that
that
go.
under the rug. Yeah, that's kind of disconcerting.
It makes you think, like, what other cities just write
What
up
other stats are being
reports to
juked?
make their lives easier so they don't have to investigate, you know?
They do that in a lot of major cities. They turn murders into suicides and just to placate their political masters.
Well, you know why women outlive men, that they live longer than us, right?
Why is that?
So we don't want them. As Nathan just so eloquently pointed out.
Is it me or are you breaking up?
He's breaking up. He's
Okay.
been breaking up.
And is Gun Channels down for anybody else besides me?
Actually, you're roboting for me, too. Gun Channels chat hasn't moved in quite a
Yeah,
while.
mine died. Mine's out.
Yeah.
Or it's out on my end.
But yeah, Pink, you are do have some sort of distortion thing going on.
Both of us or me?
Oh, now you're fine.
Okay, because there's two of us in here.
Okay.
All right, be right back. I gotta go and mold this.
We need to take this the Panther and Photoshop a black one.
Yeah, we could do that. Invert the collars of it.
Yeah. I am the anti-Panther.
Yeah. Whoever Pink's is, that's the guy with the microphone issue.
Look who's talking.
Are you sure you want to be represented by a Black Panther?
You're just confusing the hell out of me with
Just
two.
consider the ramifications of that.
I'm secure enough in my ethnicity to be able to tolerate the moniker.
Fair enough.
Yeah, see, the weather was crappy, but I did a little bit of the social rounds with people I don't get to see that much who blew into town. So the partying was fun, but as far as the actual racing goes, it's like, it's wet. I don't want to.
I figured you might run into some of those folks.
Well, it's actually pretty funny. I know some of the guys from Ferrari, and I know some of the guys from Mercedes-Benz, and the reason why I know them is because the Italians like travel in a pack. So literally, like all my real friends from Ducati and Aprilia and everybody that I used to talk to on a regular basis, they were all there just for the partying. So like I said, I mean, the weather was absolutely miserable. It's like, the 2 days it rains down here. So I was just like, yeah, they're cars anyway. I don't care. Did you bring any bikes?
What's in the trailer? What's in the little trailer?
They used to joke all the time that the card readers on the doors at Ducati Corsa in Italy, they said that they put the scales in the floor and they used to weigh me and Brucey walking in and then weigh us walking out and subtract for the lunch.
So they knew you well.
That's how we funded more than half of our race team.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, and plus two, they get free third-party R&D that they aren't beholden to any money or any sponsorship to.
Right.
Is this Dr. No?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
My
Why
bad.
did you change the picture?
I think he started the chat for us.
Yeah, this is the account that we use to start the lobby chats.
Oh, okay.
So I'm the dark side of pink.
I mean, you normally your audio is pretty good. You have a different mic?
No, it's the same headset and everything, but for the last 2 nights we've been having Hangout issues and YouTube issues, so I don't know if it's me, my connection, but you guys sound robotic to me too sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I mean,
it could
that's
be
the only
the
reason I actually didn't recognize your voice until right now, and usually I recognize it right away.
But no, you'll be happy to know I did put. It's got new shocks on the front. It's got new U-joints. I did rotate the tires. We'll get a little bit more use out of them just because. Things didn't go the way as were planned. I probably won't be able to get the tires maybe until the plus the small all-purpose loan that I thought I was going to get didn't exactly pan out either.
What did you say? All-purpose loan?
I said small all-purpose loan.
Oh. Well, any loan's a good loan.
Well, yeah. And it still might come through, but I got to work on a different way of making it happen. So.
Or a different person.
Oh, well.
You only have one mom, though. Mom, I'm really hungry.
And she passed away 10 years ago, so yeah.
Foot in mouth.
That's all right, Dano. Don't worry about it. Nothing but positive memories, bro.
Well, the other thing you could do is just take a little step sideways and reevaluate your business practices. You could have a little questionnaire for your customers. So, do I officially record your guest as your niece? Excuse me, but are you carrying any dangerous weapons? Would you like to buy a joint? If you word that questionnaire right, you can have a paycheck monthly from a lot of people for a long time.
Yes, that is true. I don't seem to operate that way, and sometimes I wonder if it is to my detriment.
Which brings me back to Nathan and his giveaway half and shoot myself in the face. Happy-go-lucky mood he said to me tonight.
Sorry, what?
The story you told, Nathan.
I don't remember telling a story. What was it about?
The shot in the face twice.
The murder.
Oh.
It wasn't a murder, it was suicide.
That was... Okay.
And how it
I'm sorry, this year's really sucked. 2015 has really sucked. Because I've had to put in, like, death certificates on, like, at least a dozen people. Okay, that's more than I've put in my entire other 8 years at that bank.
Wow.
More people have walked in with death certificates this year than the entire time I've been at this stupid bank in 8 years. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy.
Dude,
it's all random and it's all different places.
Sometimes it just happens. I'll tell you something. I sold my motorcycle dealership when 1 year out of the blue, in less than 1 month, 6 of my friends, racers, or customers were killed on motorcycles. And me and my partner looked at each other, and it never happened to us before, ever. And it was just like 6 in less than 4 weeks. And it didn't take us 2 months to sell the place.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that reality check. Sometimes you're able to cash it, sometimes you ain't.
But with bikes, I rode for many decades, and the one thing I don't care how safe you are and everything, the one thing that you cannot predict is the unpredictability of someone T-boning you.
Yep.
On my motorcycle, it's not an if, it's a when.
They may look at you right in the eyes. The problem is they don't see you. They just look at you.
Yeah, but if you have the condition in your head that it's a possibility, then it doesn't matter whether or not they see you. I always used to tell my students, riding or driving is not an audience participation sport. If you're counting on somebody else to do something, you're putting yourself unnecessarily in harm's way.
Yep.
I will say this, that on top of all the stuff I have to keep doing this year for people who've become deceased, my head teller, her husband, they went to a trip to New Mexico on her vacation. He's riding the Harley with her sister or his sister-in-law or whatever on the back of it. They're turning left in an intersection, T-boned by a car. He's okay, except for the fact that he is in a lot of pain, hurt his back, and lost his spleen. And they're just now getting a new Harley replaced by that accident thing. But the thing is that the individual only had $100,000 in accident insurance, which was the law in New Mexico. So by the time you take in his hospital bills and the fact that he's got to pay the lawyer and the fact he's got to get his Harley replaced, he's breaking even on getting T-boned. He's screwed, you know.
Yeah. It's interesting that he's got to have that bike now.
You know what? I'm not judging.
Oh, absolutely not. I didn't mean to sound like that.
If he lost a spleen and wants to get a Harley and get back on the bike, what can I do?
Right.
Well, there is a philosophy of life of do you want to engage life as much as possible before it's over, because it will be over for all of us at some point, or do you want to run in fear?
Okay, so with Dano there, I'm going to say this. If I went elk hunting and tripped and fell off a cliff and hurt myself severely, I'd go elk hunting again. Because it's my dumbass fault.
But would you trip and fall off a hill again?
I would try not to. Really hard the second time.
Now, I'm not talking about doing really ridiculously stupid stuff that's very, I'm just talking about being engaged in life.
Ridiculously stupid.
Well, like that 52-year-old guy climbing the building in Paris the other day. I mean, at some point you got to say, you know what? Well, he's obviously an adrenaline junkie, but and maybe for him it is.
Dano, I am not base cliff jumping. I am not climbing buildings. I'm not climbing mountains. I'm walking around in the woods trying to shoot a hole in an elk, along with a few thousand other people who do the same thing. It's not uncommon. It's called hunting.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
100 years ago, you might have been a hunter yourself.
I think you're misunderstanding me, Nate. Okay. I'm on your side. I'm not on the other side. I'm saying engage life. In other words, do take chances.
Yeah, because what is life without...
yeah. What are you going to live in a closet? Stay on your couch your whole life? I mean,
Did you just say cork it?
No. I mean,
I think he told you to come out of the closet is what I think he said, but I'm not sure.
There's a difference between being alive and living life, and that's what I mean. Going out in the backwoods and hunting is living life. Going around a corner on a beautiful day on a bike is living life. Not just being alive. Watching the reality shows on TV, and that's all you do, that's just being alive.
Yeah, that's just living, what is it called? Vicariously.
Right, through
There are so many people in this country that live vicariously, and then as soon as you call them on it, like my brother, I said, I'm going elk hunting. He goes, I'd love to go and see that. And I said, well, come along. And he goes, I'd love to do that. Give me information. And I gave him all the information, and I told him to come along. He pwned out at the last minute because you know what? He lives vicariously. He watches sports all the time, and he doesn't go out and do it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's like the social media and the YouTube generation. Every generation, it's like, I don't have to do that. I saw a video on YouTube.
I mean, we always had it. It's just that YouTube and the internet has magnified it even more. And before the internet, it was gaming. I mean,
it was, but the internet. Are you talking about internet gaming?
No, I'm talking about when you used to only be able to put it on a CD into your computer.
Yeah, like N64,
But
PlayStation.
now it's multiplayer gaming. It's being socialized in a virtual reality environment.
Yeah.
Which again, I just love those kids when they come out and play airsoft, and they're really great. They're awesome at Medal of Honor and Black Ops and stuff, and they talk so much crap to us old guys, and then when actually the BBs start flying, all they can do is duck and hide.
Yeah.
Like they're commando door kickers and fast movers until actually BBs start wanting to hit them and injure them, and then they're like scared to death. That's what cracks me up.
Right. Talking mad shit.
Because
I mean,
they think they're badasses until injury is incumbent upon them. And until grown men who know what they're doing are actually working together,
right.
they can learn everything in those video games, but it has nothing to do with what real life war kicking is about.
Right. I mean, I don't know, and it's not so. I mean, to some extent, it's definitely the age, but it's also just
No, grown men
it's just what they want to get out of it.
too out in the field.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. There's willful ignorance across ages, but I mean, like my thing is like, I mean, I play a lot of video games, but I mean, I don't consider I know I'm not one of those types of people. It's just that I don't really have an outlet for those experiences otherwise. Like I don't have airsoft troops around me. I like spent a good while checking that out.
Adam,
I just
where
use
do you
the tools
live?
I can get.
Adam, where do you live?
Florida. Like I talked with a guy who.
No. You're seriously telling me you live in Florida and you can't find somewhere to go play airsoft or play paintball?
There's this big place in Miami, but it's like an hour away.
Oh, a whole freaking hour.
Yeah.
Whoa. Do you gotta ride a horse there?
Yeah, man. Well, I live in like a suburb of Fort Lauderdale, so it's.
Oh, a suburb of Fort Lauderdale. So you're like on the over an hour away. You're about an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I used to skirmish in my neighborhood when I was a kid, but they don't like us doing that around here. Some guy actually threatened to shoot me for real because I was running around with an airsoft.
Oh, no.
That was the end of that.
You go to a place where you do it with others. But what I'm trying to imply is the fact is I live in Texas and I go elk hunting. Guess how far I have to drive. Guess how many hours I have to drive to get to the elk hunting place.
But you might not be in the same tax bracket where it's able to do something like that, too.
No. He lives in Florida, and it's an hour away. I'm just asking him how far he thinks I have to drive to go elk hunting.
I'm sure it's very, very far.
Yeah, I have to drive to Colorado. It's 15 hours.
Well, it depends on how lazy the elk is.
Right? Just walk in front of the truck, will you?
I mean, if you pay a little more, will the elk walk halfway?
I have won 2 years in a row and not killed a single elk. But that's not going to stop me. I'm determined. But you, who live an hour away from playing airsoft or paintball, ought to go experience it and have some fun.
Right.
A whole hour, man. Do you realize how long?
That's an hour each way, Nathan. That's a long.
It's an hour each way.
Oh, I didn't.
An hour each way.
An hour each way.
I mean, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I mean, it's not that simple.
I know it's not that simple.
What if the dude had to ride a bike or a bus for that hour to go play paintball? I mean, I'm just trying to say there might be things that we don't know.
Right.
That make it slightly more difficult. That's all I was trying to say.
I've gone to Fort Hood. I've gone to Oklahoma to Car Graveyard to play airsoft tournaments. I've been all over to play airsoft tournaments within 5 hours drive. But anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, it's also like the other thing is like investing in.
Oh, I'm crazy. Yeah. No.
And airsoft gun and all that other stuff.
Shit costs money.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on, Adam. How old are you?
23.
Do you have a job?
No. I mean, I do this like seasonal job. I've been doing it for 3 years, but I'm also a full-time student, and I'm just about to graduate. I'm at that point in my life.
Right on, dude.
Out of my parents' house.
No.
Right on. Stay the course, brother. Stay the course.
And any disposable income that I get goes to my firearms. Like that's just about it.
So if he is a full-time student and he's that age and he's going towards graduation, then stay the course. Period.
There'll be time enough
Right.
for
Well, that's-
paintball and airsoft and
That's the other, right. And that's the other thing. I find that I find a lot of people, a lot of older people are critical of people who play video games, and it's
No.
and like I get it because like there are gamers that just piss me off. They're the people you're talking about, and I hate those people. I stop playing with those kinds of people. But I mean, games are at the end of the day, games are the most cost-effective way to experience that. And yes, it's very removed from reality, but on the same token, it's better than nothing. I'd rather play Arma 2 than do nothing.
Adam, listen to me. If you can keep your nose at the grindstone, get through college as fast as possible, save your parents some freaking money, you're doing a good job. Period.
Right, I'm almost out. I'm on my last
You're
semester,
making good
dude.
grades. Now hold on. If you're making good grades, like you can make A's and play video games, cool. If you're making C pluses and playing video games, you're a dildo.
No, I have a 4.0.
rock on, dude.
Then
Rock
rock
on, brother.
Rock on. You'll graduate. You'll get
Hold on a second. How many semesters have you been through so far?
How many
Well, be
semesters?
honest,
Like I said, I'm in my last semester, dude. I'm on my way out.
So you have A pluses in every single class, because an
Mhm.
A is not a 4.0.
Well, we don't have A pluses as part of our grading skills. There's the A minus,
Oh.
but then there's the A. And then I will say I forgot my first semester at my transfer, like after I transferred to this school, I got an A minus because the teacher was a total prick and he got fired right after the semester.
I understand.
Nice.
It just in
Well,
most
it's like
universities
it's
now-
like a 3.98 or something.
Okay. Well, that
It's still
it just-
ridiculously high.
my senior's a son at a decent sized university, and they go with the A pluses because somebody who gets a 93 on a test and somebody who actually does get 100 on a test did not
Right.
do the same.
Obviously.
Right.
And that's why I asked when you said 4.0, my ears picked up. I'm thinking, well, maybe a freshman, sophomore. I mean, but
Right.
once you
Well,
get
I'm a
far enough
senior.
along, you will eventually hit a dick professor or something else, like just a class or life came about.
I had two completely intolerable professors. One was in my first semester here at the university I transferred to, who got fired like right after I left.
Right.
And then there was another like completely like utterly liberal asshole who like didn't instruct us worth a damn. Like he didn't give us proper directions on our assignments and then lambasted us when we didn't do the work he requested of us. That's the only class I've dropped. And he's universally hated by the students.
Well, like you said, man, you've put in the work. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You just gotta stick with it through the end, man, and like you're there. You're fucking there, dude.
Right. But it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of, I'm very critical of, like, young people and gaming culture as well, but, I mean, I think there's something to be said about the capabilities that certain people have as far as experiencing the gun culture, and I think that is it's just the most cost-effective facilitator for that. And it's not the same. And
Well, see,
yeah,
that's
and
the
I mean,
thing,
you
you
can
already have-
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you already have it figured out the difference between what it is to be a badass at Call of Duty or whatever, and
Right.
yet though also you said you own firearms, so you already know what the reality
Right.
is as well. So you kind of already have a step up over some of the other ones that, like you're kind of saying, they're the complete troll. They're a total dick. They make you want to stop playing the video game. But when it comes time, like you were saying earlier, to deal with the real world in dealing with firearms or self-defense or sometimes talking to a chick, I mean, sometimes they just can't equate it. They just can't balance it out. They just can't.
Well, it's a point of view that is not understood by most people.
Yeah.
We have a generation now that is being raised on first-person shooters
Yeah.
around in Grand Theft Auto and um, Black Ops. What am I thinking of? The word
Call of Duty, Battlefield, all of the major
Battlefield.
franchises.
So they're doing first-person shooting. We got an entire set of the generation that's going over and actually going to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. And so we have all these warriors. We have all these people playing video games, and then we have all these people telling them, well, you know, you shouldn't eat meat and you shouldn't be part of firearms. And they're going,
What?
Well,
what? Yeah, what's going on? We don't understand this because half our culture is violence, the other half is actually being at war, and then the other half is telling us that we shouldn't eat certain foods and that we shouldn't have any guns at all. We don't understand this. That's our culture today. That's what people who are 18 and 19 are going through, going, what?
everything's become very dichotomous. And most people don't want to develop the ability to sift through what actually makes sense.
And well, it's easier to plug in and tune out.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
Literally, dude.
Yeah,
There's so many means of escapism nowadays. It's unsettling.
And this entire thing about moms demand action, this is just my personal opinion, but the moms demand action movement is them trying to copy MAD, Moms Against Drunk Driving, and they think that they are going to do the same thing MAD did to point out the fact that drunk driving is bad, and they're going to point out the fact that guns are bad. But again,
Guns are bad.
no one's enough of an a-hole to go, no, we should be drunk driving.
There's no inherent benefit nor a right in the Constitution that protects your right to drive drunk.
And there's no one defending the right to drive drunk, period.
No one reasonably defending their right to drive drunk.
Nobody's going, well, you know, this is America, and
Well, I have to get home tomorrow, man. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to call cabs. Screw that.
yeah, I have a right to drive a vehicle and endanger people because it is my right to travel over the grounds with freedom. Blech.
Right. Yeah, the thing is, possession is not intrinsically dangerous. And if you make that part of the legislature, then you're setting really dangerous precedent.
Well, I understand the idea. They see that MAD succeeded, so Bloomberg is funding a group that is mothers just trying to get in. Mom says you shouldn't have a gun. Mom says you. Hey.
Mom said,
Yeah.
hold on to it with two hands and keep both your eyes open.
Mom said if you want it too
That's
much,
what I
it's going to
said.
fall off. And I said that to my son the other day. He's 5, and I swear to God he thinks it's a handle.
Yeah, first all the attacks on Instagram, and now GunChannels is down. I think it's a conspiracy.
Gasp.
Somebody
Thanks,
was saying
Obama.
that it's about that time of year or whatever when they
They're, like,
re-up
updating
stuff
them.
for the holidays or whatever, you know, coming up. Like, so they're already starting to update stuff.
Yeah.
But that's pretty crazy.
I thought you were going to say it's the time of the year where they round up the domestic tourists.
You better believe they would if they could. Or at least I believe they would if they could.
Here's an interesting thing that I've told people. The NSA, of course, collects metadata on all our cell phones. Everyone's cell phones, right? And they go, we're not listening to your conversation as long as you don't say, ale, ale, kababa, bomb, bomb, bomb. But we collect metadata, which isn't your words. Does anyone know what metadata is?
Yes.
I thought it was zeros and ones, but
Okay, here's what it is. They know who called you.
Is my mic off?
No, it is, Dan, and I'm explaining it.
Oh, okay.
Can you do a better job than me?
Well, no, it's just you asked, does anybody know what it is? And I said, yeah, and then you kept talking.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I acknowledge you, Golden Retriever Dan, that you know what metadata is. Anyway, metadata is they know who you called and who called you and when this happened. They also know where your cell phone is as it pings off towers as you drive around. So they record all your phone calls to and fro, and where you are continuously. And they put this in a database in a giant server system, and they analyze it. So they know where you go and when you go there. They know who you call and who calls you. And they know where you travel about. And so if hypothetically you ever got on their radar for anything like saying bomb ba ba bomb ba bomb ba bomb 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 ba bomb ba bomb bomb ba bomb ba bomb bomb,
But dag blue.
they could track you. Yeah. So they would know exactly your position, where you're going. They would know where you were going before you went there. It's very invasive. They are technically putting a homing device on you by your own cell phone. The CIA is tracking everyone in America with their own smartphones because we're idiots. But
Right, so we're almost doing it to ourselves.
and we should tell them quit it, but we can't because they went now.
See, Nathan, I got to worry about the black helicopters fast roping down, or they can come by road or amphibious, because I'm driving along the beach every day. So when they come to get me, I got to look at the full air, sea, and land approach. Unfortunately,
Don't forget drones. They can send drones.
right?
Drones too. But I'm saying, as far as drones fly around, they have to be targeted at something. Land, air, and sea has to be targeted at something. How do they find their targets? Through information,
Mm-hmm.
through feedback, through analysts.
Wasn't that a John Prine song where he sang "Blow up your TVs"?
Well, I'm just saying,
Television.
as far as exposing ourselves, with the book 1984, yeah, we're doing that more on Facebook than they could ever do to us.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing it ourselves. We're posting stuff on Facebook. We're running around with our cell phones that they can track. Don't ever underestimate the fact that if our government hypothetically became fascist, that they would be able to locate anyone who they thought was not on board.
Part of the solution, you mean, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying it's a scary thought, the fact that we're all being recorded and tracked, and we're okay with it. And the idea is that we'll always be free, that our government will always be upstanding.
Well, even Facebook tracks you.
All the information you post to Facebook doesn't belong to you.
None of it
All
does.
this information, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you take a picture and post it to Facebook, if you don't have those settings turned off, it'll say exactly where you took that picture from.
Yeah. But that's
I
like,
think that's how they tried to break into Hux when he was in Vegas, because all of his pictures were saying from Vegas, so they knew he wasn't home.
That's possible.
the other thing is that it's not that people don't care. It's not that my generation doesn't care. It's just that we're not aware of these things, and we're not aware of the ramifications. Because I go into class some days, and I'm actually listening to my professors. I read my textbooks, and then my classmates are just laughing about other stupid shit or the party they just went to, and it's just they just don't pay attention. And it's there's some people who are, there are people who are willfully ignorant, but then there are people who just don't know.
Well, that's because you grew up with that information, into that technology. We didn't.
Right.
I mean, that's a part of your everyday life.
Right. Exactly.
For us, it's I don't
we are sort of spoiled by that.
And again,
but I think it's more. We shouldn't be cynical to the point where we dismiss, the youngsters, but we should just be more informative.
Well, I grew up long before the age of the internet or any widely spread piece of information, and I remember distinctly being told by every service provider, whether it was AOL or one of the other half dozen that were out there at the time, is don't put anything in a message that you would not put on a postcard. And this was back in 1984, 83.
This is when you got on the internet, you actually had to put a stamp on your emails, right, Dan?
Well, not quite that long ago, but almost. But I mean, and it was because of they knew even back then that there was very limited at best security. And it really just kept the kiddies out. It didn't keep the professionals out, let alone the government. But so it's something that those who were at least wanted to be aware, that information was available a long time ago. Versus today, people grow up and they assume it's already out of the box secure because no one's ever told them different.
Dan, if I send an email to just Dan at AOL.com, will you get it?
No, I do not have an AOL account. But someone that we know does. I'm trying to remember who it is.
Well, I think there's a couple. I think Sean. Anyway, I don't
Well,
want to.
I wasn't going to name them.
I wish I had an AOL account. I wish I had an AOL email just to be like, I'm back from the day.
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, I used to have 2 or 3 of them.
Now I can tell you, I have had my fair share of Yahoo email accounts because they were free.
My Yahoo account is just my dumpster account. That's where
Exactly, and that's
all
why
the coupons get sent.
Does anyone else hate Adam's avatar? Is it just me?
You just hate it?
No, really, Adam, the way you sound and the way that guy looks are just two opposite things. At least when I put an avatar up, it's a squirrel with a Superman.
I want to slap that kid upside the head.
Damn, what's all the
it's not
violence?
a kid. That's like a 40-year-old Japanese man.
Adam, we're really...
Dana sounds like a dog.
Thank you.
A slobbering, farting, cheese-eating, turd-swallowing dog.
Thank you. I am comfortable in my own fur.
Anyway, so
Comfortable in my pink hat.
has a cute picture of his dog, which I fully accept. I'm out here myself. You're a bunch of patches. Island is an island. And then there's Pink Panther that is running around like he's a pink zombie. Anyway, but the problem is, just from the start, Andy, even before any of these people came on, I asked where that picture was from because it's tarted.
You just don't like that the hat's to the side.
It's got short bus written all over it.
You have gone full retard. Never go full retard.
It's too late now.
Well, you could pick another image at some point, but if you really
Don't
want
give in to peer pressure, man.
Well, no, I don't have anything else at this moment. This is the avatar used for everything, but that's, I mean...
What if the hat was a different color?
Hold on. Let's give him honest feedback. What feedback do you get, Adam?
What do you mean? I use this for my gaming accounts. Nobody cares. Everyone has stupid avatars. That's the point.
Well, I think it's appropriate for the whole gun channel short bus of the gun community motif we run here.
I mean, I would answer your question with another question. Does the picture matter? Does it really matter?
This is off.
I would figure that the things that I say and the experiences that I convey would outweigh any stupid picture.
No,
this is just like an icebreaker.
And it's like, I have a retard telling you what I think intelligently.
It only matters as from the moment we talk about it to the moment we're done talking about it, and then it no longer matters. So as soon as we're done talking about it, it's done.
So Adam, I want to try to express the fact that whenever you're online with an avatar, you're actually in a conversation discussing things with people. Every time you speak, your avatar pops up. If it is weird or kooky or something, then it's funny. But on the other hand, if it just looks like you're a retarded kid with a pink hat, we go, well, your opinion's retarded because we're human beings and we're stupid, and that's what we see. You
Pardon me
understand?
for being optimistic.
What we see versus what we hear are two different things.
That's
Because-
assuming and jumping to a conclusion, though, as well. Yes.
Right. I mean, I understand ethos, and I understand how that affects what I say, but at the same time, I would rather not. First, I mean, frankly, I just don't have any other. I'd rather have this than no Avatar. And I mean, this is what I use for everything. So, but I just don't see it as that big a problem. If someone is going to judge me based on my avatar, then that's your problem, not
I was
mine.
gonna say, yeah, that's.
Because I can convey myself as eloquently or as stupidly as I am capable of doing.
Adam, I would like to talk to you with my avatar now and discuss the fact that I am very understanding to the point that your avatar with the pink hat is a beautiful thing.
Nathan, it's just the part where you take out Mr. Hand.
Yeah. That the fact that you have a guy looking to the right with a retarded gimp face with a hat turned the wrong way, that if I met him in the parking lot, I would reach for my gun and walk away slowly, just keep my hand on the pistol, would be fine. But my avatar now, this
racist.
avatar inspires love. Can you not see the love that my frogs have for you? My
Frogs' legs.
love your avatar. They see that hat poking out. They see that face that goes,
Right.
And my frogs want to come over and say, oh, yeah.
Finger looking good.
Right, but I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm not worried about your avatar. I really don't care. It's so tertiary. This is just a social disconnect. I feel. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Really.
I get what you're trying to say, and I appreciate what you're trying to say.
Okay.
But I just come from a point where I feel like we need to transcend all the bullshit images and all of the surface information that accosts us on a daily basis, and just listen to what people are saying, and not worry about the packaging it's in. Like this whole black rifles are dangerous because this, and this. It's like, well, okay, let's actually look at what they are. Let's actually look at this culture under a microscope and not worry about the surface images.
So, do you agree or disagree that humans are visually based, visual animals, hence porn?
Well, of course.
Or hence,
so
their entire communication.
I'm trying to jump through the hoop really quickly. Because once you agree with that, then you have to agree with the picture that we put forth does carry with it an image of how we're trying to represent ourselves.
Right, practically speaking, but
whether it's how we dress in the morning.
Fire 2 shots.
I would rather not. I'd rather assume that people can be intelligent and rational and not concern themselves with images. More so than information. I think that's kind of like the undertone of a lot of pro-gun arguments, is that we need to shift away from surface arguments. And
I think idealistically you're correct. In an ideal world, you're absolutely right. I don't disagree with you at all on that. It just I don't really feel we live in that world.
No. Again, we live in a world where appearances are important, and again,
right.
But they only matter they only matter though if you give a fuck about them.
No, they matter. Hold on, they do matter when you are trying to express something. So, for instance, when I
don't think they do.
When did this become a fucking Mensa meeting?
That's just a meme. It has no bearing. It's just something that's socially contrived. That's all it is. That's part of the reason why I persisted with these avatars and stuff.
I'm talking about something else here. So what I was trying to say was, the fact is that when I make holsters, I want them to look good, so that you're not running around looking like a redneck with some piece of crap hanging off you when you're open carrying here in Texas. Just my opinion is that when people see us and we're open carrying, it needs to be nice. It needs to be impressive. It needs to be something that people can look at and go, oh, that's not a scary person. They're just carrying a gun. Maybe that's someone who is important.
Well, there are people who think that people carrying guns look inherently scary because they have a gun. That's the thing. It's just,
But not when they're
you
in a
get
cop
down to the
uniform.
subjectivity of it.
Not when they're in a cop uniform. And not
Right.
when they look like they're a detective, typically.
It depends if it's a sexy cop uniform, though.
Yeah, if they got those little 7-inch inseam shorts on.
I'll tell you what, I had to go out to my deer lease last year and pay a guy for the deer lease fees, and his name is Pete. And when I paid him for the deer lease fees, I brought him a check, and a cashier's check, or money order, I think it's money order. Anyway, I had to pay him off, and then had to give him a 12-pack of beer. That was all part of the deal, okay? And his buddy was there with him, and they had redneck flags painted on their truck with paint coming off and all that jazz. And his buddy was wearing a shoulder holster with a Glock in it, and on the end of the Glock it had screwed on, instead of a suppressor, it had screwed on the end of a AR-15.
Like a muzzle brake?
Right, like a bird cage on the end of his.
It had a bird cage, had a drilled out bird cage on the end of it. And I'm just sitting here looking at the guy here in Texas. We're not open carry yet. And I'm giving him the beer, I'm giving him the money, we're just shooting the crap. And I'm like, nice block there, you know. What's up with the muzzle brake? Yeah, and the guy was crazy as crap balls.
One, you're
Hold on.
talking very loudly, and
Oh. And two, you're on the internet.
Damn! Yes, ma'am. And I would like to apologize to Nathan's wife. You're hearing this. We will try and do better.
This is what happened last time, just before Nathan took a 6-month break.
I think that was a rather abrupt segue into part 2 of our segment on I want to shoot myself in the face at this point in life.
Yeah. I don't know, man. But it's, I don't know.
My
Are you okay?
apologies. I was speaking too loud. I apologize.
Not a problem. As long as there's no permanent damage, I think we're all good here.
What?
We all have this thing called a volume knob or volume control, so it's not an issue.
Right.
I mean, some people I actually have to turn up because I can't hear them.
Yeah.
Tano just likes going around turning people on all the time, and that's what he does.
I love turning knobs. Speaking of that, I think I need some ice cream.
Says the dog that loves peanut butter on everything, right?
Yep, with a little bit of ice cream.
Has anybody been able to see if Gun Channels is back on track yet?
I've been refreshing it every now and again. It's not coming back up.
It's still error.
But no, trust me, I appreciate the power of images and symbols and what they evoke, but I also think that we as people need to just kind of step back, especially like with like the generation gap and like all these social justice warriors wanting to dress the way they do and all the like subcultures that we have now. I think we all as a people just need to be more tolerant of like appearances and be more focused on conduct and the way people speak and the way people carry themselves, as opposed to overanalyzing the way we visually portray ourselves. Not everyone with sagging shorts and sideways cap is a thug. They look stupid, but they may very well hold a lot of social value.
Well, and isn't it in the art of war somewhere in there? So, you know, it could be a deception, basically, to lull your enemy or competition into a false sense of feeling in a superior position.
Right.
But in reality,
I mean,
reality, you're just throwing throwing them breadcrumbs to get them into the ambush point, so to speak.
Right.
You know?
And I mean, I personally dress very, I dress very conservatively, and I act very, in public, I act very, I don't even know, derpy is the word, I guess. I just act in a way that sort of disarms people. I don't want people to worry about me, and I do that because I do carry a gun. Like, I don't want to act like a super duper hard ass and all that. I don't want to give off that vibe. Like, I have the utmost appreciation for display, but I also have the utmost appreciation for individual conduct. I think that transcends how people look. And I mean, I think that's just a difference that this generation appreciates more because there's so, like, there's just such a clustercluck of culture and fashion and all this weird shit. And we
Well, and what matters to
and I
some
mean, there's still
doesn't matter to
cliquishness
all,
too. That's
right?
the weirdest thing. Like, I'm actually more of a pariah than most people because I don't subscribe to like a clique or a certain like fashion group. I don't dress YOLO swag with my sticker cap and my baggy jeans. I wear cargo pants and t-shirts like your average person.
I'm gonna tell you this, Adam. I got
Being average has become unique.
I got a dude that lives 3 doors down from me, literally 3 houses down to the right. That if the hat wasn't pink, it would be a different color. But like that dude could live right down the street from me,
Right.
and it don't mean
In
no
South
thing.
Florida, I'm surrounded by people like that.
And you know he's pretty cool. And when I say cool, I mean he's an alright human being. You know, and it doesn't matter any of the other fucking parts. It has no bearing. Now, I understand also the guy that walks down the street wearing only garbage bags, he's got a tough row to hoe. You know, it's probably pretty bad for him when he's got to go cash a check or something like that. But he seems to make it through life somehow, doing what he's got to do. Oh, granted, I don't want to have to walk in his shoes because literally they are made out of garbage bags.
If you're walking down the street in a garbage bag, you're not making it through life. You're on the edge ready to go over.
He ain't dead, and I've seen him for the past 10 years doing that, so he's making something happen.
Oh, I thought you meant 2 different guys.
I did. The one guy that I'm talking about does wear trash bags. Literally. That's what his clothes are. That's what his shoes are. And then the other guy, in reference to Adam's photo, is a guy that literally lives like 3 doors down.
Right.
But you know what, Island? In my years of working with the homeless, I can't tell you how many people have died over the winters.
And I understand that, Daniel, because you live where you live, but you also got to understand I live where I live, and that's probably why we have such a large population of homeless, that is.
I'm just saying that, you know, making it is not all it's knocked up to be if making it means hefty.
Making it means hefty.
Well, here's the thing. I'm sure he couldn't go with the same clothesline, you know, year-round anywhere other than here as well. There would be no fall collection. There would be no spring collection.
Well, the bag might change colors. It might go from black to white.
You know, I thought that at one point, but no, it's usually almost like shredded trash bags. And, you know, I've approached the dude several times over the years. He just don't really want much to deal with fucking people. And you know what? To be honest, I can't fucking blame him. Because for the most part, you know, it seems like there's a lot more assholes out there than there are people with aloha. But that doesn't mean that I'm giving up or anything like that, you know? Shit, fuck it.
Oh, that's because...
That's what I was saying to you earlier about if you don't give a fuck, then it really don't matter.
Once the me generation was firmly established...
Well, that's the other thing.
It never left. It just changed names. It's still here. We just think that we're different.
Derp. Come here. the thing is, in my mind, it only matters because it's socially constructed to matter, and I'd rather not play into that. And I think I think those people who do play into that and who do try to force that meme onto other people without actually listening to what they have to say is just kind of absurd.
Now, are you saying that about
I don't
all
appreciate
social
that.
But you are playing into it because you said you go out and you disguise yourself because of it.
Right.
That's
But
playing
that's
into
like
it.
real life is like a lot harder.
And there's
And
exactly
well,
the
no,
point.
honestly,
If somebody's avatar means so much to you that you alter the perception of what that person has to say, then by default you are admitting that what you perceive to be in digital reality in the internet world is obviously separate and distinct from the person that you think you're talking to. So there's the disconnect right there. It's like anything else. We have the stereotypes. I mean, every single one of us has been subjected to the stereotypes. You know, the baggy pants, the homeless guy, the whatever. But the fact of the matter is now it's just easy for everybody to collect all together and join some sort of huddled mass, because there's always a huddled mass to be able to find issue with something. But then when you get out into the real world, it's just not so. It's not that way.
And it seems like you're already well aware of that.
Right. And I mean, honestly, I dress really. I dress more for function than anything else. I have my EDC is ridiculously large, and I just wear what I need to wear because I need pockets. Like I don't dress with like fucking collared shirts. I don't dress with yellow swag, so people will think that I'm yellow swag. I do try to find reasons for the things that I do. I try not to do things arbitrarily.
Well, it's
I
good to
think
have
that
focus.
a lot of things are arbitrary when we really break them down.
Yeah, but some of the arbitrary things are set up for you to go through them. I mean, much in the way that organized education is that you're going through right now. A lot of it's arbitrary bullshit, but yet you have just about gone the whole way through it. You know, so I mean, you're already exposed to all of that.
And then some of us live for arbitrary, random, chaotic, and unknown because that's where creativity comes from.
Right? We'll revel in it. Revel
Yeah.
in that shit.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the problems that I have with the digital age in whole, seeing it developed over my life, is it becomes harder and harder and harder to find, some sort of fresh new experience.
Oh, I want to jump off Mount Everest in a wingsuit. Oh shit! Somebody did that 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's that the world has gotten smaller through all of the information sharing for the most part, right?
It's funny you say that wingsuit because you sent me the video of those giant catamaran boats.
Oh yeah.
Well, the flying guys that I saw actually strapped wings on their backs with jet engines.
I would do that.
Like I sent you the offshore powerboat thing in response. This is the same thing. You just said wingsuit, and I was like, the guys with the wings I saw had jets on them.
I definitely saw. I think it was a Red Bull commercial, and those guys had the jet packs with the little mini wings, kind of like it was barely wider than what their hands would be outstretched or whatever.
Yeah, like two guys.
Yeah, and that's some crazy shit. But isn't there going to be a guy that's going to jump out of the back of a plane in a wingsuit, and he's going to crush the glide record from the guys that were like either in Switzerland or wherever it was? And I think he's a former military guy, so I think that's how he's getting it all set up. But like the dude, I think is going to jump out of the back of like a cargo plane and wingsuit his way from like 50,000 feet. I think that's what the article was about. And let me tell you, I don't know that I would sign up for that, but if it was between living and dying, I'd probably have to give it a shot. I'd probably have a heart attack on the way down, though, to be honest with you. That thing would pump out of my chest.
Probably have a heart attack on the way up with the atmosphere up there.
Can I wear the like the Halo operator's gear, so at least that I got a little bit of air to breathe? That would be so kick-ass. That would be so kick-ass.
You know, it's funny when you talk about like signing up for stuff like that. Okay, I won't climb up a ladder, but I'll rope down something. Okay, I won't go up in a hot air balloon because I don't trust the physics, but I have a pilot's license because I have no problem with airplanes. So it's like, if you told me I had to take a balloon up to jump out with a wingsuit, I would tell you no, because I won't do the balloon thing. But I'll gladly, once you get me up there, jump.
Yeah, jump right out of the back of a perfectly good plane. Wasn't that out of Heartbreak Ridge? I think somebody mentioned that earlier. It's not natural.
Yeah,
Jump out of a perfectly operational plane.
Well, gee, I have to thank you for turning me on to the Kentucky Gun Club or Kentucky Gun Store.
Yeah, they got a lot of good shit in there, man.
I bought a gun.
Ooh, click buy. What did you buy? And we're glad to help here at Gun Channels.
Yes. I got a Glock 42.
Really?
I've been
No,
looking-
you already had a 380 though, right?
No,
Oh, okay. I thought you did at one point.
I've been looking for a backup gun with no manual safety, and would be very thin, and it's primarily for ankle carry when I'm driving. Without going into too much detail, and I can't do too much online in regards to the details, but when I'm driving, and we'll leave it at that, things around my waist are not easily accessed because of seat belts and things like that.
I noticed that when I carry.
So, because we'll just use the term others may be able to view certain things, I need a way to conceal while I'm in there, yet have very simple and as easy of access as possible. I think ankle carry, while in a seated position with a seatbelt, is the only thing that gives concealability in the cabin, yet still gives some reasonable.
Was the 26 going to be too big for you, Daniel, on the ankle?
I have 26. It is.
Well, that's why I thought you did, and that's why I was wondering about
I
that.
also have an XDS, and that's better, and that's fine for a pocket. But again, a pocket, the problem is you got that seatbelt.
Yeah, you're not getting in there in a rapid succession or
Right.
whatever. I was just thought you might have already had something that could have worked down there, but if you have found something that you feel will work better, well then by all means, we're talking about your personal safety here.
It's not the smallest, and I'm not looking for something, comfortable to shoot. No, I'm not worried about that.
You just want a gun that's accessible while you're driving.
Yes, and that if I pull it out, it will go boom. I don't have to worry about any switches or anything else.
Right.
If it hurts my hands, so what? I
right,
can.
and it,
Hey,
window
Daniel,
distance
you're
doesn't
big enough,
matter.
dude. You ain't gonna notice, I don't think. And when all the adrenaline's pumping and you're in a situation where you actually feel that you need to pull that thing out, you probably won't even notice how snappy it is or how not snappy it is.
Exactly, and the distance would only be literally
It's window distance, yeah.
two to 3 feet.
Yep.
So I think I can do that with standard sights, since I won't be using the sights anyway.
I was gonna say, it's gonna be point.
I mean, yeah, you're probably just going to be pressing the gun to the dude's chest. Like, it's not even going to be a sights
Pretty
deal.
much.
Unless you are really well trained and you're accustomed to that.
Either, I suppose the only outside thing is, putting it out of battery. But
Yeah, well, I
Well, you
toyed
kind of
with
have
the
to work
idea
at
of
it to do that.
but
I
yeah,
toyed with the idea of ankle carry for a long time for the exact same reasons, because I do IWB, OWB, and pocket, and with all the clothes I wear and stuff and the seatbelt, it's like, how the fuck am I gonna get this out if I ever need to deploy it in this particular scenario? And then I realized my ankle's right there.
right.
It's like easy to grab. So I went through like the same thought process as you. I just never got like a decent rig for it because it's just not something that would that I don't think would work for me. There aren't really very many good ankle rigs out there that I can find.
Right.
I mean and I was gonna ask you like, have you found a decent rig? But I mean like, I get where you're coming from. But I also my small carry is a J-frame revolver, so I don't have to worry about going out of battery.
Well,
So
that's
that'd be my other
a
recommendation.
very good option for that. If it is obviously a little wider than a semi-auto, and it has the same advantage as the Glock as far as no safety.
Yeah.
So that's certainly good. And you can get something small and a little bit more powerful than a 380.
Hey, Dan.
Well, and as far as ankle holsters, the ones that of course, I can't use any personal experience here because I live in a state that is May issue, and I'm always wearing khaki shorts, so let's be real. You would see it next to my flip-flops. It would stick out pretty bad. That Galco makes a great ankle holster. Now, I could be wrong, but those are the ones that I've seen to be some of the most popular.
That's what I've heard. The ones that have like that sheep pad against your ankle, and then it has another one that goes around just above your calf to keep it from sagging down.
Almost like, for, dare I say, the old man dress socks.
Yes, exactly.
I didn't mean to offend anybody in here if they were offended.
It's got a garter.
Oh yes,
It's got a garter.
thank you.
It's what it's called. It's
Yep,
called a
that's
garter.
Yeah.
yep. That is what it's called.
It keeps it from dropping down too far below.
Okay, they make two of those holsters. One of them is neoprene on both sides, and one of them is neoprene against your skin and leather on the outside. You definitely want the leather one.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
And
the only one I even consider too, is like
and
the
that-
Galco option.
That holster is absolutely comfortable and phenomenal.
Nice.
Yeah.
See, real world experience with it. Perfect.
Dan,
Yes?
is there any particular reasons you chose the 42 over the 43?
Hold on. I want to say something about the Galco. That has been my ankle holster for the past 6 years.
The ankle rig.
Wearing it with
Nice.
originally with Keltec 9, and then went to a Car 9 PM.
On your ankle?
That's a definite upgrade.
Right
Yeah,
on.
PM9 is a pretty light gun. I mean, it's not gonna. bug
Right
you
on.
out.
PM,
It's probably about the same as a
gun.
42.
It's on par with the
Right.
Keltec, and guess what? The trigger's a hell of a lot better.
I won't touch.
Well, and
that.
I would go a little more reliable in my mind, whether it's actual or not. I wasn't
going to say that, but it is.
Okay.
I would trust a car
Trigger's
before I would
really
trust a
good.
Keltec. I've just read too many horror stories, and I have experience with the PF9, and it is a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned.
PF9 is still in my safe just for safety for the populace. Just
I put a link in the side chat to what kind of shows what I'm looking at. It is a Galco.
Right. I
It
know
also
they make
shows the sheep. I don't know if you call it fur or it's not just skin, as well as the old man ankle strap to keep it from dropping below. Now this particular one is for a Glock 26, but I would get one size.
that thing is way more advanced than what I'm carrying.
Well, I'm showing conceptually what I'm looking for, not this exact model. But I'm looking for something that has, that comfort of it's not going to bang against my ankle. It's going to be tight, and I also have something against keeping it dropping, yet is appropriately sized for my gun. Now, the reason I went with the 42 instead of the 43 is because when it comes to ankle carry, size matters. Size meaning smaller.
Yeah, it makes all the difference in the world. You
The
need to get
less
something tiny.
smaller it is, the less likely it is to get caught on your pants leg when you're trying to get it out. So that was the theory behind it. And the other thing is that, with the exception of target shooting, is I am very sold on the Lehigh Defense Extreme Penetrator, which is an all-copper round, which Tim from Military Arms Channel did a...
Yeah. But
I'm gonna need to wash your a lot tomorrow.
oh, I don't have any more laundry. Thanks for calling me. Actually,
Okay. Anyway, speaking about laundry, But since penetrations, is the weak side of a 380. Go ahead. That's why I feel much more comfortable going with something that's an all-metal round that's been shown to penetrate 12 inches plus.
I watch the same videos, and I mean, I think they expand a little bit or something, or they penetrate more. But it's like you might as well just buy ball because it's cheaper. That's where I was at, because I had a PPK for a while, and I was planning on buying a Beretta 84F, so I'd have a 380 in rotation, and just reading ballistics reports, and this was before the Lehigh, like Tim did those videos on the Lehigh load, and I just determined like why don't I just use ball, because then I know A, it's going to be reliable, B, it's going to be consistent with what I shoot as a target load. It's going to be the same stuff, and C, it's going to be incredibly cost effective. I don't remember if the Lehigh loads he shot like had expansion, or if they just penetrated a lot more. I don't remember exactly why he was so enthralled with them, at least next to ball loads.
It was an expansion of the round, but and it's kind of a long video, so it's not.
I think they tumbled too. That was the other thing.
Is because of the way the channels are cut in the nose. When it, instead of rotating, it'll actually, you know how. I can't remember the term, but when a propeller goes through water, it'll create a channel that's actually bigger than the size of the propeller.
Right.
Okay, well, it does that same effect, and I can't remember the name of the effect, as it's going through.
Cavitation.
I thought cavitation.
It's cavitation. It just, it just creates a bigger wound channel.
It's a wake.
And it's a bigger permanent wound channel, not a bigger temporary wound channel. And the distance, because you're absolutely right. If it was just distance, full metal jacket would be the way to go. And they'd be the same approximately. It just one would be more costly. But Tim says that he had always carried full metal jacket prior to that for that exact reason. But when you're getting down to the nitty-gritty edge of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, if it might create a bigger hole, I'm willing to pay a little bit more, because I'm not going to be firing the premium stuff constantly.
Right.
95% of what I shoot will be ball, and 5% will be the premium stuff, just to make sure it's feeding properly and everything else.
Hey Dano, I put a link for the holster in the side chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is the exact one I was looking at getting at when I was like looking into ankle carry.
Okay.
I mean, there's really no competitors, honestly.
Now, does that
It's
have
kind
any
of a dead market.
Does that have any sort of pad between the holster and your shin, or the side of your calf?
What do you mean your shin? Like is there padding on where it wraps around your ankle? Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just I can't see it in the picture. That's all. Oh yeah, it does say sheepskin padding. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more than I paid for other holsters, but then again, and of course, although I've only been carrying for, let's see, it'll be 2 years and a couple of months, because I live in Illinois. I now have probably about 8 holsters, of which I will use 3 of them pretty much consistently, and the other ones are just, I just try to.
They were experimental, and now they've been relegated to the big cluster.
Right. And I don't mind spending $100 on a holster that it's going to be good to go, and I'm not going to change it.
Right.
But yeah, that's it.
Nice. Let me know how it works out, because like I said, I was kind of in the same boat.
Well,
I may still consider it.
Moon Food, although I can't remember if he just pocket carries his or not, but he has a Glock 42.
I pocket carry my 38 like every day.
And I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy named Fetty with a firearm. Although he's not on.
Yeah, I know of him.
He's got a 42.
Yeah, I think somebody asked you earlier. I don't remember if you responded. Someone asked you why you chose a 42 over the 43. I think they're like about the same size.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought I did answer it, and that's because in every dimension, it is smaller. And when I'm talking about difficulty getting it out from my ankle and into action, that every little dimension that's smaller means it's less likely from another dimension to get caught on my pants as I'm trying to get it out.
Right. And like the herder caliber debate is debunked because it's for its intended purpose. At 3 feet, it really doesn't matter.
Exactly. I'm not worried about accuracy at 10 feet.
Yeah. It sounds like you really thought this through. You thought it through more than I did. So that's really cool, man.
And
best of luck to you in your ankle adventures.
Yes. Well, if it doesn't work out, I may end up investigating some sort of 5-shot 38 special or something.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry so much about the gun as just the holster rig itself.
Right.
That was my point of contention because I mean, I'm not so much worried about the gun or weight or size or anything.
I like something with a
strapped to my leg.
I like something with flat sides because the flatter the sides are versus a revolver, which is kind of a little bit bulbous, has more edges, the more likely it is to get caught on something.
Oh yeah. I still worry about hammer snag on mine, but
it
doesn't happen to me that often.
If I'm pulling it up, reaching down by the gas pedal to grab my ankle, there's not a lot of room down there to negotiate, and it's dark. Even during the day, it's in shadow. And your eyes are dilated from looking into a bright environment because the sun's probably up, and if the sun's down, then you just can't see because it's pitch black.
Yeah.
I think you should start a channel that's called the Ankle Grabbers.
The Ankle Grabbers. But I mean, I think.
Where's Bob when you need a good fake laugh?
Oh, and I need a cackle.
Yeah, you would have cackled at that.
Hey, so that holster would be ineffective with a cankle, though, wouldn't it? For some of our larger people out there.
Oh.
Well, it Velcro, it's elastic with the Velcro closure, so theoretically speaking, you could put an expansion panel in there.
The other thing I like about that particular one is it does have a thumb brake. Versus some of them, it's
retention
Velcro, and you don't want to be fucking around with Velcro trying to get your gun out.
No, screw that.
You just want something that's you're gonna pop it off with your thumb and withdraw the firearm.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see some friction-based version or like a Kydex version, but it's like it'd be really hard to make that comfortable and something that would contour to your leg.
Yeah, that one that listed is the bee's knees, man. That thing is.
No, you don't want a Kydex holster for your ankle.
I'm just thinking you'd probably end up getting cut, or not cut, but chafed or raspberried or whatever.
I mean, I feel like if someone put the R&D into it, they could design something better than that, but it's such a niche market that no one's going to go the extra mile to make something, so that's just kind of the top contender.
Any other ankle holster that you look at, it doesn't seem to have the same quality or thought put into it as this one that did post.
It's real simple.
Mm-hmm.
That holster and me are probably on 8 years now, around there. Probably
nice.
If not more.
Oh, so you've used one too?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now,
my question to you is, what problem does Kydex solve that's not solved by this?
Well, the thumb brake requires an extra action for the draw.
Okay. It doesn't, because you actually can't establish the proper grip on the pistol without breaking the thumb brake. It's not a conscious motion.
Nice.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but
you can not agree with
that.
And
the difference is like tenths of a second. And the other thing is like all my other holsters are just friction retention Kydex. So for me in particular, and for people like me, it's just like a like a training scar type of deal, where it's like you're gonna want to just grab it as opposed to hitting the thumb brake, and problems could arise from that. Just like transferring from a safe action gun to a gun with a safety, it's kind of the same concept. And I would like to see like a more expanded ankle holster market, just to see like what works and what doesn't. But I mean, again, it's such a niche thing. That's why I'm like so surprised to hear that all of you guys have experience with this holster, because I've never heard of anyone using them. But that's cool though, because I mean I was curious about it myself for the time being, or for a time.
James,
I've
what's
actually
his name, uses this holster. James, Tennessee.
James Yeager.
Yes.
Hanko carries a 26.
He claims that he carries a 19 and two 26s. I highly doubt he does that every day. I wouldn't be surprised if he carried like the 19 or even like 126, but he claims that he carries two Glock 26s and with two of those rigs on every day.
Now, Doctor, no, I do have a product question for you. Do you know if this comes in a left-handed version?
Say again, Dana.
Do you know if this comes in a left-handed version? Because I'm not seeing it. I am left-handed.
I'm not, so I would have never checked. But I would find it highly improbable that it does not.
Okay.
That's pretty good about that. So I'll just check their website.
Well, you'd have to be a center first, so...
I was just curious if you know off the top of your head. I can call them and find out.
You don't even have to call them. Just cruise their website, I
I was
think.
going to say, the link that I gave you is like for their direct website, so it should be listed there.
Well, I'm looking at the website and I don't see it.
Well, now that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not there, Dano. Come on now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just saw the Yankee video on my YouTube
And that's why I said
too.
I would give them a
I don't
call.
want to see it.
Because sometimes they don't list stuff they don't do very often on the website.
Yeah, that's true.
And they say, oh yeah, we can make one. We just don't advertise it.
It would be super simple to make it the other way. But yeah, again, it's such a niche item that I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't make that part of their mainstream catalog. But yeah,
Says the ankle glove is available in right or left hand draw in black finish.
you mean I can't get it in pink multicam?
Nope, afraid not.
What the hell?
Nice.
Was that on the main page you saw that reference?
The Google Foo is strong with this one.
That link that he posted, if you click on the details, it says that. Say ankle glove may be worn with or without the optional adjustable calf strap.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ankle glove is available in right or left hand draw in black finish. Yes, sir.
But we apologize for not offering kayaks as an option at the moment.
Oh, but man, I've always heard
Right,
good stuff about Galco leather, man. I mean, even when I wasn't really so much into guns, it's just good revolver holsters back in the day too.
I have a Galco
And the
somewhere
Miami
comfort.
Classic. I still think that I need the Miami Classic.
Oh yeah.
Everybody who grew up in the 80s needs to have one of those. It doesn't matter whether or not you're into firearms. I don't care if you hang it on the wall, use it as a pot holder.
Yeah.
If you grew up in that era, you need to have one of those. That was iconic.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you on that because I can't stop. Every time I hear like Yankee talk about the shoulder holsters digging into your neck and everything like that, I mean, I'm like, I understand that, but
But I wanna be
sometimes
badass.
you gotta.
Huck doesn't have a problem.
Right, and Huck, he's always wearing his around the shop and everything, so he's either sitting up or, you know, he's always doing shit. So to me, that makes perfect sense for him because he doesn't have any restricted access whatsoever with it being a shoulder holster.
Right. Hey, Nathan, Yankee just put out a video, and he gave your website a shout-out, so you may be seeing an influx of people
So
going through
look
their
out.
That's cool. That is awesome.
Actually, yeah, I think he mentioned you before. I think that's where I heard he.
Yeah, he said my name once or twice in the
Yeah,
past.
he plugs you a little bit.
Yeah, he gave a shout out and showed the holster and everything.
Yeah, but it doesn't count when it's in a deposition.
Yeah. I was like on some forum somewhere. We were discussing shoulder holsters, and we basically determined that they're good for carrying in your car and bad for just about everything else because, or not just your car, but like Haas's example. If you're just in a shop where like you can carry your gun openly and nobody cares, then it's no big deal. But I mean,
they're horrible in a car.
Walking. Well, I mean,
The
as far
shoulder
as like
holster is horrible in the car.
unrestricted access, I mean, I'd rather have a gun under my shoulder than in my pocket or IWB. But it's like you're incredibly likely to sweep yourself. You have to like cinch the rig down perfectly. Like, there's just so many things you have to do to get it to run really well. And they're well, no, they're not even really that expensive considering. If you get a Miami Classic rig,
the Miami Classic is a little bit more. I'm not trying to say that it's cheap or inexpensive, but I also feel that the workmanship that goes into it would be worth the price.
Well, no, I mean it's not even I wouldn't even say it's cost prohibitive because if you go to buy like a Bravo concealment or Raven concealment setup or something like that, you're paying about the same money.
Yep.
For like current gen, Kydex.
You know, there's another guy who's selling those shoulder rigs. He's a YouTuber out of Florida, and he's got a wife named Tammy.
What? That guy?
Yeah,
DB's
that
uncle?
guy.
DB's uncle. Really?
Yeah, he actually,
the 10mm guy.
When he's not having Tammy come from behind the camera to do a cameo, on his store, he really pushes hard the shoulder rig.
And she's got a nice pair of cameos, too. He paid a fortune for them.
Well, you know what? Every tool that you buy should be able to make you money. Just think about it like that. It should either be able to alleviate paying somebody else for the work. If it's like a tool for your car, she's got a nice set of tools.
I think
right. It should be an investment.
Blood come out of Nathan's ears.
It may have.
And I'm sure he paid a pretty penny for her tools too.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
The best surgeons.
Snap-on, baby. Nothing but
These ain't Velcroed on.
I just ended up getting a new Snap-on flashlight today in the mail. Thank you, Amazon.
No, about the only benefit a shoulder holster gives you in a car is the ability to get your hand on the gun. After that, it's pointed at the back seat. You're going to sweep the driver's side door, if not hit it. It's a bad mobility spot to be able to put the weapon into deployment, depending upon how much room you got in the front seat, your ability to move.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in a situation where you're considering a shoulder holster, like for vehicle mobility, it creates way more problems than it solves.
Well, I mean,
Especially
most carry modes are just wrought with problems.
Would the guide holster, which is not really, it's a shoulder holster sort of, but it brings it more across your chest then? I guess Glenn from Walking Dead, who may or may not be dead, let me just throw that out there. I think that's what he uses for his 1911. And do you think that, granted, concealment is not really enough.
That's the thing, like for us, or at least for me, I have to conceal my gun very well, and that requires like layers of clothing or what have you. And then it's any waist-based carry motion except for like AIWB and maybe not really cross draw. They're all being restricted by the seatbelt or by clothing, so it's like it's really just like. I mean, and I guess in reanalyzing it, shoulder carries I guess not that good, but I mean at least you're getting your hand on the gun. Like for me in my car, I have to like sweep up my jacket, sweep up my shirt, get around my seatbelt, then get my hand on the gun, then get it out, and then punch out. And it's just like a pain in the ass.
Has anybody
like shoulder rig
doing the actual holster mounted to the console or anything like that?
I've thought of that too.
Absolutely.
My car restricts it, and I'm pretty sure it's not legal to do that in my state.
It's entirely possible. And again, anybody listening to this in the future, yes, please check all of your local gun laws because everybody in this chat right now is in a different state,
Yeah,
and we all have different rules that we got to
and
follow.
I'm
That
not.
question brings up what I was going to say is now you have another consideration. Yeah. What amount of time, if you think this is a solution, what amount of time you spend in a car? It's not exactly the situation of daily life is, oh, I'm going in the car now, so I'm going to take off my normal, AIWB and I'm going to put on a shoulder holster. Okay, so are you willing to turn your 24/7 carry
Right, exactly.
into a shoulder holster?
You have to completely convert to the shoulder holster, and then for like walking carry or just like standard carry, it's just I don't know. It's just not ideal at all. So yeah, I've completely ruled them out. I mean, I want one because goddamn it's cool and I love Miami Vice, but it's just like it has no practical application. There was one on Gunbroker like last year. It was a black Miami Classic 4 P228 for like $80, and I didn't buy it because it's just like I no use for it whatsoever. But it's like they're so cool. Like it's just, you can't help it.
Exactly.
And the Miami Classic too has again like it's such a niche market that there's no real competitors for it, so there's no development of that style.
Most of the competitors are complete crap.
Right, exactly.
And
like the Miami
made
Classic is the best of
nylon and all that, and they just seem like whether it's the stitching or whatever, it's just that it ain't gonna. It
No.
isn't gonna help you in the end. I mean, it's one thing if you're using it for airsoft or something, I guess, but I can't believe that with all this time that nobody's developed the system across the shoulders with either some padding or something to actually, make it more comfortable to wear.
Well, they have them. The actual there's two Miami Classics. There's a Miami Classic and a Miami Classic 2.
Right, but I mean it's
The
just an
Miami
improved
Classic-
version of the standard.
The Miami Classic 2 has the swells that come out of the top of the butterfly in the back, and they give you a wider shoulder area. There was one dude who popped up on some video feed of mine in the last week or so. I don't really remember, but he makes hand custom Miami Classics. He used the same butterfly in the back and everything, except he makes them out of ostrich skin and padded harnesses if you want. They're like completely custom. And his own personal one is for a Glock. And on his right side, where Galco has the double mag carrier that the mags face downwards, he has one where they face forward and it holds 6.
Yeah, well the Holt 6, wow, damn, that's impressive. But on the Classic 2, they changed it from the downward button mag carrier to a forward-facing open top carrier. Like the one I was gonna buy was I think it was a Classic 2, or maybe it wasn't, and that's why I didn't buy it. But yeah, if I were to buy one, I'd only buy the Classic 2 because I like that mag pouch configuration better. Buttons and gravity is just like pain in the ass. Why deal with that? But yeah, it's just but I mean like shoulder, ankle carry. These are just kind of like vestigial or just very marginalized carry methods.
Let's say they're not going to be your main method of carry, right?
No, they're very niche, and it's like in order for you to really utilize those benefits, you have to have a really niche application, like in your car, like ankle carry in your car, because it makes like a lot of sense for that specific application. But then outside of that, it's just, ugh. It's just like.
That's where Noah was kind of
deal
going
with it.
when he was asking earlier about the limited amount of time that you spend in your car.
Yeah, exactly. Are you going to work around that? But again, it's like that's probably that's one of your most vulnerable points though too. And it's like maybe you want to stack the deck in your favor in that particular situation. That's the thing. But for me, it's like I would rather just figure out a way to utilize my already set up IWB or OWB setup so that I don't have to shift my entire carry rig, or I just want to find a way to do that. So like sometimes I'll just pull my shirt up over the gun and just have it sticking out. No one can see me anyway. And if I get pulled over some, I'll just tuck it back in. It's not that big of a deal.
That generation now that is being raised on.
Although again, I'm not sure. I mean, I've read my state constitution dozens of times. I don't see anything that specifically prohibits that.
Somebody enjoying the chat from about 20 minutes ago?
Is the website? No, the website's still on
I'm trying to see if we might be able to get the link out on the YouTube side.
Oh, gotcha.
But the chat is currently disabled for this live stream.
Well, plus, you
we might
got
just have
people
to-
in foreign countries. Yeah, we'll be trying to jump in and everything else too.
That is very true. That is very
So,
true.
I just sent Yankee a message with the link on
Nice.
YouTube. So
If
I'll
you
see
got
if there's anybody else.
if you got G-Webs, is try and send him one too.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Somebody just posted it out there in the general chat, so I think he has it. So is it not playing?
I still can't get into gun channels.
Okay, because I'm on Gun Channels. Let me.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
try to refresh it and it'll clear you out.
I just refreshed it. It's still not working for me.
And when I actually just Google gun channels and try and come from that angle, it ain't having it.
I just want to know why there's all those words in the screen instead of simply stand by.
Stand by.
It's playing
Stand
fine.
by.
It's fixing. It's working.
Shooter ready.
Again, we're experiencing technical difficulties.
I'm getting what we're talking about as we speak.
Okay.
This is the most correct audio.
As long as the audience can see the part where I'm getting bitched out for having a stupid avatar, that's all that matters.
No, that was there. That's definitely still there on the YouTube video for sure, my friend.
Yeah, no, I listened to it for about 10 seconds there, and I'm just letting it play through with it muted, just to make sure it keeps going. So it's going. I'm not sure why it's not going for everybody.
Yeah, all I get is the "we're sorry." So sorry. No
There's
superior.
Yankee, there's G-Webs, who else?
DB.
Okay.
Moon, maybe. It might be a little late for Moon.
11:30? Yeah, probably.
Chris popped up last night or the night before too, I think.
Yeah.
When we were talking to G earlier in the university, he said something along the lines that this might be, and I think Adam also mentioned that this might be the resetting or recalibrating or updating.
This is all Google.
Yeah, it's their fault.
Either that or the
Thanks,
state
Google.
center in Utah is on fire again.
Well, that is entirely possible. I hope it's not probable, but it is possible.
Oh no, it's probable they've already had like 3 or 4 major ones and 3 or 4 minor fires.
No kidding.
Yeah, apparently they severely underspec the air conditioning that they would require for the nuclear-powered server farm.
Yeah, no kidding.
And then when they spec'd out the air conditioning, they found out they didn't have enough power.
That's when it causes a brownout for 20 miles around. You would think that the backup generators would have that covered.
I was just, when a friend of mine was telling me about it, I was just like cracking up, and he's like, what are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I'm like, this just like restores my faith in the ability for the government not to do anything right. They spend all of this time, money, and energy to gather every bite of data that they possibly can gather on us, and they dump it into this big friggin' incinerator? I mean, that's the best plan that they could come up with that they could pull off.
Well, do you also notice when they put those servers on the barges or whatever too. Yeah. So did they just feel like it was safer because it was surrounded by water? Wasn't that this year that they started to do that?
I never really like investigated it legitimately to see what was up, but I basically heard that it was just a thing of doing something in international water, that they wanted the ability to float these things out of jurisdiction.
Hey, Daniel, what browser are you using?
Chrome.
Chrome.
A magic one.
It's
Obviously.
Are you on there? Are you on your pad or?
No, it's on my PC.
Huh. Maybe it's a locality.
I'm just glad that I'm still able to be in here because, yeah,
It's weird.
there
I
is
don't know.
no getting back into gun channels right now for me.
I
Anybody
started.
One's down too.
Email me on websites at Gmail, and I'll just send you the link to in here because I got it works on my phone. I can go to the chat. The chat's working.
Well, I started the chat, so I don't want to do it because we'll all drop out. But one of you try clearing your cookies and browser caches and see if that does it, maybe.
No, it's on the server side. It's not that.
What
It
if I
wouldn't-
toss my cookies?
Anyway, we'll get it fixed. Don't worry about it. It'll happen in a minute. We'll get around to it. It's these things.
So did you guys get the message on YouTube side?
No, I was saying I went to my phone. The chat still works. It's just the site's down. So Catch sent me the link on my phone, and then I emailed it to myself. So if anybody's listening, I was listening on YouTube for a while, but there's no way to say that I'm there except to thumbs up it. So if you want a link to join, just email GunChannels at gunwebsites@gmail.com, and I'll just send you an email.
For the people that can see gun websites, I just posted the link there myself not more than 2 minutes ago.
Nice. Gun channels, you mean, Daniel, right?
Yeah, gun channels.
Yeah, so there's 10 people in the chat over there, so it's working for some people, and I don't know what the deal is. We'll figure it out.
Oh. But in case anybody wanted to join in.
How the hell do they say "get the fuck out" in Swedish?
I don't know, little guy.
Bork.
Are you okay, buddy?
What?
I said, "Are you okay?" I can barely hear you.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Depressed because you got kicked out of an IKEA.
Yeah, I got kicked out of IKEA. How embarrassing.
Oh no, that's what I was wondering. How do they say "get the fuck out" in Swedish?
Yeah,
It's all Bork, dude. They only have one word. It's Bork.
I don't think there's any Swedish people in the Portland, Oregon IKEA.
You may be right.
They were
Fuckers.
very nice about it. They just...
But they still asked you to leave.
There was a fat chick that narked on me.
Yankee is truly now a 1%er because I don't think there can't be more than 1% of the population that could possibly get kicked out of IKEA.
Well, I said in the video, I'm like, that's what I said in the video. I'm like, there's people in there in their pajamas and slippers eating cup of noodles while they're shopping, and they don't kick them out.
Now, what's interesting is when I was at Gun Channels just now, when I tried to go to another channel, it gave me the error. But then when I went back to the main lobby, it was fine.
As long as you don't refresh that lobby, you'll be all right. If you make the mistake of refreshing the lobby, that's when you'll get burned.
Yeah, I was watching the other chat, and I refreshed, and it didn't come back.
But we're trying to make it happen out there for you folks out there in the YouTubes and the gun channels and the podcasts of the future.
This way we eliminate all the weak people. They have to know that Pink hosts a lobby and he does it on a separate channel, and they got to go watch that separate channel.
Yeah.
And they'll hear about the email link. So it's survival of the fittest. If you can't deal, you can't chat.
Right.
I mean, I got a folder with everybody's channel bookmarked in it. So in case something goes wrong, I can just go straight to it.
That's pretty smart. Actually, we should come up with some alternative things for, like, if shit goes down. Somebody texted me, or whatever they call it on Facebook, Kickstarter, I think, or in one of those crowdsourcing things, for a little dealie that's about the size of a donut with an antenna sticking out of it that you plug into your USB, and then it is a radio to another one of those units, and they allow you to text and send files. I'm not sure if there's a size requirement, but anyway, you can text and send files via this little remote control donut as opposed to the internet. So It seems pretty
Awesome.
appealing if you wanted to send, and it also encrypts them, special encryption each time, so pretty secure and untethered ability to connect to things with USB. Sounds kind of neat. Anyway, I asked Hosh about it. He said they're not quite as cool as they could be. We're ham, so we can just build something. So there's a couple of more do-it-yourself kind of things that are a little bit more powerful or whatever. But I like the concept and I like the idea. It's being made by somebody in Sweden though. But anyway, we should come up with that shit, because if the ultimate shit does happen, it ain't gonna do us no good to all be standing around with our thumbs up our butts with our own guns. We should have some way to communicate as well.
Absolutely.
There are ways to do it with like hams. You just basically connect your computer to a ham and then do all your data, blah blah blah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's what ham radio's for.
Fax machine.
Yeah, but maybe we should start maybe a little put your money where your mouth is kind of efforts. When we got those $35 ones, maybe we can get Hosh to tell us if it's feasible to rig those inexpensive ones. If a $35 one can do regular work, maybe the ones that used to be $400 or $500 that can do internet or telemetry or whatever it's called, maybe those are less expensive now. And if so, maybe we can all grab some and just start practicing for when the net is down.
That would be cool.
So I take it my suggestion last week of
I keep saying I want
channels
to
communication satellites out of the question.
I would like a gun channels communication satellite.
I
Well, I
just
know
want
about Zeke and Dano, but did Yankee and No get mail yet?
What do you mean, did I get mail? Oh, yeah, yes,
Regular mail.
yes. I got it today. I haven't
I know.
opened
Yours and Matt's were like literally the first ones I made, so they're not as good as they will be, but I'll keep working and learning
I
the
haven't
machine.
opened it yet. So.
Postal mail?
Yeah. Regular old-fashioned, then you letter code.
Why is he breaking up so bad? Is he just breaking up for me, or is it for everybody?
It's for everybody.
Yeah.
Knows how to rough go.
I'm going to blame Instagram for all this shit today. It's because they're our First Amendments.
Am I breaking up again?
Well,
Yeah.
a little
A little
bit.
bit. You've never been not breaking up for me, at least. You've
You
always
just
been
sound
kind
like
of
your
sporadic.
speaker is in water. That's all.
Then I should get out of the pool.
Just a little water, though, not like it's way underwater.
I'm in the shallow end. Yeah, so, gee, you were talking in the university chat earlier, like the evolution of the blog thing, and I was talking about the days of the newsletter and stuff like that. Did you guys ever do the fax machine rings, like where you would sign up for a service? One of them that I used to get, they would fax the newsletter to you. So we would get it on the fax machine, and everybody like make their notes and copies and fax them back. And then we'd get like random faxes and with the IDs of where they were going, and that was like literally one of the dumb things we used to do during the day. Like it was a chat.
That sounds cool, actually.
I keep expecting him to tell us that he is the superior species, and then he's going to annihilate us, exterminate us.
Well, I am the superior species, but I wouldn't do that because you amuse me.
There we go. So keep us around for a little while longer.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Sounds like a Dalek.
When the fax machines were a thing, they were too expensive for anybody I knew to have them to just play with or whatever. Like they cost money, and I remember counting paper and shit. So by the time they got to where you could fuck with them, nobody was using them anymore.
Dude, I remember seeing the first word processor I ever saw in my life was in my attorney's office, and it was like my parents' attorney at the time. You could literally bury the body of a small village in the computer case, and it ran 2 green screen terminals and an old oak leaf like computer-operated typewriter. It wasn't even like a printer at that point yet. It was the most barbaric thing I'd ever seen.
I definitely remember seeing those. Or the one that was literally the suitcase one. It was supposed to be, air quotes, portable.
Those are
And
luggable.
Yeah,
Luggable.
there you go, luggable. And it had like the, 4 to 6 inch screen maybe, and it was either amber or green.
It's called monochrome.
Okay, but it was either amber or the ones were green. But
Yep.
yes, I gotcha.
You are correct.
I remember like a couple of accountants that we had. The girls were like so tiny they were like barely larger than those old compact luggables.
Always good to keep them around.
That's the one thing that puts a date on the movie Lethal Weapon to me and stabilizes my age. The fact that Rogers got the old Motorola cell phone with a two-piece lunch pail with a cord and like the house handset on it.
Nice. Yeah.
You had a bag phone?
No, Roger. I'm getting too old for this shit. Danny Glover.
Murtaugh. Roger Murtaugh was his name.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
No, actually, my first quote-unquote cellular phone was a car phone, and it was back in the day when it only worked in the car, like it wasn't really an actual cell phone.
That's what my grandpa had in his truck because it was for be able to get a hold of the service station or the service station could get a hold of him. And it was a Motorola, and it was literally like the phone that's part of the dash almost. You know, it's attached to the dash. It's like your old-fashioned handset, and it yeah, I definitely remember that.
That rotary dial's a bitch on a bumpy road.
Well, he did mention, don't touch the fucking phone more than once. And then let's just say I listened to what Grandpa had to tell me. Pretty much 99.99% of the time.
Because that point other 1% of the time was punctuated with like a wooden spoon or a stick or a shoe.
Grandpa never needed that. That would be maybe Grandma, but Grandpa give you that cuff upside the head kind of thing that would shake you back to reality kind of a thing if you were lost in some fucking twisted thinking you were in charge or something like that.
Now, you know what would make a phenomenal Marvel franchise? And I've pitched this before, but nobody bid on it. I want to do like a superhero league of the mothers of our youths. Like my grandmother was known for being able to wield a wooden spoon like a samurai. Okay. My other friend's mom could be chasing you down the street full blast and flick her slipper off over her shoulder and throw it at you and hit you.
I would say, and hit you with it while you were still running and they were running.
These immigrant, the gypsy freaking whatever. I mean, the Irish, because, you know, all the Italian in the Bronx, the neighborhoods were mixed Italian-Irish. So you have all the Italian Strigaria witches and all the Celtic witches. We were doomed. Okay, our mothers had supernatural powers that make like the leads of Justice Halls of Star Trek Wars look lame.
Yeah, they could put a hex on you like you wouldn't believe.
My grandmother was known for being one of the toughest people to ever come out of King County, male or female. And one of the best stories ever is when she was 14 years old, she decided she was going to swim across the Ohio River. And my great-grandfather wouldn't allow it because he said the current was too strong and she'd end up drowning. So her brothers ran up and told on her that she was swimming across the river. And he ran down, and she was already a good, bit offshore. So he jumped in his boat, ran out to her, tried to get her in the boat. She wouldn't. So he took his belt off and beat her all the way across the river. But she still swam all the way across the river with him beating her all the way.
And I bet she set a record time doing it.
Yeah.
She was a mean, mean lady. No one ever messed with her.
To sum up my youth in a sentence, if it weren't for negative reinforcement, there would have been no reinforcement at all.
I like that. But again, it kind of teaches respect and responsibility. I mean, it's one thing if they're
I wish I had more supportive. I wish I had more supportive parents, because I think I would have turned out to be more if I'd had more supportive parents. But so I try to be better than my parents. But I gotta remember, my parents became parents when they were 15 years old. So.
Hey man, they let you live.
Yeah.
That's the start of it, right?
I mean, I don't have parents that ever supported me or encouraged me. They never did any of that stuff. I mean, my family is more of a, if you go to college in my family when I was younger, they'd be like, "Oh, you think you're better than me?" That kind of thing.
Nice.
but not so much nowadays. More of us are college educated now, but back then it was rough going. And you you didn't get anything below an A in school. If you got anything below an A, you were a failure. You never got praised for getting A's, but boy, you'd be harassed for getting a B or a C. So I try to be a little more supportive to my kids than my parents were.
That's only because a B is losing.
And in my family, you didn't go to college when you got out of high school. You got a fucking job and started earning a living and had a family. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. So.
Yeah, that was definitely a run, Forrest, run moment for me.
All right, so I threw a link in there to the Washington Post's story, an opinion by David Kopel, whose name sounds familiar, but I don't know who it is. Off the top of my head, I guess I'll click on it.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
He looks like some kind of pro-gun guy. He's research director at Independence Institute, so maybe he's just a freedom researcher. Anyway, his position is contrary to Yankee, I believe, because he's saying that he's describing every town's background check law and how it impedes firearm safety training and self-defense. So he goes into the situation that we're in, that Bloomberg has the wherewithal and the ambition to do this garbage with the background checks everywhere. And then he goes through to define the I guess he's describing the Oregon one. Oh, he says Oregon and Washington, so it sounds contrary to what Yankee says, but basically he says how horrible it is, draconian and whatever. And then I haven't read the whole thing, and then it gets into self-defense, and I guess he's saying that since Heller says we have this ability to defend ourselves, and this impedes that ability because it doesn't allow for transfers, it lets somebody borrow a gun if they need to, like a single mom who might need it for a month at a time without actually buying it from you or something. Then it gets into safety training and how, to be an actual safety class, you'd have to, break open a shotgun or open a revolver and just do things that you can't do with fake guns necessarily as easily. And, anyhow, just figured I'd throw that out there. What do you guys think? It seems like going through the AZCDL's stuff, and this one seems like one that a lot of people had opinions about. What do you guys think about it?
Does handing someone a gun constitute a transfer?
If you
in this training atmosphere,
and Washington doesn't necessarily say here's exactly what a transfer is, and here's a whole bunch of lists, here's all the bullet points of what exactly a transfer is. It just describes it. So I think it's up for interpretation.
I can't give someone a gun. I can't give my neighbor a gun to take to the range. I can give him a gun at the range to shoot while I'm there, but I can't give it to him and let him take it to the range.
But I think what I'm saying the discrepancy is if you guys went out front of your house, or I don't know, somewhere like the gun shop or something, somewhere you might be, you're just having a discussion. He's like, "Hey, can I see that revolver?" And then you hand it to him.
No, it's not transfer if we're still present. They've already, yeah.
Ownership,
but if you,
presence is the distinction.
If you remember, before they put this up in Washington and Oregon, the wording that you just described is when people started to vocalize protest to this thing, they said, well, it doesn't explicitly say you can't do this, it doesn't explicitly say you can't do that. And then our side said, yeah, but it could be interpreted that way. And then they said, yeah, but that's not what the spirit of it is, and they would never interpret it that way. And bingo, now it's interpreted that way.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what I think the problem is. There isn't a bunch of court cases or arrests where...
Right, there's no precedent.
Yeah, we just have what they call it, a procedural statement from the legislature that states that, as long as the owner's present, it's not a transfer. But if I leave the premises or leave the area, that's a transfer.
Yeah, and even at the gun, we had mentioned this before, at the Gun Rights Policy Council, that one speaker said that in a lot of jurisdictions, it's not a problem of attorneys or pro bono or money, it's a problem that they have no defendant or no
precedent.
Harm parties.
Yeah, there's no one that has standing to make any claims. So
Exactly. I couldn't think of the term.
I mean, I just think it's absurd because it's not gonna do what it sets out to do. You're not gonna stop like illegal transfers necessarily, or whatever an illegal transfer is. You're not
Well,
gonna
they're gonna
stop,
find
you
that.
know, back alley deals. You're not gonna eliminate the black market.
So one of the comments is, I love how they repeat Bloomberg law, Bloomberg law. We ought to perpetuate this when it comes time to fight in Arizona. Never refer to it as universal background checks, but exclusively refer to it as Bloomberg law. Never let them forget it. What do you guys feel about that?
Interesting use of rhetoric.
Well, we need to speak with intent. They definitely speak with intent.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that's
I don't know if I
it's a
agree
smart thing to do.
because it's empowering Bloomberg, and what he wants is doesn't give a shit about he doesn't give a shit about firearms laws. He doesn't give a shit about nothing except being more famous, right? So that's giving him exactly what he wants. If he can go down in history as the guy who blah 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 the Bloomberg law, I mean, wouldn't that give him a freaking permanent boner? And so I don't know.
That's the same logic behind dissenters of Obamacare. They don't call it the Affordable Health Care Act, they call it Obamacare. This is called the deterministic screen. The way we project it affects how other people perceive it, and it may help persuade them or change their views upon what it actually is, or its effectiveness.
And don't know because this is fucked as far as their way to do this, but I think this comment is in relation to this somehow. I'm trying to figure it out. So a part of a larger comment that has nothing to do with anything. So it says, is the goal of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety to reduce the number of cars in the hands of Americans and define certain classes of Americans who can never own cars? And I just don't know what the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety is, but I think I know where he's going with that. Like, is it trying to think other groups who care about safety? Are they really trying to restrict stuff?
What the National Highway Safety Institute is the official investigative body of what constitutes transportation safety. So if the government's going to take any recommendations on changing any policies, it's going to come from their research.
Yeah.
So that's basically the parallel he's drawing there is the structure they're creating of are we going to create this entire governing body now as to who can and who can't and what kind of firearms and all that thing. If we let the power expand like it was the NTHB.
Right. I mean, individuals who legislate against items or acts or whatever, they tend to be more pragmatic than anything. Like, if the real concern is safety, then pragmatism will be their default, not necessarily ban everything. Because in the early 20th century, when prostitution became rampant and disease became rampant, there were scholars who didn't say we need to ban prostitution. They're just no, we need to provide care, centralize the infected peoples, and just isolate the problem to where it's not a social ill. And they hate, philosophically they hated the institution of prostitution, but they're not saying we need to ban it. And then ultimately it did get banned on a large scale, but it didn't really get rid of the problems. So the whole notion of prohibition eliminating the issues is just absurd, and there's tons of historical precedent for that. The people who genuinely care about the issue are the pragmatists who try to address the issue in other ways, not necessarily restricting items or actions or anything like that. Same thing with alcohol in the 1930s. Same thing.
such a wuss. Literally, I'm sitting here swearing at my computer because it's so hard to read this horrible, like, listserv shit thing where it like repeats everything 3 fucking times, and I'm not. I've lost my ability to like blur out the parts I've already read, so I keep reading things 3 times, and I'm like, what the fuck? I just read this.
I hate how some of these comment pages are set up. It's really annoying.
Yeah, this is a really old one. Okay, because I can't tell where their signature lines are. I'm not used to the shit yet, so they're having another one. If we were done on that one, I think this is the start of it. We may posture to the contrary, but humans make virtually all decisions based on emotions, not logic. That's why the left kicks the butt. They understand it. Logical arguments are losing arguments, except when preaching to the choir, and even then they only resonate because of the emotional connection, feeling of righteousness. So we all agree. We've said that a million times. So then one guy comes up with something we always say, or we usually ends up coming up, that wonders if the latest NRA ads featuring the non-stereotypical gun owners are going to help achieve that goal. And then I'm going to scroll down, and I think this is the rest. And to a great extent, the success of the emotion mongers can be traced to the elimination of debating context and the disappearance of, to a great extent, the success of emotion mongers can be traced to the elimination of debating and the disappearance of rhetoric and oratory classes in the institutions now laughingly called schools. So now derided as mere rhetoric by the semi-literate, the words of a skilled orator consisted of 3 parts: the standing of the individual, his reputation as an expert or as a leading citizen, the command of the facts under debate, and the obvious display of emotional investment in his position. Every great statesman, every great litigator has swayed his audience with both his command of facts and the passion he conveys. Or on a more personal scale, the next time you're at a gun show, listen to some of the top recruiters for ACCL or NRA. They have the same facts as everyone behind the table, but they don't just recite them, they make you feel them. It's awesome.
Well, I mean, that's just like a tangent from like Aristotle and ethos, pathos, and logos. Those are the elements of rhetoric and persuasive speech. Ethos being your credibility, pathos being your appeals to emotion, and logos being your appeals to logic. That's like fundamental. But I mean, Aristotle was incredibly critical of pathos.
When do you learn that? I mean, I've heard those words, and I've maybe heard them.
It's been repeated to me throughout my academic career in college, in every single communications class that I've taken.
I probably heard
it. It's 101.
College.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm not saying that to insult anybody. It's just something that's been really ingrained in me, and if you think about it, it's very fundamental information, and it's something that I feel everyone should be aware of.
Yeah, I hear you. When you say that it's basic, that makes me think that since I've barely got a grasp of the concepts, then is it crazy to suggest maybe we have a GunChannels University where we just talk about the elements of effective, I don't want to say communication.
I would be totally on board with that, because I mean, part of me joining this is to apply a lot of the things that I've learned in my academic career.
Right on.
I think we think about, and the ways in which we express our opinions are invariably based in these very old ideas that have existed for a long time, and I feel like if we have a more fundamental understanding of that, then we can be more effective in conveying what we want to convey and fighting our fights.
And along with that, you know, after that comes the trivium, which is how to take it, and because everybody says now, do your research, do your research, do your research. How many people were ever taught how to do research? How many people even know there's a structure to doing research?
And shit, I learned how to do research with a fucking Dewey Decimal System, walking around a pile of books all fucking day. So.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, you know, that's the whole point. At some point in time, you get exposed to that logical structure. And people nowadays, schools nowadays, they don't teach you how to think. They just teach you how to parrot. And YouTube, you know, people just watch videos and repeat with no experience whatsoever.
Right.
And you know, part of research, you know, is being aware of the logical fallacies, being aware of the process of being able to take that information and put it together and have some discernment in there. Because the people that are making these websites and writing these articles to make these TV shows, they're masters at this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's schools you go to that specialize in social engineering and
it's called sophistry.
psychological manipulation and all of that. So it most definitely, we're seeing it more and more on our side. You guys were talking about it earlier when you were talking about the gun blogs. Some of the gun blogs have resorted to the same distortions as the other side has. And it's just a matter of, one side of the coin says, we're in this battle, it's like, fight fire with fire.
Right.
But it's not always appropriate to fight fire with fire. Sometimes you have to take a different tack, and sometimes the other person's strategy is not really your strong point. So since they already have this impassioned argument, and they perceive us as collectively, gross generalization, they perceive us as the evil side, okay? And they perceive themselves as the good side. And we have the same thing. We perceive ourselves as the good side, and we perceive them as the evil side. And the bottom line is, if you butt heads like that, who's going to win? Well, by default, they're going to win. No, they will win. Because when it comes to the battle of emotions, we're already the bad guys. So then we become emotionally crazy bad guys.
Right.
And what's the first thing that we do when we see them, the peace lovers, threaten if they want us killed? That was one of the big things this week, of how all these peace lovers and, they want safety and they want all this, but they want us all murdered. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
Since that's the situation that you're up against, you have to be careful how you wage the battle back and forth. So yeah, I think that's a great thing to talk about, since like we've been saying, you talk about the same stuff over and over again, and sometimes you need to just kick around completely new, asymmetric responses.
Yeah, and it almost kind of irks me when I see pro-gun individuals kind of resort to similar tactics or resort to pathos, because it's just like you kind of just you're like stooping to their level. You get what I'm saying? And it's just like it's kind of
yeah, but it's fundamentally deconstruction.
Right. And if we want to be on moral high ground and we want to really persuade people through that means, then we need to not resort to those tactics. We need to stay objective, and we need to continue to convey what we ought to convey without resorting to them.
Oh no, this is not about being on a moral high ground. This is about an effective engagement of an opponent. Okay? If the moral high ground's the way to go, then you take it. If the moral high ground's not the way to go, then you don't. It becomes a matter of what's effective. Okay?
That's the thing. When you get into pragmatics like that, you're into very dangerous territory. And then you stoop to pathos, and you stoop to, tactics that we would easily lambast the other side for.
Exactly.
And then they're just going to fire right back at us with the same thing. It's like,
But they're lambasted because of the appropriateness of them, not because of a blanket, just decision that it's inappropriate. Okay, that's part of the thing is we carve ourselves into these troughs, and it becomes like the World War I trench warfare, and we both carve our trenches, and neither one of us wants to move out of the trench or give anything up. Okay, so you have that thing that this go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and lose a foot, gain a foot, lose a foot, gain a foot. Okay, so that's the cycle that we talk about breaking. Not always being on the defensive, not always being quiet and just trying to stay under the covers when there's nothing to fight, but being more proactive. All those things.
Oh, I agree. I just think that we can do that without resorting to what are perceived as underhanded tactics. Because the thing is, like, you can glorify and demonize any tactic that you want. It's very easy. If after a mass shooting, all the gun owners say, "Oh, well, we need to do this and that," they're like, "Oh, well, you're like walking on the backs of the dead. You shouldn't be doing that." If we say nothing, it's like, "Oh, we're not acting. We need to act now." Like, if someone hates you, they're gonna find justification to hate you. It's just it's so easy to label an action as good or bad, regardless of who's saying it or what effect that action actually has. That's what's scary about it. So you can glorify and demonize anybody for doing anything at any given time. It's crazy. The only way you can truly separate a good action from a bad action is by, you know, systematically, objectively analyzing the effects that's going to have, and reasoning out whether or not it makes sense.
Well,
But I mean, and that's like what the anti-gun crowd tries to avoid and subvert with their underhanded.
Only if
those
they-
based-
But all you've done is just supported the argument that I made that you're trying to refute. It quite simply is this: you're right. What's right or what's wrong, what's appropriate or what's inappropriate, is only valid in that particular moment. So there is no such thing as an underhanded tactic. There is no such thing as anything other than is it effective or is it not effective.
I would
No,
just
I
rather
think-
not do it.
I don't think
Sorry,
it's
go ahead, dude.
underhanded. And maybe I'm not understanding. Maybe I'm reading my next point into what I'm hearing from you guys. So let me bring the next point up. And this is, I forget, shit. It went to here, I think. So he says, shit, there's one coming. He says, yeah, we can stay away from mentioning, okay, whatever. We get a, okay, so fuck, this was about the persuade through reaction but reach with emotion. It was about the emotional appeals or whatever. So somebody comes in here with a bunch of answers to previous questions, and then he suggests, get a picture of a cute little girl with a caption that reads, protect your children, vote no on Proposition X. And then it goes on to the next one, which is what inevitably I think it tends to go towards in our groups. And then the next guy says, effective, twisted a little bit with a father protecting his little girl and property against the government peacefully with a rifle at the front door and the armed military pointing rifles at the man with his little girl behind him. That guy took it, I didn't even read the whole thing. I thought he had taken it to protect the father from like a bad guy. So he took it straight from bad guy all the way up to tyranny. And I guess my question is, it's not that it's underhanded, it's just I don't know if it's going to be truly effective. It might be effective for them.
It's overly rhetorical, that's the thing.
And they're willing to overlook things, but since we can't do that morally, or just we can't responsibly overlook stuff, then we can't depend on pure emotion. And then,
Well, no, here, look at it this way, G, because we say this all the time. Here is the appropriate emotional argument. We talk about this, is take, quote unquote, take a liberal shooting. Okay, forget about self-defense, forget about the Constitution, forget about all that shit. Okay, and focus on not paying attention to them. And I'm not saying all of us. I'm saying we all have our niches and things we can do. Okay, but promote the positive aspects of shooting, the bond with the parents and the children, the outdoorsmanship, the competition thing, the little girls and shooting. Okay, that is a pure emotional appeal. Okay, that is an appropriate use of their tactic back against us.
Okay, I got you. I guess I go straight to thinking the sucker, like, gotcha, like.
I wish a motherfucker would.
Yeah,
No,
that is.
no.
I mean,
Just the little girl sitting there with the shadow over her, like the emotional draw. But I hear what you're saying, to use emotion, but in a more.
It's
positive,
like negative pathos versus positive pathos. I can get behind that.
But what happens is that we get so wrapped up, depending upon what area of the community you identify yourself with, we get all wrapped up with the thing of our emotional response to them is always more hostility back. So yeah, it sucks for the tree huggers to say, I hope somebody shoots you and your kids, okay? And it may be an emotional attack against us, but when we respond back negatively with more emotional, yeah, I wish a motherfucker would, okay? Since we're already the evil party, we lost that way.
Right.
Oh, no, I guess I was thinking if we go with the little girl being scared in the dark or whatever, and say, whatever it said here, protect your children, vote no on Proposition X. Like, that alone seems weak. Like, that's not...
Well, there are, like, emotional appeals to, like, pleasantness and emotional appeals to fear.
Let me finish this, though.
Yeah.
So then what my concern is, when we take it to the dad protecting his little girl, then we go to this dependence on personal protection as, well, two things. We go to our dependence on personal protection as our justification for our continued right to own arms. But then we also, and this is the thing I'm not having good, I'm not able to get across.
Sensationalized fear mongering.
Hold on, we're appealing to people who have no interest or ambition to protect anyone. Their interest is to run the fuck out of there, to grab the kid and run, or to scream or to run. They don't run towards, they run away. So when we go to this appeal to the protect your child, they protect their child in a totally different way, so it's lost on them. And then I think we've at best lost it, we've missed them, but at worst we've enforced this, like, oh, they're those guys from high school that were like jocks or whatever, and of course they're going to protect their kid. But what about us? We've increased that gap. So I guess my concern is if we allow this emotional thing to become this, like, it's all about our protection and our family and this and that. And even if you get to tyranny, which of course it's important, but if we get to tyranny with these people, they don't even, that is so far beyond reality to them, they can't even fathom the concept of the government turning against them. The government is their freaking god. They would never acknowledge that it could happen. So when we go to there, logically or for whatever moral, we know that that's an important thing, even though I at least figure it's never going to happen. But I definitely would never lose the option to be able to defend against it. But these people think that we think, oh, who cares what they think? But you know what I'm saying? We're enforcing this divide where I like what you're saying by just saying, hey, we're playing with puppies and there's a gun nearby and we shoot, and that encourages our kid to learn skills and strength and confidence. Then we've dodged it completely and we've done positive stuff with their emotional shit.
And you can actually apply that same thing to the self-defense situation that you just presented. My problem with the situation you presented is not the situation. My problem is the fact that it's fear-mongering because of what you just said. Those people that you're trying to get the message out to don't have the same opinions of protection and self-defense that we do. Okay? So basically, they're confused, and all they see is, hey, you're trying to scare me into taking your side. You're trying to scare me. So take that self-defense situation and give it some of that. Rob Pincus does this great, because he's got like a whole bunch of stuff about defending your home. He turns it literally into, you know, a fluffy bunny thing. It's a safe house. It's a happy house. There is no fear here. That's what we want to show. Now, if you want to do the self-defense thing from a positive emotional light, don't portray the fear-mongering, portray the fact that, like, we're not afraid. Our house is the happy, safe place to be.
Yeah, you show kids playing on the street, you show doors open, and you show, like, everybody smiling in the future, not the 50s. And then you pan back and say, thanks to the fact that nobody knows who might be carrying, criminals are extinct or some shit, or have some, like...
Right. Everyone is strapped.
I mean, you know, like, criminals are extinct.
RFP with some new shutters and a fresh coat of paint.
Right.
I wonder if, like, every town and these people sit around and think about how they're going to, like, change people like our minds. Like, people like us, like our
that's the
minds.
thing. I don't think they care. I don't know if they're like. I don't know if they're like. I don't know if they're evil or just.
Oh, they know
their enemy, and they don't want it. They know their enemy, and there's no intention of changing our minds.
Right. Well, the thing is, like, I don't know if
they don't care. They act. They go for what they want. You know what I mean? Like, that's it.
Adversaries to them. They're in a game. They're getting paid by Bloomberg to be marketing people.
Right. Exactly.
It's dollars and votes and accomplishments and notches. So we're just the adversary in a big game.
Yeah, you have to look at it as you're dealing with two different sets of people.
You've got nothing to lose. All they do is go get a different fucking job. That's it. They lose nothing. They don't give a shit about rights because they don't fucking care about that shit.
Right, so you have this one set, like you just described, who are the power broker side, and they're the ones that are about the control. It's not about the guns, it's about the control. But then you have them having completely taken over the ideological liberals, who are easy to take over simply because they don't live in the here and now. They live in a future of. They live in the future of there are no guns. So nothing you say to them in the here and now really matters. Okay, when there's one of these great tragedies, right away it's like, oh, we have this horrible tragedy. What's the future going to look like? You know, deal with what you need to deal with now, today, in the here and now. But that's not what they do. So you're actually dealing with both of these different psychologies at the same time, which makes it more difficult.
In that link I put in the side, there's a slightly different interpretation into what the Second Amendment means. If any of you guys have time later to check it out,
They've been fighting over that forever.
it's a pretty good little segment.
Yeah, I watched it earlier. It was interesting. What was his deal? That he breaks it down and talks about it from shit. I watched 2 or 3 things today. He at first I was like, oh, okay, he's just gonna break down the sentence structure, but then doesn't he break it down into like 2 groups or something?
Yeah, and then when it comes down to it, it's like he clearly states that it's not about hunting. It's not even really about self-defense or anything like that. It
is about defense against tyrannical government.
Well, no, that's what I was going to say. That the point is
the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist. He brings it back to the actual guys who wrote the fucking thing, and he's like, they all had guns at home. That was a given.
Well, they all agreed that we should be allowed to own them. That there was no disagreement about all of us being able to own them. And basically, what part of the end result of this interpretation or re-examining of it is that they knew or they wanted to provide so that no that they basically put it out there that at some point the government or their standing armies will turn on the populace itself. Like, basically that is why that is there, is to prevent that from ever being able to happen to us. And I mean, I know it kind of sounds kind of tinfoil hatty or whatever, but I thought that it was a great...
No, not one bit, dude. Not one bit. That's the whole thing. It's this being necessary for the security of a free state. So in other words, the requirement to be free is the ability to prevent tyranny. Well, so that's 100% what they were saying.
Right.
Well, and I definitely agree with what I had read and what I had saw. And to me, it kind of threw a little fresh little light from a different angle. That already in agreement with the idea of it. Now I just have a better understanding what and why they may have done it the way they did it.
Right.
The framers and founders.
What bothers me, you gave me that other link that was like an hour long. That English guy. Was he from show that other show?
Yeah, that was the dude from Top Gear, and yeah, that was just solely to.
That guy's
Jeremy Clarkson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a dick.
Dude, Clarkson is based, man.
In this video that I did share earlier this morning for me, probably afternoon for everybody else, it was like the invention of the gun, and it was from BBC like 3 or whatever, and it definitely had a slant going. I'm not gonna.
Right. So the first 10 minutes you ignore because he's a dick, but then it was actually awesome because then he talks about like stuff you don't think about every day, that how guns started, right? China.
The steam engine and all that, yeah.
Once they figured out barrels and the technology of barrels, right? Then somebody figured out, well, you cut a barrel and it's better than if you just mold a barrel or forge it or whatever. Yeah. And then they figured out spiraled rifling and that shit. That immediately applied to this guy making steam engines and was like, oh shit, I can make my piston way better now. So boom, all of a sudden we have that. And the thing that is, and then he talks about, it's all fucking English, so he acts like everything was English first, and then we came along and stole it.
Pretty much.
Eat all that bullshit. What I liked is that the aspect of firearms that isn't brought up enough, and what Hawkeye and Z and I were talking about in private chat earlier, this might be something I'd be down for. What his idea would be to examine firearms and its role in the United States, and the United States obviously has a role in freedom in the world. So, we started with kings and shit. We started with like tribes and the boss of tribes or whatever they were, and then It was that power structure. You never could move. There was no moving up. You had to be born into it, and occasionally one or two people got, married into it. But it was, you were stuck. You were stagnant. And then America came along. The United States came along, and we changed all that shit. Everybody copied off us. Now the world's different, right? And that all is based on our ability to be what we are, and that's rooted like so freaking much in firearms. Like literally, that stupid English show brought it all back up again. But again, interchangeable parts was guns, and interchangeable parts is every fucking commercial shit we got today. Everything that allowed for factories, which allowed for all the, the Industrial Revolution and shit, is guns. And yeah, we should be super proud of that shit. The same way people are proud of like cheese or whatever the hell crap that's not great.
Well, I watched another video by another YouTuber who exclaimed that like if you think that we shouldn't use items that were developed for military application. I mean that's one of the primary purposes of firearms is military application and killing people. We can't get away from that. But it's like if you denounce that, then you have to denounce basically every major technological innovation ever. Microwaves, planes, everything is developed through
military applications.
Also in conjunction with military applications, and it's all this like it's this ever flowing thing, and it's just necessity is the mother of invention, and it's like what's more necessary than protecting your neck?
Well, that was one of the things in this video that G-Webs is talking about. I mean, it ended up having an influence on how Ford ended up doing his oh, come on.
His
assembly line. It
Right.
also had an effect to, that's how they ended up doing gas lights on the streets. It also had an effect on, what was it? Medical advances. Because if not for some of the things you had to have, the advancements in medicine wouldn't have progressed potentially as fast or in areas. I mean, yes, it was.
Right. I don't understand it. Are they apologists for Nazis? They must be, because they were making it seem like we were the aggressors somehow in World War II. I'm not used to that, so that was a little bit tough to get through. But I guess if you look at it from the aspect that war brings the innovation.
Well, and he tried to paint the fucking rainbow and butterflies too. That he even implied. Now, I hope it was a writer, and he doesn't personally think this, but he implied that there may have not been world wars and shit if there wasn't guns, if there weren't firearms in general.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's so ridiculous. Like, for example,
explains a lot.
Right. We've been killing each other for a very long time.
That explains Genghis Khan, the Roman Empire, the British Empire,
massive
fucking
archery or something. We'd have bows.
The Holy Crusades. Shit,
more people have been killed by blunt and edged weapons than will ever be killed by guns.
Oh, that's interesting because I was going through this stuff, and one of the interesting things is the number of CCW holders in Arizona. And as I was tallying or whatever those numbers for the Arizona CCW statistics, it made me wonder, since it's growing not rapidly but it's growing steadily, what crime rates were doing. So I went and did just a couple of minutes of research, probably while that thing from the BBC was on, and it took me like 2 seconds to find the maybe it's basically State Police Department of Public Safety or something link that had pretty good summaries of every year back to 2002 crime numbers for Arizona. And as I was looking through that, trying to figure out the numbers I needed, I saw just that we have X amount of murders, basically a murder a day now, and something like 200 and something of them are other. Like that means pushing people off of stuff or beating them to death or something. And then the next biggest chunk was blunt instruments. Guns were like 50 or something. It's crazy, and somehow they're the problem.
And I mean,
I actually think that's a good thing to pursue as far as the other uses, because that's one of the big problems that the pro-gun side has with making the argument of like, well, what about a car, what about this, what about that? As far as the opposition is concerned, a gun was only ever created with one single purpose, and that was to kill someone. Okay, so they always make the argument of, well, you know, the cars, that's not its primary purpose. That's not its primary purpose. So if you are going to do a show like that or a podcast like that, yeah, it'd be great. And it would be one of those things where you want to actually talk about the gun as little as possible, or just how it ties into you know, the other developments. But I think that strengthens up a couple of things that, you know, we always get knocked down for.
Well, the other thing about demonizing the firearm as a device for killing is that you automatically assume that all killing is intrinsically and wholly wrong. And that we're never utilitarian about life, and I think to some extent that's absurd. I think there are people who, especially people who choose to endanger the lives of others and who choose to not consider the lives of others when they rape or kill or whatever, as if like their lives are equal to yours or mine. I think that's a bit absurd, and that's a conversation that's something that you have to tread lightly around. But I think that's something that people fail to consider when it's like, oh, guns kill people. It's like, yeah, but we as a society depend on our guns to kill people in Afghanistan or in, you know, the darkest drug alleys in inner cities, so the cops can go home safe to their wife and children.
But that person that you're talking about is going to dismiss the war, obviously, because they're anti-war, and they're going to dismiss the police use of lethal force for the same philosophical reason or whatever.
Right, but they still depend on those people. People sleep peaceably in their night knowing that there are people who are willing to do evil on their behalf. Like, it's just...
Yeah, but again, they're going to retreat to that people are willing, that are trained, and I'm comfortable with, and they've been, you know, they're okay. They've been.
Police are not.
I agree with.
Police are not universally well trained. That's the thing.
No, but that again, you're saying not to. That we, you know, I think what you're saying is that we're not going to get to those people.
Well, I think that's what you're trying to say. I'm saying that the only way to conceivably, ethically, and effectively address these concerns is to argue in this manner and to completely eliminate the reasoning or the rationalization behind these arguments. And it's to say like, oh, well, I depend on the cops, so it's like, well, you can't. This is why. Or it's like, you know, or guns are bad, and it's like, well, they're not necessarily bad. They're only bad if you.
Two angles that we don't need to do, I guess. I don't know if I'm saying that the right way, but if you're suggesting that there's people out there that are going to value the life of the criminal, and then they're going to value the life of everybody, including the person the cops are going after. So all I'm saying is I agree with you that there are those people that value all life, and that will be difficult to reach, maybe impossible, maybe not. All I'm saying is I don't think that that's a majority of the people that are out there to be reached. That's a percentage, and perhaps we can figure out ways to address them specifically, but I suspect that there's a whole group in the middle that ain't that person. They can definitely, you know, there's the death penalty. If we had that many people that were against all death, we wouldn't have that.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing that I wanted to bring up. We were talking about the opposition, and I think that, yeah, I think that I think most people, at least in my experience, most people about this issue and many other issues are just very ambivalent, and they just want to go on in their daily lives and just go to work and get their money and buy cheesecake or do whatever it is they do, and they don't think about these things, and so their opinions are derivative of the loudest voice or the most prominent voice, and that's why I'm so weary of the media, and that's why I like things like this, where we try to assemble and convey, you know, a different perspective.
Well, you're right. It's obvious too, or it's evident that that's the case, because if there were people, a large group of people that gave a shit either direction, then things would have moved. They haven't moved very much, and that's because that big group in the middle really don't care. So we're able to keep shifting things in our favor as far as CCW and some other things, and they don't care. So that, again, is evidence that they don't care. So I think one way to look at it might be that there's a certain amount of people on one side of this big mass, and there's us on this side of this big mass, and they know ways to wiggle the blubber so that it does what they want once in a while, and maybe we don't need to worry about the people so much in the middle, as long as we've got enough people on this side to balance out what they're doing, maybe a little more. Ideally, we get enough that they would quit doing it, but I don't know if they're going to. And every time they wiggle, change comes out, and they're making a living doing that.
Right, but I think ideally, what we like the end game is really to educate and inform as many people as possible so that we do have a unanimous understanding of what all this means, or as close to that as possible. And I think it's our duty to convey that. And I mean, especially if we believe the things that we believe, and we believe in like protecting ourselves and all that, then I think that we have a responsibility to, for lack of better terminology, indoctrinate the ambivalent people, or the people who don't consider that, into our way of thinking for their own benefit.
I think that's for our benefit. And I don't think you do that by grabbing them by the collar and pointing them in a direction and doing some dancing from. I think you indoctrinate them by the same way that they got it out of. They indoctrinated it out of our society, just kind of letting people know it's there and not shying away from it, and just not only looking at it more than just after tragedy when they set the stage.
Right, exactly.
And it's one of the most difficult, if not impossible, battles that there is to try to intellectually win an argument with an emotionally decided person. So it's just never going to work.
Right. You can't have a rational argument with an irrational person.
Right. But you're saying like this is our responsibility to go out and do this and go out and do that and go out and do whatever. And like my contention is, again, turn it around and stop with what doesn't work. I mean, we wage this battle of statistics, of who's telling the truth, of who's not telling the truth, and things like that. And really, again, is just put that spin back on the positive. There are people out there that are in the middle. There are people out there that are ambivalent. And you know what? If I had a choice between listening to you articulate some statistical argument with me, or G Webb's going, "Hey man, did you ever shoot a Mac-10?" 99.9 out of 100 people are going to go with the Webbs. I mean, it's just the nature of those people. That's why they're ambivalent to begin with. Okay, so the positive emotional appeal will be your biggest draw to be ambivalent.
Right, I understand that in a pragmatic sense, but I do think that the real, this is completely idealistic. I understand and accept that, but this is the real end game is to build these people up to where they intrinsically understand where they stand and what they're fighting for, and for them to be that way, so that it's not like, so they're not more enthralled about the Mac-10 or more enthralled about the 87,000 babies that died yesterday or whatever. They understand the issue and all of its complexities, and make the decision to reinforce.
Why do I need to understand an issue to decide that shooting a gun is fun? Why do I need to understand an issue to decide riding a motorcycle is fun? Why does it have to be an issue? Okay, if it's not an issue to a certain crowd, you're talking about the ambivalent middle here. So these people don't have an issue either way. Okay, so why present to them an issue and put them in a position to make a decision? Okay, that makes no sense to me.
Because otherwise you're denying them their dignity and you're treating them like pawns, and I just think that that's unethical.
You're denying them of their dignity to be able to make their own decision? That's ludicrous.
Yeah, someone who's like 57 years old who's in the middle, they don't, I mean, honestly, you're a fucking grown-ass person.
They're too far gone.
not that they're too far gone, it's just that it's not an insult to them to say, hey, look, if you haven't made up your mind at this point, in the middle of your fucking life, I guess it's not that important to you. You know what I mean? Like, it's really, that's cool. Like, stay over there in that bubble.
I accept the possibility of a standard of exclusion, but I mean, I still think that the goal should not be to just persuade people.
There'll always be the undecided and the people in the middle, which basically the people in the middle don't give a fuck either way. They don't care if they come door to door and take your AR-15, and they don't care if they don't. So really, they just don't care. So let them just not care anymore. If you want to take them shooting, that helps. I do agree that might help. Other than that,
there's your football analogy, DB. Go on.
My football analogy is no, because that's the side. If someone who's 50 or 40 years old who's never been to a sporting event ever, and you're a diehard Mets fan, and you bring them to a baseball game, you know, maybe they'll like baseball. But if they're a diehard Yankees fan and you bring them to a Mets game and you're a diehard Mets game, you think they're gonna fucking leave and be like, "Wow, you're right. I should stop being a Yankees fan." The Mets really are better than the Yankees in every single way. I'm going to sell all my jerseys and posters and bumper stickers and get rid of my tattoo and go hard and become a Mets fan. This is fucking ridiculous. You know, people in the middle, you can take them shooting. They might like it. They might not like it the first time they go. I've brought people shooting who didn't like it the first time. The second time, they were like, oh, wow, this is what, you know, I'm really not as nervous. This is fun. Whatever. So, I mean, I don't know. The whole thing of, I just get sick and tired of this concern that we have that I really don't think the other side gives a flying fuck, man. They're pawns. Like, those people that you're talking about, they are pawns to those people. And they know that they'll go low information, hit them with the emotional argument, get them to the ballot, take away private sales, let's get universal background checks, let's get registration. Let's use those people that are undecided in the middle, who just don't give a fuck either way. Let's just get them to the polls. If we got to bribe them with candy, let's fucking do it. They'll take away the rights of the 25% of Americans. You know, we can use that other 26% who don't give a flying fuck to take those people's rights, you know, and that's great. That's not the government we have. You know, 51% versus 49. Like, let's just get, you know, do something with that 49. We don't have that kind of government. Unfortunately, that's the way it's going with these gun stuff. With this gun stuff, you know.
We have that kind of society, and then the government we have is influenced by the desires of the individuals within the system, and not necessarily the will of the people or what have you. And these are intrinsic flaws of democracy and republic. Or in the republic as a system, as a governing body, and that's what scares me. But I mean, like, and the other thing I want to say is, like, there's two different types of ambivalent people. There's people who just do not care and have, like, who are willfully ignorant and just don't care, and then there are people who are just ambivalent because they haven't been shown the way, or they haven't been involved in it. Like, I mean, I come from a gun neutral family. Like, the guns were not a part of my lifestyle at all. Like, my grandfather was a veteran, but they didn't shoot regularly. It's just nothing. I just kind of came upon it myself and developed my own interest in it. And I think that if we are a bit more active, no, not active, but I mean, if we are a bit more indoctrinated, I don't even know if that's a word, but it's like, if we are a bit more hands-on and we are a bit more influential toward those who are ambivalent, we may be able to, and I hate to use words like indoctrinate and recruit, because it's not, I mean, it makes me sound like fucking Nazi, but it's like, but I think we need to enable these people to take a stance on this issue for themselves and, like, really see what we believe and what we have to say, so that they can look at that juxtaposed to all the, like, rhetoric on the other side, and then join the fight.
I don't know how many people in here. It's like if they were trying to ban motorcycles, right? And you weren't a fucking avid motorcycle rider. Most people, in their mind, it's fucking crazy to get on a motorcycle. It's just, I mean, I would say at least 50% of the people in America would just think they're just too scared to do it. They wouldn't let their children do it. They don't want their fucking husbands doing it. They don't want their wife doing it, whatever. It would be pretty similar, and you know, it's just hard to, like, recruit a non-motorcycle person into being pro-motorcycle rights when they don't own a motorcycle, and they never will, and they'll never go riding. It's just fucking weird, man. Like, I'm telling you, the fucking other side, they're on another level, man.
Oh, no,
they're not thinking about recruiting.
I'm not worried
pro-gun people to fucking to sell their guns, man. It's like the last thing on their mind.
Between the ability for someone who is concerned about safety and concerned about what other people should own because it affects others, and the motorcycle. So is there some way to parallel in their mind?
Motorcycles are dangerous. Right. They're also
Probably more
fun.
dangerous than guns.
And they're more dangerous than firearms. You know what I mean? That's my analogy there.
Statistically.
The best way to parallel it is exactly the way it's taught when I taught motorcycles in New York State. Okay, part of the stick of the classroom is there is absolutely nothing you can do in this world that is absent risk. Okay, so no matter what activity we're talking about risk management, and this is how you appeal to the people that have never been on a motorcycle before, or you've got the guy who's been riding poorly for 30 years because nobody ever trained him. So there's the parallel is if you have no experience, if you're in the middle, if it's a curiosity, if a friend dragged you or something like that, okay, then it's that situation of, hey, you know what, everything you do is risky. You know, you're driving your car, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing whatever. The vehicle is not inherently risky. The act is not inherently risky any more, any less than anything else that you do. And that argument appeals to people whether they have zero experience at doing something or whether they have like been doing it for a long time and had their share of see Jesus moments.
Yeah. That's a logical argument. And I think there's that NRA video where the guy talks about how we have, you know, pro parks policies and pro institutional policies, but then we just like in America, for whatever reason, we have this intrinsic anti-gun policy. We want to subvert that and avoid that. And I think what we're talking about with the motorcycles is a logical argument. And I think that we need to utilize that more.
And there's another parallel here too. I'd have to like pull out some crap and do some real like investigation. There's a lot of studies done by the Motorcycle Safety Foundation, and universally across the board, because a motorcycle is more inherently dangerous, you're more vulnerable than a car, you have more dangers to manage. Motorcycle riders are better car drivers, they're more attentive, they're more aware and attentive to their surroundings, and statistically speaking, with the insurance data from the MSF, because they're self-insured, statistically speaking, people that have driver's licenses and motorcycle licenses have like incredibly decreased insurance risk because the fact that they've indulged in this activity has made them better at everything else that they do.
Right, and this is what I want. This is what I want us to do for the gun community. Right now, you're making a very reasoned, logical argument in favor of motorcycles. And that's good. Whereas the thing is, like, when someone sees like a jackass motorcyclist being an asshole, and he says, "Hey, you're an asshole," if that guy says, "Well, you're a fucking pussy," then that's kind of, again, that's stooping to their level. Whereas, you know, and I mean, it's time expedient. If you're on the highway or whatever, you can't be like, well, no, actually, here's my statistics, blah blah blah. I get that, but I mean, we shouldn't resort to like the, oh, you're a pussy, or like, you know, we shouldn't resort to that level. One, you got to pick your battles. Two, you got to fight clean but fight well in a phrase. And I think the argument you're making now with motorcycles is more effective than you just saying, oh, you're a fucking pussy because you don't want to ride a motorcycle. It's fun. Fuck you. Like, it's just different. You know what I mean?
No, the only reason I brought that up, the motorcycle thing up, is because a gun-owning, he's like, I'm pro-gun, but I'm pro-gun control guy who's an avid rider, tells me I'm living in fear. He sends me photos of him riding his motorcycle all the fucking time. He's got a helmet on, he's got Kevlar fucking outfit, all this fucking hardcore, it looks like body armor. I was like, you know, it dawned on me. I was like, dude, you know people ride motorcycles without helmets? Would you like it if they were telling you, you're riding in fear, dude? You're riding your motorcycle in fear, you pussy? You're a coward, dude. Why are you even fucking riding that motorcycle? If you're so fucking scared, where you're wearing Kevlar body armor and a fucking helmet and all this other shit, why are you doing it? Like, are you riding in fear? And he didn't like that argument, trust me, he didn't like it. But he was, you know what his argument to me was? I know it's dangerous, that's why I invested all this money in gear and blah, blah, blah. So, like, it was just ridiculous.
I have a right to ride this motorcycle, fuck you.
I have a motorcycle endorsement and a couple bikes, and even counting my time in the military, at the hands of another motorist on my motorcycle, I probably almost died way more times than ever involving a firearm.
Yeah.
Even if I include my time in the military, like literally, it got to the point where I just stopped riding in the city because it was just too dangerous. It was
Yeah.
like every time I took my bike out, or every other time, I would almost get fucking killed by a bitch in an SUV on her cell phone. So.
Oh yeah. Well, no, dude. My grandfather was involved in an accident with a motorcyclist, and the cyclist died. My grandpa made like an illegal turn in an intersection, and the guy T-boned him and went flying in the air and hit the pavement, and died on impact. Now, the guy driving the motorcycle was going double the speed limit, and he was high, so my grandfather didn't end up going to jail or anything. But it's like, and for that reason, and I say that to say this, I don't think I would ever pursue motorcycle. I think that the risks outweigh the benefits. I don't know about the adrenaline rush. I have no clue. But I would never tell someone not to motorcycle. I would just say, I mean, that's your deal.
Yeah.
You know the risks involved, or maybe you don't, but it's like you're free to do that.
I can't. It's not that far-fetched to imagine a government who became very anti-motorcycle and started talking about no more motorcycles. You know,
Right,
to me, that's
absolutely.
not that crazy, and
Well, yeah.
it's like prohibition. Like in 1919 or whatever, if you were like, like you drank liquor, you'd be like, we got to find these people in the middle, and we got to get them drunk. Like, that's the only way to get their, it's just fucking ridiculous. The people who never drank didn't really care either way. I'm sure they were pawns in the game, just like nowadays. These people are fucking pawns. And
all the rich.
it's a waste.
Nowadays,
just
you got the potheads, and they didn't go around getting everybody high to agree to vote for their referendums and shit,
Yeah,
right?
they use the exact same weapon that Bloomberg's using, which is that public initiative ballot, and getting that 51% vote. That's all that matters.
The thing with the gun control thing and the prohibition thing run hand in hand, because you got these people, these rich fucking politicians, like being like, well, you shouldn't have alcohol, it's fucking the devil's juice or whatever. We're taking it all away. And meanwhile, they're going to their high-end speakeasies in the top floor of some hotel and drinking like top shelf fucking liquor every night, smoking cigars, and then going down in the morning and telling us what we couldn't drink. Well, probably like Bloomberg's grandfather. Well, these same politicians now are telling us that we shouldn't have these guns to protect ourselves, that we should,
bodyguards
we should be
and
disarmed. Meanwhile, they're walking around with bodyguards, armed to the teeth, fucking shadowing their every
Can you
move.
imagine? Can you imagine, dude? It's like them saying, "I'm pro liquor, I'm pro alcohol. I just don't think you should have red wine and scotch. What's wrong with beer?
Right.
Like, what's wrong with white wine and beer?
Cans.
Like,
you can't have high capacity beer cans, man.
Exactly. Well, no more six packs. We're just gonna sell one. We're gonna tax it. Let's. I mean, it's the same
Oddly
shit,
enough,
dude. It's all the same bullshit, dude.
Oddly enough, 40-ounce bottles are illegal in the state of Florida. You can only buy a 32-ounce bottle of malt liquor.
That's what I call the war on the poor. You know what I mean? Like, when you're poor and you want to get some beer, like, that's the war on the poor, dude. Like, who can't, like, so somebody can't buy a 40-ounce, but they can go buy 10 fucking 16-ounce cans.
Right. Yeah. And as if that somehow pragmatically or morally or ethically makes a difference.
Well,
It does not.
Let's face it. These laws.
That's what I'm concerned with, is making a difference.
These
I
don't know what to call them. These laws that are like about people's whether it's alcohol or smoking pot or banging a
prohibitive
prostitute or
morality laws.
Or thank you, morality laws. They only affect the poor people. They only affect us. They don't affect the people at the top that actually weasel these laws in. Like if Bloomberg wants to like do a line of coke off a hooker's butt while taking a Jaeger fucking shot, he can afford to do it, even if all that shit's illegal, because he's rich, and he will. People like that do anyway.
Yeah, cost prohibitive laws upset me.
You got your rich kid gets fucking drunk as shit, runs over like 5 people in your Escalade, and yet you can get him off of fucking, you get enough lawyers in there, you can get him off going to jail for the rest of his life because, and call it you can make some freaking, what did they call that shit that kid didn't get? influenza.
He was
or
like a
something.
victim of privilege or something like
Yeah,
that.
some
It's like a
bullshit.
spoiled
Yeah, right.
motherfucker. Was it?
Affluenza.
Affluenza. Yeah, like,
Affluenza.
I mean, seriously, like it gets to the
Bullshit.
point where we got to start questioning why they are like trying to push these morality laws. And I can understand maybe I don't agree with
Well,
Joe
that's just the
Schmo who wants
that's the
who wants
reasoning
to.
they invite in the first place. But I mean, ultimately, it's that's the thing. Like, it's to me, it's like it's so retarded that I don't understand. Like, either they're like either they're intrinsically evil, like they're agents of the fucking devil, or they're really ignorant, or both. And it's like I can't even conceive of someone that would do this. It just blows my mind the way they go about pursuing things and the reasons that they use for pursuing them that don't hold water at all.
Yeah, but that's
It
part
just
of
blows my mind.
that's part of the problem. You just said it. You can't perceive, you can't fathom their side of the argument. So how are you going to defeat it? Because the fact of the matter is, one of the classes of people that we're talking about, these people honestly and genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing. They have that same visceral emotional response that we do. And I'm not talking about like to propaganda. I'm talking about to the firearms, to the guns, to the whatever. Whether you're a constitutionalist or you're a sports shooter, or you just like machines or whatever, you have a visceral tie to this aspect of living for some reason. Okay, and you can't just like argue that with facts. Okay, so it's the same argument is the what's the visceral appeal? You have to make that visceral appeal be positive. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
We
Right.
need to start co-opting other movements and being like, you are Occupy Wall Street? Like, you are Black Lives Matter? You are, trying to think of some
Black
other movements.
Rifles Matter.
Whatever the fuck they are. No, seriously. They're like the pro-Edward Snowden movement, the anti-NSA government spying movement, the Occupy Wall, all these fucking crazy movements.
A lot of those.
They can get co-opted so easy, dude.
A lot of them. Yeah, a lot of them already are. Like, you'd be amazed how many of those that hacking crowd, for lack of a better term, they're totally second. A lot of them are Second Amendment. You'd be amazed because they see the parallels. They understand, like, the power. They
I
understand.
understand how that plays into individual freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing too is they're not. It's not even that they're pro Second Amendment. They're pro all amendments. They're pro that whole freedom thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they don't want to be controlled.
And they're smart enough to fucking, they're smart enough not to stick their fingers in their ears and go la 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 when we make our argument. They can,
And the other thing too about that community that I didn't know until a lot of hackers got older along with me, they're real cohesive, and that's something that we don't have. Their infighting amongst themselves is minimal, and when there is infighting, it's normally resolved before it's ever made public. But I mean, some of those guys hate each other, and they're like arch enemies, but they'll never betray each other, and they'll always work together. They have that cohesiveness. They don't see color, race, creed, religion, sexual preferences. They see nothing. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's important. I think that's something that needs to be accomplished in the gun community. But I think before we do that, we need to be really fundamental about our understanding of this right, or this thing that we all share, this perception of the Second Amendment and our right to bear arms. And we need to be really fundamental about that and really clear cut and find that common ground. Because Yankee did a video a couple years back about going to a gun rally where there was no cohesion. It's like there's these Confederate flag waving rednecks, and then these Jesus freaks, and then all these people, and it's like we need to not be divisive over that. We need to focus on the Second Amendment. We need to focus on.
You could look at that such a diverse group came together, united over one cause that unites all those groups. So I hear you, but it's also, I can see it being the other way, 180 from that just as well.
You're right, but you still wanna.
Well, you can paint it with that kind of brush if you want, but the fact is, everyone left.
Everybody left.
Yeah, we ended up with like 20 people standing on the steps when the media got there because everyone left. And yeah, that's not good. And the bad thing
Right.
we got is we got a bunch of these people that are pro-gun that are very much fundamentalists as far as their religion is concerned, and they consider that separating their religion from something to be a blasphemy or an
Yeah.
insult, and they just
Yeah.
can't do it.
And that's the thing. Like, I mean, honestly, as Americans, we need to be as inclusive as possible so we can bring in everybody. And maybe I'm a little, hard nosed, but that guy over there who's Mexican or Muslim or female, or that guy over there who's female. Maybe he's
Okay, there's female. Hey, man, it's 2015.
maybe
Caitlyn Jenner.
he's not as comfortable with, like, some praying and Confederate flag waving stuff. Maybe I am, but maybe he's not. So it's not a matter of undermining your principles, as it's a matter of just like trying to be inclusive to everybody.
Hmm. But it's also hard to be inclusive when the people you're trying to include are part of a different culture, a different group, or different religion that inherently makes them exclusive. It's like they're Christians and they hate you for not being Christian, or they hate you for not being this.
No,
Okay,
no,
that's a loaded way of
but
putting
that's no, that's not a loaded way of putting it. But again, it speaks to the argument, is because like what PBR is saying is when you treat a person like a person, he doesn't hate you because you're a Christian. It's when you project, like we were talking about the avatars before, when Nathan was doing his thing. When you project the stereotypes, when you believe the labels, when you join the convenient communities, okay, it's like, I'm a gun owner, I'm a gay gun owner, I'm a gay black gun owner. Okay, it gets absurd and it's ridiculous. But if you treat a person like a person, people are people, and it doesn't matter. Are there always going to be extremist outliers? Absolutely. Okay, but that's how you make the argument, is stop the other side negative tactics. If you own a gun, you're a baby killer, you're a murderer, you're this, you're that. This is the crap that gets perpetuated, and we don't do any good by re-perpetuating it. Okay, so you treat a person like a person. You don't take a Muslim to the range. You don't take a woman to the range. You take your friend to the range because maybe that's a good idea. Maybe they're interested. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're on a fence. But it's not like you're not appealing to a stereotype.
And there's a lot of power by having a movement that is diverse, because somebody can't say, somebody that maybe wants to like pick apart and be, well, look at you guys, you're a bunch of old white men. Well, if you have like a diverse group, they can't do that. They can't make that easy argument. They can't
They'll just say you're all gun owners and therefore you're all baby killers. Fuck you.
Yeah, they can't just like take our argument and just like throw it to the side when
They can't marginalize you.
Yeah, especially if you have a woman saying, no, I own a gun, so like.
Or I mean, they'll find other ways to marginalize you.
If I say to somebody like, women should be able to protect themselves from like rapists and all that stuff, and somebody's like, what do you they just blow me off because I'm a dude. But if a girl says that to them, are they gonna blow her? They can't blow her off. What are they gonna do?
Right.
If they blow her off, they're a fucking asshole.
But you gotta be careful not to token people. You know what I mean? Have like a token woman.
Oh no.
It's like so tricky, and that's in terms of just like.
No, we got that covered though. I mean, seriously, that's not even a thing. There's tons and tons and tons of females out there, and of every type, all kinds of shooting. So we got that covered. We definitely don't have a situation.
Right, and I mean, I know that I know that the shooting community is heterogeneous. I know that there's people of every, race, religion, faction, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, the thing that I find unfortunate though is you wouldn't think that if you looked at like a lot of the people running the big pro-gun groups. I mean, they tend to
and it's so bad to the point where when they finally get like Coleon Noir, it almost seems like he's like an Uncle Tom. It's like really sad.
And we all know he's not, but there's been a few times where I was watching what he was saying, and I was just thinking to myself, like, if he didn't have that NRA thing in the corner of the screen, I wonder how much more powerful what he would
I really liked him before he jumped on the NRA bandwagon. I mean, I still appreciate the things that he says, but I think that and it's not even the NRA's fault. It's just how badly they've been demonized because they are like the token
Yeah,
They're
but
like they're the
also on the other hand, if it wasn't for the NRA, how many people would be hearing him?
Yeah.
Right,
His
exactly.
channel didn't get big until the NRA started paying for his subs and his views and everything and pumped him up. You know, they intentionally built him up so they could use him as a spokesman. So if it wasn't for the NRA, we can't demonize the NRA like the NRA ruined Colin War. No, they built him. So they are to they deserve the, I guess, when you say the credit for him being heard by as many people as he's heard by.
Mm-hmm.
He was. I
They
mean,
did act
he's
as a
big as
public
shit now,
relations
but
agent.
Diversifying from the older, like, just marketed to their old FUD hunting white guy, old fat white guy hunter stereotype.
Right. I would go so far as to say that Colian doesn't even do a very good job of that.
You kind of, at least at this sort of branch of what we've been talking about, started out from you saying, well, I think it started out from that whole concept of when we get together, I don't know, whatever the point was about not bringing other agendas, I guess, to the mix or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to word it right, but what my thing is how do we get past giving a shit about everything? Like right now, it's like, I don't know, maybe the internet fosters it because we have access to so much.
How do we become genuine voters?
Got an opinion on everything, so like I'm thinking of like the Chipotle open carry people or the things that just get under your skin. We're not good enough. At least I don't think. I think we'd be better off if we got better at fluffing things off or not getting worried about every little thing. So
well, I agree with you 1,000% there.
Let me keep going. I guess the reason I'm bringing that up is when you were saying something about we got to be careful, and I agree, we have to be responsible. We have to be personally responsible. Everybody should be for whatever they're doing. But as a gun owning group, I think I forget exactly what you're saying, but we have to be careful. And that made me think, though, that so many people that I know will just immediately blow off the gangbanger-looking kid, or the, I don't know what the equivalent of a Mexican gangbanger-looking kid, or just the little hip-hop-looking kid, or the kid in your icon there, or just whatever, just the dumb kid. You know, kids are stupid. We wore drip jeans, and our grandparents couldn't fathom it. You know, they couldn't understand all the weird shit we did. And now they're just doing other weird shit because that's what kids do. And I don't fear shit. I don't care if the gangs are more armed than me because the gangs don't do much with it. I guess anyway. I guess that's going a little bit too far off. But why can't we just like not mind if a bunch of people want to?
This is exactly what I was telling Dan earlier, is because he was really upset with my avatar, and I just said, like, does it really matter? I mean, I'm here saying what I say in the most eloquent way possible, and I think that should overshadow my appearance.
Just annoying. It's having that weird looking thing come up. It's like having a weird puppet. It's hard to have a conversation with it.
Right, I feel you, but I mean, I think we can overcome that. Because I mean, you know, people have the freedom to, you know, create their appearance, and I don't want to say, oh, you need to dress this way and you do this, and it's like, I mean, again, like when I see, you know, I live in South Florida, when I see dudes with like their sticker caps and their baggy jeans, they look retarded. I think it's so stupid.
How old are
it's like,
how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
you gotta figure shit out, dude. Everybody does their thing. Like I say, for me, it was like ripped pants or whatever. Like people couldn't get past it. So I was like, well, fuck, we're gonna deal with it. You have to rip pants, and I know that people couldn't deal with it, so I'll deal with it. But just remember that when old guys get sick of talking to you, it isn't necessarily because of what you're saying, but because of what you're putting out there. And part of effective communication is understanding the person you're communicating with. And if you put up barriers intentionally, you have all the right in the world to do it. Be responsible and be aware that you're also instigating shit to some extent, and you can't get all offended like it's like it's on them.
I'm not. I mean, I wouldn't even say that I'm offended. I would just say that, like, I mean, I just raises the question, like why does it continue to matter? And again, it's like that's what I'm trying. That's what we're trying to say here.
If you woke up in the morning and I said, "How come Jell-O is the texture it is?" I mean, are you prepared to explain that? So when someone is having a conversation and mentions something to you, and then you pin them down on it, don't expect them to have prepared like 6 different ways to respond to your whatever your response. So I wouldn't put too much on it. Just I don't know what this icon means to you or whatever, but it is weird. I'm telling you, I think you're saying good shit. You're laying some good stuff down, but it's frustrating as hell looking over and seeing that goofy ass looking icon.
I feel you, but I mean, okay, what about Yankees?
Yankees weird as shit too, but he's been doing it for like 5 fucking years now. So what are we supposed to do about it?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, we overcome these things for other reasons, so it's like, why acknowledge them in the first place? Why can't we just say he's weird? He chooses to be stylistically weird. Okay, he's saying some real shit though. Let's leave it at that. I think that's what should matter.
So then let me pose a question to you. Why are you so quick to abandon your principles for physical conformity into a society that you disagree with, but you're not willing to do the same in a virtual community?
Right, and that's what you were asking me before, as far as like my actual physical dress, and like I've been thinking about that this whole time, and it's just I don't even really think I abandon that. I think I still make reasonable choices that just so happen to not conform or conform. Because like
you've used the word pragmatic like 4 times, okay, and ideological. Well, here's the thing. Pragmatism is how you implement your ideology into reality. Okay? So that requires a bridging, especially why the ideology change are going to be. So, you know, what G's saying to you is exactly what G's saying to you. Practice what you preach, okay? And be consistent, because if you deliver an inconsistent message, by default, you're automatically alienating a group of people that it may not be necessary to alienate.
Oh, right.
And in addition to that, along with the question that he posed about why do we care, this is the reason why we care, okay? Because everybody cares online, but nobody cares out in the real world, okay? That's the vision that people have, and I agree with them 100%, because you know, the best revenge is living well. And that's part of the delivery of that positive message. When you choose to engage in an opponent, you're empowering them, because what you're saying is they're worthy of the challenge. And at some point in time, you need to be able to say, hey, you know what? You're batshit fucking crazy. I'm going to go shoot around a trap. And I'm going to grin from ear to ear while I'm fucking doing it. And if I bring a friend who's never shot trap before, I'm going to grin even harder. So you go on Facebook and tell everybody how I'm the fucking Antichrist.
And I'll just throw in there, I ain't never going to tell nobody to conform. Fuck that. Just know how to...
Well, I mean, you are telling me. Well, you're not telling me. You're just saying...
No, I didn't say to conform. Changing your shirt ain't conforming, dude. You can be anything you want in your head.
Right, right, and that's kind of how I feel when, like I said, that's how I feel when I see dudes in sticker hats. It's like, you look like a fucking idiot, but it's like, that's cool, man. Do your thing. Just don't shoot.
Okay, and this is exactly our point. That's how you feel. Yeah, you put the avatar up of the whatever you call them, sticky hats. What is it? What is it? A sticky hat?
No, it's like a sticker hat. You know how, like, I mean, every wannabe rapper has their like big brimmed hat and they keep the sticker on it.
Yeah, but listen to what you're saying. You're saying that we should stop identifying people on their appearance. Then you're saying that you see these people and they look like idiots. Then you use a representation of one as your avatar.
Right, I'm saying that
and you don't see a logical disconnect between those 3 points.
Right, I'm saying that my initial response, based upon their stylistic choices, that they seem to belong to this particular group, which I assume is stupid. But I don't dismiss the possibility that maybe they're not stupid. I let them go about their business, and then if I have to converse with them in some way, I can determine, based through, you know, the merits in their speech, whether or not they are this, like, stupid person. I think it's like you have that initial. That's the thing. We need as a species. We need to kind of program ourselves to react to those initial responses.
Nobody's asking you to change your fucking lifestyle or nothing. If you go to swimming, do you wear a swimsuit or do you fucking wear a wool jacket? If you're going skiing, same question. So if you're going to the bank to do something, you're not going to necessarily put on a swimsuit and flip-flops unless you're Z. So all I'm saying is, if you're coming in and you've got 2 fucking other human beings you're having a fucking conversation with, mentioned something about changing your shirt, then what the fuck, man? It's an icon on the fucking thing. It's a click. I mean, unless you've got some kind of situation I'm not aware of, it's difficult to change your fucking thing. Then
Well, I mean,
awful into this. You're reading too much.
I mean, I don't have another avatar picture that I could use. I mean, I could just have the little blue guy. But I mean, this is the one I use by default, so I just switched it to that. But I mean, the thing is, it's like, again, I just feel like that's like socially imposed. this desire to have like a conformed image of like,
and again,
is like a
if
dignified
we asked
person.
you to put on a suit, that would be asking you to conform. If we said put on the same jacket that we're wearing, if we just said that looks distracting, what the fuck if you had a big orange dot on there and we were like, hey, that's distracting? A lot of people would go, oh, let me change that orange dot to something fucking else. You're getting into like we're asking you to fucking sell your car because we don't like your car. We're asking you to wear a tie to work because it's more professional, and you know we're not asking any of that shit. We're not asking for a lifestyle change, man. We're talking about a fucking icon on your screen that looks weird because it's fucking flashing up on our screen every couple of minutes. The same if you had a fucking cat up there or something else. Ask PBR about how often he gets asked about fucking Jar Jar Binks.
And would this be a good time to ask you if my normal armor makes my ass look fat?
I don't know. I just feel like you gotta let people do what they want to do, and if it's, I mean, well, it is affecting you in some way, but I mean, like, I don't see it. I just clicked on your square, so I don't see everyone's icon when it pops up. I've learned to recognize people's voices. But I mean, like, yeah, it's easy for me to change it to alleviate your discomfort, but what I'm proposing is that you shouldn't feel discomfort.
Fuck you and your
Oh, you're proposing what someone else should feel. There's another disconnect.
Well, I'm not saying you need to. I'm trying to reason with you why it's not that big of a deal.
And you'll never win the argument because I've already pointed out to you that you're not practicing what you preach. You've already demonstrated to us your malleability with your principles, and merely what we're asking you is what's
I feel like I'm being consistent. I feel like I'm being consistent.
How are you being consistent?
You can feel however you want to feel about this avatar. It's just, I don't think it's fair for you to assume something of me.
Take the avatar out of the equation. Again, consistency in argument. Okay? I pointed out to you contradictions in your argument, and we're asking you, okay, what is the difference? We're not chastising you. We want to know why in situation A you will compromise your principles, and in situation B you're like telling other people how they should feel. That's what we want to know.
I'm trying to wrap what you're saying around my head. But for me, it's just like my bottom line is that the appearance doesn't matter. That's all that I'm postulating. What you're trying to say is that it does matter because it annoys you, or it doesn't, or what Dan was what you're saying is
if you
different.
had a fucking burglar or a fucking smoke detector going, we'd say mute, and then we'd fucking go, oh, listen to my fucking little noise every once in a while and deal with it. That's all we're fucking saying. Quit acting like we're asking you to change shit except for a fucking picture on your screen. Let's fucking get past it. It's a fucking gun channel. It's not what the fuck lifestyle you want to live with your icon and what the message you're trying to get out. Jesus, put a gun up. No, you made Smeggy leave. What the fuck?
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I might shoot the screen.
Wait, how did everybody get in here? Derek Falath in here.
Oh, GunChannels is back up. I didn't tell anybody, or I didn't post it in the side chat.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we even mentioned it live, but yeah, it's been up for a while again. Well,
And
whenever I jumped in here, that's when I posted the link back in the chat.
Yeah, and I know that other me had posted out some links in email too.
So I went out to a shawarma place today again. You guys have shawarma ever? I just found out about this thing.
Why did you watch We Like Shooting?
Well, they always talk about it, right? I thought it was just some funny word, but it's it's like a gyro, except it's made of chicken or something and beef. So
yeah, we got it here. We got it all. There's places all over the place here. It's awesome.
We have them here too, except we don't call them shawarmas. We use the proper Texas term, burritos.
No.
No, it's not even a burrito. It's more like a taco. I think.
Yeah, there's gyro and shawarma. It's just a different style of meat, depending how it's made.
Now, I haven't ate that stuff in a while. So gyro, if I remember right, was more like a meatloaf or something. It was like a ground meat cake type of whatever, and then it's on that spit thing that they slice it off or whatever. But the shawarma is more like a chicken breast smashed on top of chicken breast, smashed on top of boneless chicken breast, or else a slab of meat smashed on top of a slab of meat, like a giant shish kebab. And then it's in the same gyro machine, sort of cooking from the outside in or whatever.
Yeah.
And you put bacon in between all that smashing so the chickens don't stick together.
No, I think they put an apple on top, but I don't know. They don't have. No, they don't think they eat. Probably get all mad. I don't know what the hell they are. It's Mediterranean. Do they eat pork in the Mediterranean?
Yeah.
No. But it depends.
Yeah, I guess it depends on their religion, right? So
that's a big area, you know.
I didn't see any pork on the menu. I don't think I did.
No, I mean, as a culture, they eat pork. If they don't eat pork, it's for religious purposes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that I would be surprised if I saw like a pork shawarma.
I have no idea what a shawarma is, simply because I've only had it 2 times, and somebody made it for me 2 times, and they were both completely different.
That's the thing. This guy, it was their first night being open late. They'd only been open for lunch before, and so we were the only ones there, and he was telling us all about it, and we were interested, so he kept telling us. But I guess some places just like make it in a pan or whatever. Like they make the meat with the spices and everything, but then they just fry it or cook it or whatever. Where it's different, I guess, when you have it on the actual spit, because you've seen it. It cooks from the outside with those like toaster oven things, and then I don't know, it's just a different way of cooking, so it must affect the texture or something.
Well, of the two chicks that prepared it for me, the one that was the super hottest of the two, and was actually Lebanese, and we're in Lebanon. I would say she was probably, like, for her thing, the most authentic, because they used like this like deep dish cast iron. It's like not quite a pot, but not quite a pan. And she made it like all in there on the black iron, so I guess it's kind of like the same thing, just substituting for indoor cooking.
That makes sense, because unless it was a restaurant, who's going to have that big contraption all the time and have like whatever 7 pounds of meat on it?
But it's like no different than going to Italy. Depending upon where you are in Italy, you can ask for pizza and get like 8 different things, or nothing.
Pizza this, a pizza that.
Is it pizza even called pizza in Italy?
In certain parts it is, in certain parts it's not. That's what I mean. So sometimes you get, obviously everybody knows what pizza is, but I'm talking about, like, as far as the traditional meals go, the thing that's called pizza is very, very different.
Yeah, our understanding of pizza is completely different.
Well, most people have the completely inaccurate interpretation of pizza unless they know what Chicago pizza is. They just think some kind of Anyway, that stuff is, so it's not Greek, basically. And I think, aren't pitas Greek? Or gyros, isn't that
Gyros are Greek, shawarmas are Arabic.
Yeah, well, is it Arabic or Mediterranean? I don't know what it is, I guess. So,
Wikipedia says it's Arabic. That's credible sources that is.
There's no Arabia, though, so I don't know where it's actually...
It's Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Like, it's southern Mediterranean, maybe, because Greece is northern Mediterranean, maybe. So anyway, that's just different. Like, the pickles are different, and just the little things are different, so it's interesting eating it compared to... All I ever really eat besides Mexican food is Italian food and Greek food, so it's just neat to have a different type of restaurant, finally, I guess.
Do you have any Brazilian or Portuguese around you, Jake?
Do they eat anything besides meat?
Well, I like it for the skewered meat, but yeah, they do. They have this thing called radicchio, where basically they serve you. Most restaurants do it. It's like an all-you-can-eat thing, but they literally come to your table with these giant skewers, and there could be anything on the skewer, from steaks to vegetables to fruit to dessert. And the waiters and the waitresses just wander around the tables if you order radicchio, and that's the way they serve you. So if you don't want meat, you can have whatever you want. But depending on the
but I thought it was just all like it's pork and chicken and some other kind of meat, and then a different kind of meat, and then another kind of meat.
Well, that is most definitely part of it, but that's not all there is to it.
Oh, well, that's why I've never been one. Plus, they're expensive as shit, so nobody's ever taken me. I've never been one. There's one next to the sushi place in Vegas, so I've seen inside of one. I didn't really get to see much.
Okay, so the next time you're over here, I'll take you to the new one that just opened.
Speaking of that, I'm trying to see if I can get to Oklahoma in the next couple of weeks.
What's in Oklahoma?
Supposedly the world's biggest gun shows, right? And the Wanamaker gun shows in Tulsa. But after talking to Martin about them, I've been to bigger gun shows, I think.
Your cat's cracking me up.
I was gonna say, are you trying to make the cat into a shawarma?
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? It's got 4,200 tables. That's twice as big as I was told. Now I definitely want to go. How close are you to Tulsa? Hours-wise.
I don't know. Let me check.
Too far away.
Oh, we got a Canadian again. How's it going, Flat?
Who is raping the cat?
He's had a taste of freedom, so he wants to go outside, I think.
Nah. My cat and my dog's the same way.
Consensual.
According to Google, I am 450 miles.
Oh, that's not bad. What is that?
4.5.
Or something hours?
7. Well, it's saying 7 hours and 11 minutes. But normally they cite the time.
Don't you guys have like 85 miles an hour limits and 75 all over Texas?
Yeah, but usually when they do the time on the maps, they take the speed limits into consideration. But yeah, we do have those.
It'll take some finagling because I can't really, well, I can't just go, so I'd have to figure out how to like do it in a couple of reasons or something. But I'd like to try to get to that thing already. They say if you spend the whole 18 hours they're open to the public and divide that by the 4,200 tables, you have 15.4 seconds to look at each table. That's my kind of gun show. I'm
Don't have enough time to see it all.
And the odds are still better than shot.
Dude, I have been through I've been through 2,000 table shows, 2,000 plus table shows. Like I don't know who's bragging, but I can literally go through it like a fast pace and still grab everything I need to grab. Like I'm so used to just seeing the noise that I can go through like the matrix and,
I was just thinking,
and it's just like hover for me and I just grab them and it's like pop up for me. It's awesome.
I was thinking about 2,000 tables. That's a lot of tables. Holy shit.
Gee, have you ever seen National Lampoon's European Vacation?
Sure.
You remember when they do the Louvre and they speed up the film because they do like the whole Louvre in like 3 minutes before it closes? That's what you need to do, is you need to film yourself at the 2,000 table gun show and then just fast forward the whole film.
I actually did that. I had permission to back, I don't know what their policies are now, but back in like 4 or 5 even, a long time ago, I went to SAR and talked to the promoter from Crossroads and everything, and taking pictures of the Arizona shows at least, you know, like they'll get pissed, people clobber you and stuff, people don't go for it. So anyway, got permission, and then the next year I went back and did video, and I did that. I just walked around. I thought I posted it. I'm sure I posted it. So there's a video of me, not me, but walking around all the various tables to try to show how big 2000 is. 'Cause it's not like it's one big room. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings, and then like a big area outside that's basically as big as a building. So it's like 6 big chunks, and super fun.
Yeah, I'd love to go to one of those places.
It's neat because you have to get the strategy I use for a big show is to run through the first. So you got to. It helps if you know the show. So if you, that's one of the reasons I want to do this is because it's one I haven't been to before, so I don't know any of it. It's completely new. But once you know the show, it's a little easier. But you run through the whole show. I mean, first you got to know what you want, like what you really want, because you only bring so much money. At least I only can bring so much money. So I know what I really want, and then I run through the whole show, and I would take like a little Glock notepad with me and a pen, and everything I find that I wanted, I write down the prices, and sometimes where they are, depending how big the show is or what. And then the important part is putting down stuff you didn't know you wanted, but is there and costs a certain amount. Then going back and scooping those up, knowing who to, well, I saw it over there for $10 less, save me a walk over there kind of thing. Try to do all that kind of stuff, and depending on how long that takes, then just go walk around and try to find the stuff you might have missed. But that's how I usually know I do a good job, when I walk around and I paid so much money to be there and did everything pretty quick. Then I'll walk around and double check everything, and I hardly ever find anything on my second or third runs. Usually those times are when I'm bullshitting with people and meeting up with people that I've known or whatever, and the first time through I just sort of make eye contact, and then those second or third times through I'll bullshit with them if there's nobody there.
Well, do you go with some running sort of list of what you're shopping for, or is it based on what the show is, or you just have like this thing in your head, if you see it, you'll know?
For a 2,000 table show, I'd usually, I've gone to it, I don't know how many times now, 10, 15 times, so it's always different, of course, but back in the day, like if you're talking 2004 through 2008, I had money and we shot a lot, so that was like, at least everybody went up there. We brought like 4 people up at least, and each person was at least buying 1,000 rounds of 7.62 by 39. So we knew we were buying that, and that makes it easy because now you can buy 4,000 rounds. So now you've got actual buying power. So we knew we were buying that. Sometimes we'd buy 2 or 3 each, just depending on what we were going to be doing. And this was just all thrown into the dirt. We didn't do shit with this. This was not training or nothing. This was just shooting it into the dirt, breaking AKs by shooting a lot, just playing. And then a lot of shotgun shooting and stuff like that. So we would buy a certain amount of ammo, stuff we needed, and then like my Glock I found, because I hated Glocks, but it was a Glock for $300. So I'm like, I'll buy one of these shitty guns just to prove to myself how shitty they are, and stuff like that. So most of the time I knew a couple of things I needed, and then when I got into AKs, I was done, because then it was just bayonets. But before bayonets, it was like, well, maybe I need a scope or something, or maybe I needed, I don't know, whatever crap you need when you're first buying your first guns. Cleaning kit, all that crap you buy. And then, I don't know, it gets easier and easier because as you're buying less general shit, if you're going in there looking for a cleaning kit, good luck. There's going to be 2 billion cleaning kits in there for you to search through. So unless you know exactly one you want or something, or if you're in there to see what all cleaning kits there are, it's a little bit tougher. But once you get down to where I only need like 6 bayonets left, then it makes it way easier. But most of the time I try to go to a show without any specific. I almost never need anything specifically anymore. It's just going to a gun show to look for something awesome or something that I don't need that's awesome that I didn't know I needed. Start a new collection. Until the 50 BMG collection happened, I was just going through a show in Vegas. We didn't even plan to go. We were driving home from SHOT or something, in Vegas for some reason, and there was a gun show. We're like, oh shit. We had a whole bunch of 50s sitting there, and I'm like, oh crap, now I have to get a 50 collection. Gun owners' troubles.
How are you coming along on that 9mm collection?
Those aren't hard because they're used in crime mostly. So you just go to the police station, they give them to you in buckets full. All the crime.
And they're really small and light too, so it's not much to lug around.
No, they don't weigh nothing.
Does Lola have anything that you need?
Who?
Lola. I know she's been collecting a lot of bayonets lately.
Dude, I don't know what her deal is. I think she's trying to start a surplus store or something. She's just collecting all kinds of varieties and stuff, and yeah. I don't know where she goes either. She goes somewhere awesome because she brings home some of the coolest stuff.
Right.
And it sounds, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not, maybe it's just her terminology, like her slang or something to say I went to market, but it seems like she's going to the same place all the time.
Yeah, it sounds like a flea market.
Yeah. Follow her, and then when she accuses you of stalking her, just say you're stalking the bayonets.
No, we'd have to fight probably. She knows what she's looking for, and she's doing pretty good at it, so I don't think I'd do pretty good trying to go into her turf looking for bayos. Once you start buying them, and people that have them or can get them and stuff, like, they know who you are. Like, half of my stuff, not half of my stuff, a bunch of my stuff comes from this one guy who knows. He got me started. He was my first pusher. But, like, I forgot where I got, like, I think I got, like, I don't know, $170 or something. Maybe it was more than that.
Bayonet
I got a bunch of money somewhere, and I was like, I could buy a gun, or I'm going to buy a bayonet collection. I'm like, I'm going to just start my bayonet collection already. And I went and talked to this guy, and he's like, oh, you should read this book. It's all about the AK bayonets. I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a book about it? He shows me the book, and I'm like, oh, that's neat. And he wouldn't sell it to me. He only had the one book. At least I knew the book existed. And then I looked at the book or whatever, and then I think that was the same time I bought, I don't forget how many, like 6 or 7 or whatever it was I bought. And it was a pretty decent, he sold me an awesome, like a tits collection actually to start with. And he was just fucking cool. So anyway, ever since then, that was forever ago. It was I don't remember when that was, 2004. So for 11 years, every time I see him, he's like, hey, come here. And then he'll pull stuff out from underneath the table. There was years there where he would, I don't know how many other people he was selling shit to, but it seemed like he was just bringing stuff for me, like the good stuff. And he pretty much, for a while there, he was able to keep up with what I had, so he knew what I needed. But after a while, he couldn't keep up anymore, and I couldn't afford to buy him for like a span of years there. So anyway, that kind of stuff is fun at shows, and I know it's like that for people that collect all the other weird shit. What shows are all about?
I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you want me to throw that picture of that frag up again?
No, fuck off. Son of a bitch.
And then what's crazy is to think about, like, I was talking to Martin, right? I don't know if you guys listened to that show when I was talking to him over at the gun show here in Tucson. We talked for a while on a live thing, and one of our mutual friends had passed away. The guys in the KCA I'm not a big collector compared to some of these guys, let's put it that way. Like, they have substantial collections that would make teams put their tail between their legs.
What'd you call the KCA?
Oh, the Kalashnikov Collectors Association.
Oh, wow.
It's a group of Kalashnikov collectors. Anyway, the one guy passed away, and his collections, Martin is moving the important parts of his collection for him. And you don't think about it. I mean, I guess I don't think about it too often, but that kind of shit happens all the time, I suppose. And just talking to Martin about other people in the course of just bullshit with Martin for hours and hours, that happens. Like, people collect incredible collections. Like that guy you had seen who died in the tank accidentally, like that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
You never know when that kind of shit is going to happen. And there's some really freaking awesome, collections of shit. So that's why going to gun shows is awesome. You never know when there's going to be a piece or all of a collection like that.
Yeah, my best friend works for kind of works for him. Like, they have business dealings together, and he's going to he's going to tell me what's happening to that collection. I'm assuming it's got to be maintained. I'd be amazed if they sell it off. And if they sell it off, I really hope they sell it to somebody.
Oh, you mean maintain, like someone will arrange for the family to be able to keep it together?
It's basically a private museum. Like, he built a facility to stick all this stuff in. So I'm hoping it gets maintained because I would be ashamed if it gets sold off. I hope it goes to a good home, but
And you're saying you know somebody who knows the people?
oh yeah, that's how
Then
I've met him. That's how it's yeah. He's
so I don't know if they've already got this or not, but if it helps, I have seen collections and just in the stuff that I'm interested in. There are collections that have they exist like you're saying, like privately, like there's not an actual museum, but because they have everything online, there is an online museum, and they're able to take donations, and people can ask for like, hey, can you hold these two next to each other or take pictures of these two, and they can exist in a virtual way like that. And ideally, if it's not a situation where it's like costing them anything more than property tax, that might be an option to just do a virtual museum of all this cool shit.
that's what he was doing before he passed away. When the accident happened, they were doing something with they were shooting video of it, and he basically pulls it out and all the time for charity, like to show it off or run it through a parade to for firefighters or a school or something. I mean, this was like his passion, but he was also using it for like stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, back to what you were saying about the Collectors Association, Kalishnikov.
Oh, I don't know. It's just a group of guys that I don't know. I should ask him where it actually started. I mean, Joe is here in Tucson. He started it, and I think we went shooting one time. He's the guy that taught me how to bump fire, fucker. I spent so much money blowing through like at least 2 AKs I destroyed bump firing because of him. Like I just shot the shit out of them. Their pins fell out. I ovaled them just by bump firing the shit out of them. I'm sure he told me, but it was something like, I don't know. It ended up being where when I got into it, there was maybe 18 of us all together and maybe 12 of us that would show up in Phoenix at SAR Show. That was the main thing we did, is go to SAR Show, and then we would shoot and we would have a big party, basically, that just us. And then our friends, which were, I'm not going to talk about it, but our friends, which were in the industry. And then they were awesome. They were literally, that's having an insight to the industry, or maybe that's the way I say it. Being able to hang out, like fly on the wall at these parties was friggin'. So, I think we all were from the Cold War era. At least we're all older. The guys are mostly older than me. They all either served or did something to where they were international-ish. Like they're familiar with being out of the country or whatever. So they had resources and shit out of the country and were able to get stuff, and were interested in accumulating stuff. So they were into Kalashnikovs, period, not just the bandits like me. So I was poor and just a kid compared to them, and I really liked the bandits specifically, and I just happened to look into it, being in the right place at the right time, I guess. I asked one friend of mine if he knew where I could, actually I was buying bayonets off of him, and then it's like bugging him for more, the ones that he didn't have, kind of thing. And he's like, look, you need to talk to this guy. And he kind of sent me there to buy bayonets off of him, and since we live right here, Joe was like, oh, let's go shooting or whatever, and we just started hanging out. So I got in without having the clout or whatever, the credibility that these other guys had. Like, they all brought something to the table. I didn't bring nothing to the table except I lived here and I was interested. But now my bayonet collection can hold its own. Anyway, so it's just a bunch of guys that, I don't know, I guess we all collect. Like I say, some of the collections are, let's just say cargo containers wouldn't hold them all. Like multiple cargo containers it would take for some of these guys. And not everybody. Some of the guys own shops and stuff, so it's like they decorate their shops with it. Some of the guys are manufacturers, like Krebs, right? There's a lot of guys that are in it. And then military guys that were able to like send stuff home a lot and live out in the middle of nowhere, so they can just keep filling a barn and filling a barn and filling a barn. Anyway, they were all into everything. So they, like Martin was telling me, what's the one in, the one in California, the parts place? It's not Noomrich, or is it? No, Noomrich is east, right?
Not sure.
I'm based in California.
Is it? Looks like maybe it was Noomrich. Whatever it was back in the early '80s, whenever one of those first importers brought in the first crates, literally the first crates of AKs. Martin had always been in the gun
Oh man.
Oops.
Yeah, he'll be back.
There he is.
All right. So Martin was like always his dad owned a gun shop, so he was always at gun shows and in the gun industry or whatever. So whenever those first AKs came into the distributors back in California, he got invited to, or he was brought out there. Like they paid him to come out there because he had already known enough. He had already established himself as being an expert in the AK stuff. That they asked him to weed through their stuff. And I don't know if you understand the implications of that. And you take somebody who understands what an AK is at a time when there was not really much knowledge other than the couple of books that had been written to that point. You know, in other words, all the knowledge that was available was from insider info from like military sources and people that lived places where it was more common and people that had traveled to places and then taken pictures back before internet and stuff, you know, so then being able to get those pictures and look at them. So anyway, these guys had assembled knowledge, but it was only fine, you know, it was limited. And then when these are the PLO kits. So we've always had the 1968. This is long after 1968. This is the 80s. AKs couldn't come from Russia for some other fucking reason, import reason, because of the Cold War, something or another. So these were PLO kits. So kits that were given to Israel for the PLO, and then somehow given to somebody else, I forget where, like Greece or someplace, and then chopped up into parts and then sent here, and then. But wait, those are the parts kits. Those weren't the Chinese imports. These were the first parts kits coming in from those PLO kits. So anyway, these guys all knew stuff. But then when Martin said there was something like 6 pallets, like, you know, where they take like a forklift and have just the big cardboard, you know, waist high size of a pallet, just a big pile of shit inside of there. It was like 4 or 6 of those, and they just went literally through every single one, matching parts kits numbers and looking at stuff, and then that gave these guys who were semi-interested and knowledgeable, like, seriously, these were I don't know if you paid any attention to these PLO kits or whatever. These are AK type 1s, type 2s, type 3s, the first AKM. So it was like the beginning shit, like all the literally like the stuff out of the books or whatever, like not just like here's some Romanian G kits or whatever. This was like the legit shit. So these guys went from knowing about it to like being intimate more than anybody probably on the planet, because we all know that the Russians didn't pay attention to the variations and weird shit that happened. They were tasked with building a fucking magazine and they were told build it differently, so they did. They didn't pay attention or give a shit about all the little variations, and these guys got to start seeing all those variations. So that turned them all into crazy nuts, and they just kept going from there. So talking to them is crazy interesting and way above my head, but anyway, it's a fascinating group of people to talk to. It's not like they're super active or anything, but when they get together, it's awesome. And we also always drink Kalashnikov vodka when we get together.
Nice.
Bottles that the family gave us and shit. Most of those guys have all met him. I was too cheap. I could have met him. I feel like a punk now, especially he's, you know, so interested in it now. But when I first got into the KCA is when they went to their second trip over there, and I could have gone, but I didn't have the balls and the money, so I didn't. But it wasn't exactly like get on a plane and get off and Kalashnikov will be waiting for you. Like go here and then go across the border and then bribe some guy to go look at a museum and then bribe some other guy to look at like a warlord's cave of guns and then go like meet some guy who can drive you to this place and then finally meet Kalashnikov for a while.
That sounds even better to me.
Oh, seriously, that was definitely better, but I just didn't have the nuts to do it at the time.
And then Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd will pick you up at the border in their SUV.
These guys all speak Russian and shit, you know, some fluently or more, so like I said, I wasn't going to be able to hold up. But I should have.
Nice.
Because they got that trip, they got some access, if I remember. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that shit. So anyway, yeah, it's pretty neat stuff.
Man, I wish they would have let us brought stuff back. Fuckers.
For a while there, bayonets and slings and pouches and rugs and shit could all be sent home, and then I guess they put an end to it at some point. But the guys that knew what they were doing took advantage of that in big ways.
I thought I had a couple more museums saved, but
Go ahead, Pink.
No, I said I thought I had a couple more museums saved too because I wanted to go to a couple of them. I'm trying to find them in my
What part of the country?
Great Lakes. I know there was one in India or Indiana.
Which in Indiana?
I'm not sure. I know it was just like a house, and you go inside.
Damn, I think I missed that one. There's the new NRA museum in Salt Lake in St. Louis, but that's not really Great Lakes anymore. There's is there anything? I think at the Art Institute or something stupid in Chicago. If I remember right, when we were doing the trip in 12, that was the only thing I can remember. There was maybe a fort. There's like the 10th group in Kentucky, and they probably had with some sort of. I think they had like maybe some kind of small arms museum or something. And then I think it was like the Art Institute or something in Chicago, like or the Art History Museum or something had some sort of display, but it wasn't enough for me to want to drive all the way up Illinois and then go to Chicago with all our guns and dog and shit and try to figure out how to go to some weak museum in Chicago.
There's
Chicago's a big place, so I bet there's some kind of gun museum there.
There's an Oregon military museum that's closed right now. That is basically like compiled of like all the stuff from the 41st Infantry Division, like their entire history from when they began to.
Where at?
It's in Oregon. It's right outside my city, but they have it's closed down right now because they're renovating. It's weird. Like apparently the lead singer of Kiss has like something to do with it. Like his dad was like apparently in the military. What?
He's funding it or something?
Yeah, he's helping funding it, which is
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're updating the whole thing, but they have this collection of everything. Like apparently the 41st just compile they just like I don't know who in the division started doing it, but at some point they just started compiling weapons and just cool shit they found during their campaigns through World War I and II. And they have like every Japanese like firearm from the Pacific Theater, like everyone, like every machine gun, every rifle. They have examples of like
nice
wherever they went from from World War II and World War I. They basically just took stuff. And
units used to. They still do that. They'll take things.
Yeah, they
Pink,
do.
Have
But
you been to Dayton Air Museum before?
What's that?
Pink, have you been to Dayton Air Museum? This National Museum of the Air Force, I guess they call it now.
No.
Dude, yeah. Then that's the thing I was going to say. If you're going to be anywhere near Dayton, which is I think north in Ohio, if I remember, that is the shit. They have an SR-71 there, which is awesome. Or maybe it's the YB Interceptor thing.
Yeah, it's west of Columbus. It's probably about, I'd say, 45 minutes to an hour away from me.
Oh, you haven't been there, and it's that close? Oh shit!
Yeah. I mean, it's Wright Patterson Air Force Base. I mean,
yeah.
They had little green men over there, so I didn't want I wanted to stay away.
Oh no, it's an awesome museum. It's got the shit. I forget what they call it. What it was the one that had 4 or 6 propellers and then some engines on the wings, and it was the biggest bomber we ever made. Right at the end, was it a 38? It was the biggest bomber we ever made, and the best part about it is, well, we didn't use it really at the end of World War II. It was to carry nukes or something. We just never used it. They used it in the Strategic Air Command for a little while after, just because they'd made them. But it had a little hobgoblin that popped out of it, a little fighter jet that popped out of its bomb bay. And that's the coolest shit ever. And that plane takes up like the whole giant hangar, and there's like other bombers like underneath of its wingspan because it's so big. And then there's this little tiny ass plane that pops out of it, and it's freaking awesome. And there's a section on World War II prisoners of war and stuff. There's some cool stuff in there. But it looks like it's 10 times bigger. I haven't been there since like the 80s. It looks like it's way bigger.
If you guys are ever going through Georgia, you have to go to the Museum of Infantry at Fort Benning. It's
What? Wait,
What?
where? No, where's Benning at? That's not near Atlanta.
It's about an hour outside of Atlanta, maybe an
Oh,
hour and a
really?
half. Yeah.
I tried to go to all the military museums. There's one between where Tony is in Chattanooga and, well, I guess maybe between Chattanooga and the border of Georgia. I don't really remember, but it's somewhere on the way from Chattanooga to Georgia or to Atlanta. And it's a museum that's a guy's private collection, and it's on some Civil War battlefield. But fucking everything's on a Civil War battlefield back there. But it's like a house, and I forget the significance of the house or where the museum is, but it houses this one guy's collection, and it's pretty much like every gun from the beginning of our country to like when we started using bullets, and that's a ton of them. Like it's a giant room with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8 bays of like what do we call like little U-shaped things with guns up and down all the way around, and crazy shit like the old glass hand grenades that they used back in the Civil War and stuff. And that's a super awesome museum. The best part is it's all, if I remember right, it has good glass so you can take pictures and see through it well, and then they just leave you alone. It's like just a park or whatever they call like a national forest or a national park or something, and except for the guy who's in there, like make sure you don't steal everything. It's just you're just right there. There's a piece of glass, so you can't just touch the guns, but it's not like I've been to some museums where they're either inaccessible or you got to stand so far away there's not really nothing to see, or there's just a couple of them or something. This was just tons, and you could just spend forever just walking through, and because it was arranged so well, you could see like the differences or the 3 different models of this gun, or like how it went from this to this, and how this subtle change went to this, and then here's a massive change where it went from like matchlock to flintlock or whatever. Just really, really neat if you like the old Civil War era type of stuff.
Yeah, they this has like, they even have buildings preserved there that are like from World War II, like the Barrett. They have Barrett. Well, they moved it, and I haven't been to since they moved it into a new facility. When I was there, it was in this old mansion. But they have, it's like we were talking about earlier. I was talking about earlier, like units like taking back war trophies and stuff. That's all that's in there. Everything in there was either stuff that was taken back and compiled, or stuff that soldiers donated from their personal collections. And it's amazing. They have like punji sticks and booby traps that were like pulled out of Vietnam, like intact, so they could be studied, like, and then shown, like like this is what you could step on. Right? You remember those things in basic where they point out. They have like all that stuff. They had like an AK with a hash marks on the buttstock and stuff. That was like really, really eerie.
Dude, that reminds me. Went to when we went to finally we got to the East Coast, and I mark on everybody in DC in that area, and we were there for a few days, and we had planned to hang out in the DC area and then kind of spiral out to the fuck is it called? Is it Aberdeen Proving Ground or something? Like where the Marine Small Arms Museum is, and then another Small Arms Museum, like the Army Small Arms Museum. And then the only thing that was even open because of fucking Obama's cutbacks or whatever, first thing he did is cut back on all the military museums. The only thing that was open was the Annapolis Museum, which I guess is interesting, but there's like 2 guns in it. One of them was an AK, and then another one was like a Sten or something, but kind of lame. You have to, I don't know if you've ever been there, you have to like park outside and then walk all the way in and then walk in the museum, and it's all boats and stuff, and then it's like 1 gun at the very end, and it's a cool AK and everything, but it was kind of like that told bring back, like I don't know how the hell they got it, but
yeah,
definitely full auto. I imagine there's something called the museum D-mill or something, right, where they ruin it, but not so you can't see it, so it looks for all practical
really?
like a real good one. Yeah, they fuck up the barrel or something inside underneath the something, I think.
I was told the weapons at the infantry museum at Fort Benning all are operational.
Well, that's the thing. There's museums like Punk Museum in the middle of nowhere that has nothing to do with the military, and then there's like a military museum. Military can do whatever they want because the laws don't apply to them, so they can have full auto everything ready to go, as far as I know, unless they choose not to. And then regular museum, I don't think they're obligated to, but I think they usually will kill stuff just because they're jerks. They don't care
There's
about.
the only time I've ever seen, probably ever will see a Heckler and Koch G11 was at the Infantry Museum at Fort Benning. They have a whole wall of prototypes that they from all the different field tests they do, to try to like adopt a new rifle, and then it doesn't go anywhere, and they just stick with the M16 or the M4. They have just a wall of those guns, and one up there's a G11 in there that they field tested for a while, or well, field test, like ran around the backwoods of Benning shooting it at stuff. Thing looks like it should play Betamax instead of shoot a bullet. Does not look like a rifle, that was for sure.
It's called Goblin, but that's that little tiny jet that would pop out from the bomb.
Oh, dude.
It's a B-36.
That thing's ugly, but cool.
It's kind of like the James Bond plane where the wings fold down, so when it's up in the bomb bay, its wings are folded, and then I think it comes out, the wings open, and then it flies away. I don't think it drops out and then the wings open. I don't
How
even
does
know.
it land?
Oh, it doesn't. I think it's supposed to go back in or something. Like they didn't bother putting wings on or something, or landing gear.
Why was this thing a
It had
thing?
no landing gear, but a single skid in case of an emergency landing. So you were supposed to go back in the plane with it. Like it was just for like little excursions and chase off a fighter or something.
So this thing was for defense?
Yeah, it was in defense of the biggest bomber we ever made, a B-36.
That thing is.
There was a TV show on the military channel called Wings, and one of the episodes that they did was on the F-4U Corsair. So in the very, very beginning of the show, they talk about the history of the aircraft carrier, and they talk about the dirigibles too, the hot air blimps. And they were showing like this old black and white footage of them trying to do the hobgoblin thing with biplanes and all these crazy hooks and trapezes and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
These planes used to go out the blimps, and then they used to try to catch them and drag them back in.
Jeez, talk about I remember that was exactly what you're talking about. It seems like.
Dude,
such
what was that one movie? It was a few years back, and it was about either Red Baron or something like that.
Flyboys?
No, it wasn't lame. That one was more like about the drama of them being dramatic or something. This was more just about like, it was all CGI. It was a lot of CGI, but it was all about the one guy was trying to, well, it was just about aces or biplanes, and they were trying to kill the one blimp, and then at the end they killed the blimp.
Yeah, I remember that thing.
I don't think it was called Flyboys. Maybe it was.
You see the armament on that? It's got 450 caliber machine guns.
On that little tiny goblin, mean?
Yeah. One Westinghouse XJ34 turbojet of 3,000 pounds thrust, 650 mile per hour maximum speed. Maximum endurance.
An hour and 20 minutes. I figured it was just like get in and out. Yeah, that thing can fly around for an hour with 450 cals. Yeah, that would be not.
That's in the age of cannon, though, man. All the other planes are rocking like 4 or 5 cannons, so.
Yeah, but they're there to try to shoot down a bomber, I guess, and you're over there messing with them like a little fly with 450 cals on it.
Well, it needed to have an hour and a half duration in the air because you needed an hour to work up the balls to try to fly it back into the little hole they just dropped you out of.
20 minutes to defend the bomber, and then an hour to deliberate whether or not you're going to just die or try to get back in the bomber.
I'm honestly surprised it just doesn't have a giant parachute that comes out of it, and you just like hit the chute and float down to the ground. The whole plane.
Oh, there it is. It says the aircraft were launched and retrieved several times from a B-29, but never flew out of the B-36. So we never even flew it out of the plane it was designed for. But how cool would it be to have that airplane? And have a little 3,000 pounds of thrust, 150 mile an hour little airplane with 450 cals pointing out the front. that you're basically probably straddling the 50 cals and the engine at the same time.
Ugh.
You probably sit in that thing like a motorcycle, and the jet just goes through your legs, and the 50 cals right on top.
Jeez, I want to see the bomber, man. That thing's enormous.
Is that what the second link is?
Yeah.
Yeah, the shitty pictures. There's a movie with the guy from, what's that guy's name? Rear Window, the old Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart, yeah.
There's a movie about him in Strategic Air Command, and it's like one of the few movies where they fly him in that movie, and they use some footage, but they actually, I think they said they let him off a couple of times for him. Anyway, massive plane, really neat.
Brigadier General Jimmy Stewart. I think he's a Brigadier General. Or no, he was a... Shit, I don't know.
410,000
He was a Brigadier General,
heads.
yeah.
I think he was higher than that, though.
That's what it says on the wiki.
230 foot wingspan. Damn.
It can carry 86,000 pounds of nuclear bombs.
I love those, like, I don't know, big planes. There's something about just like the how weird it is to see something that large and you just thinking of it flying.
There's this guy on the Instagram, Russian, is it something like Russian Military Equipments or something like that is the name of the channel or whatever it's called. He's in Russia. He's always taking pictures of their communist shit. And yeah, he just took some pictures of some massive fucking bomber. It kind of looks like a B-1, like the B-1 that we had before the flying wing looking. That's a B-2, right? So a B-1. And I think it dwarfs a B-1 because it's got a little F-4 flying next to it for some reason, an F-4 Phantom. And it looks like a little bee flying next to a bird. It just dwarfs that little F-4.
That's the when I saw the Spruce Goose, that was the hilarious thing is how small the motors are. The engines are just this tiny little end. There's like so many tiny little engines on this wing, and then the wings are just fucking enormous. And the
That's how this thing is. This picture's shitty, but does it say in here how many engines it has? Powered by 6 engines, and then it needed 4 jets. So it had 6 engines to keep it moving, but to get up in the air, it needed 4 jets also.
Oh wow, like assisted it. Wow, jeez.
And that was, I think, this plane was like before we just moved to jets for bombers. Like this was the thing that they test bed. It's like the test bed to see if just jets could work or something.
Oh wow, yeah. I didn't realize it's prop engines and they're reversed.
What's neat, like I said, this is a shitty picture. It's got. Oh no, there's a whole bunch of pictures of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow, look
yeah.
at
And you can see like there's literally other planes underneath of each wing.
Here you go.
But you can't go in it, but you can walk up inside of the bomb bay and look around, and it's just like, oh, look at this giant apartment that can fly around.
Wow. Well, here's a picture of it next to B-29, which is a giant plane in and of itself. So that's insane. Cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, look at that shit. It makes the B-29 look like a little punk. What are you doing there? I can put you underneath my wing. And there's not wheels out at the end of those wingtips. There's just like skids. So if it dived and wing tipped, it would just like skid. I don't think there was wheels out there.
Hey G, check out the link that I dropped in the side chat. That's a real goblin.
Oh, it's like a backpack wing or something. If those things were around. That guy is keeping up with those little planes, or they're just slowing down to keep up with him?
That's a jet pack, isn't it?
It must be. He can't have that much fuel in that little wing thing, though. He's like flying with these planes for a long time.
I would assume it's a combination of both, but neither of those jets are dirtied up. They're both flying clean, so they're not flying that slow.
Now what's this? He just puts out a parachute to land? No. That's lame. I guess there would be another way to land. You would crush your legs or something. It's kind of neat. They should make some sort of like cross that with an ultralight so that you got just some series of pipes with some skin between them and then a little engine and then pop that out of your backpack and fly around.
I would love to see that that Peacemaker, whatever was it called, Peacemaker? Peacemaker next to it, like a C-17 or something.
Dude, they seriously need to ditch these stupid ass pictures of the radios. Who the hell cares? There's like 4 or 5 pictures of the damn radio, and 2 of them are at least the same exact picture of a radio. And then, like, the instruments are kind of interesting, but that picture that you got there with it next to a real plane that people understand, that puts it in perspective. Because even this picture that's kind of the plane makes it look like it's only as big as 2 fighters. And that's just because the fighters are way over here and the plane's way back there.
First time I saw a C-17, I realized how tiny like a C-130 was. You know, C-130 looks big until you see like a C-17. You're like, holy fuck.
C-130s look big to me until I stand next to them, and then I'm like, the hell, this looks like a van.
Yeah, it's like a big U-Haul.
Yeah, seriously, it's like a U-Haul with some wings on it.
Yeah. You see, like
It's like all these actors are like midgets, so you know they're like look full size, but they're like the size of children. So in all these movies, it makes them look like the C-130s are huge or something.
There's a cool, I can't find it, but there's a really cool picture of a C-17 on the ground, and there's like a bunch of planes parked around it, and you can see how fucking enormous it is. Every other plane around it is just like, one of them's a C-130, and it's just tiny. It looks like you could fit the C-130 inside the C-17. Or maybe it was the other one. What's the other big one? There's a bigger one, isn't there? I'm getting my nomenclature mixed up, I think.
For what, bombers or cargo?
Cargo. They don't have
C5?
it.
The C5?
C5, the big one?
That's our biggest one, the Galaxy.
Okay. I'm getting it mixed up. Yeah, the Galaxy's the one.
C-140. There's a C-141, and then the C-130, then C-141, and then the C5. I think that's all.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, it's a C5. Not, I'm getting C-17 and a C5 mixed up. Yeah, here's the picture.
I keep posting these like little slow motion things because my phone can do slow motion, kinda, but it doesn't do sound. And, like, people freak the fuck out because it doesn't have the noise of it going boom or whatever the fuck they expect it to do when there's a gun going off. But so far, I'm 2 for 2. Post a picture with no sound. Somebody has to comment that there's no sound on it. You go to Instagram for the audio quality.
It is impressive watching C-130s land though when they fucking like reverse engines and just stop.
Okay, PBR. Then did you see the episode of Wings where they did the 130 and they did the segment on the Spectre?
No, I don't think I've seen that, but
They show footage of the Spectre doing a training run at night, and they have it filmed from different angles, so they're showing you how it pinpoints the fire. And it's like pitch black out, and you can see like the nav lights, and all of a sudden this thing just lights up the entire like planet.
they have a. I don't know which one it is, but there's a plane. I don't know if it's a Spectre or what, but it has like huge, like infrared spotlights, so they can just like night vision. They can just like light up an entire area like it's daylight. It's amazing. I think that's the Spectre.
Particularly calcium and magnesium. Hard water deposits of these.
I don't like it when you watch a video and it's got stupid pre-roll ad and you pause it and it pauses the damn ad.
I guess all the planes can do those crazy. All the cargo planes can do the hard stops. C-130 may be a flying U-Haul, but it's a fucking cool plane.
Being trolled by Tapper. I just got
What?
trolled. I got Tapper trolled. He's listening to me bitch about the sounds on the Instagram. Oh snap! That's a C5. Yeah, look at that little punk C-130 acting like it's a cargo trip plane next to that C5. Didn't even know what cargo is.
The cool thing about the C-130s, watching them, they can like land those things on nothing, like a postage stamp. Isn't there a video somewhere of one landing on an aircraft carrier? I want to say there is. There's got to be. I'm gonna look for it, or maybe taken off of on a aircraft carrier.
But I'm pretty sure I've seen that happen. And then there's some picture of like a B1, no, B-52 sitting on an aircraft carrier.
Oh, how the fuck did that happen?
Well, they must have put it there, but I'm thinking, wonder if they actually did need to like float one home, or if that's just like photoshopped, or if they just did that to move it from like Florida to North Carolina or something. I don't know.
Yeah, here's a video of them landing it on an aircraft carrier, or a C-130 that is. And if I remember correctly, they just did this to see if they could do it.
Where?
Side chat.
What? That's that picture of that thing still.
Oh, did I? No, it's YouTube. Yeah. Is that link not working? Oh, never mind. I've ridden in the back of a few C-130s. They are fucking loud and cold as shit. Jeez, you didn't like my video, so you just storm out of the room?
No, I don't know. It's weird to me. I can't. I'm not getting things to click on a gun channel. Am I connected? Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I guess. Yeah, I guess I didn't see the video. Sorry.
Oh, that's the beach landing. Oops. Here's the right one. Aircraft carrier is the second one.
I don't know if that would that be the kind of plane you think that like you could own and then just service yourself and stuff, or you think it'd be like too elaborate? You'd need like way too much maintenance and stuff.
I think there's quite a few C-130s in civilian hands. I would be amazed if there isn't. For cargo, for like,
And they've been around for so long. I would think it'd be like buying a Toyota truck. Like there'd have to be parts everywhere for them.
well, if you're trying to land in like a dirt road, you don't really, a dirt field somewhere in Alaska, you don't really want to be landing a fucking cargo jet. I would assume you'd want a prop aircraft.
Well, that's why you'd want a DC-3.
Holy shit. The fucking Wikipedia page, the list of countries that use a C-130 is long as fuck.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, I think I might have even seen this. Well, that was just a touch ago. I think I've seen this before because it's like they hit it at angles so they don't hit that tower or whatever. Maybe that's just the way the boat's made. But I imagine it's not too tough. I mean, it seems like you could just get the boat going in the same direction you're going. That's a given. And now you don't have to really stop. You just have to get to the speed of the boat, really, and then you really just have to get slower and slower and slower, and then just fall down on the boat. I would think.
I think there's more to it than that.
I'm pretty sure I've mastered it. I have to actually do it to know if I mastered it, but I'm pretty sure I've mastered it.
Yeah, there's all kinds of civilian C-130s. Oh fuck, there's one with pontoons?
How much do they cost?
I don't know. There's a C-130 float plane.
$1,500 on one, maybe $2,000 if it was in good shape.
This can't be a real thing.
I thought about because there was now they're gone. Like they sold them all. I think the land was worth more than the crap they had on them. But there was quite a few because we have the airplane graveyard here. There was quite a few junkyards that had just junk like airplane carcasses and stuff. And some of that stuff I knew one guy who owned one of those places, and he would get those helicopters from like Nam, the Marine helicopters that were like 2 stories tall, weird looking ones. He had a bunch of those, and his deal was that he would buy them off the Army or the Air Force for scrap, basically. I don't know. They just, they throw away everything. And then, like, whenever they didn't need it anymore, and then countries that were still using those planes obviously still needed parts, so he just made, he bought it for X amount of dollars and sold it for X times whatever, selling the individual parts off to different places that still use those helicopters. Anyway, there was a couple of places like that, and then I guess once you get to a certain point, you got just airframes that are made out of like rare metals and stuff that probably have value. But I always wanted to buy like if F4 would be my just for having a cool plane in the yard, but I was thinking like either the front nose part of a C-130 or the whole fucking fuselage of a C-130 minus the wings, and then make that like a shop in the back instead of a outbuilding, like have just a C-130. That'd be cool as shit. And then have the cockpit to hang out in and point it looking towards the sunset or something.
It'd be cool if you could wire it up to the city, or just wire it up like, a house, and then you could open the garage door would be the ramp in the back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I probably wouldn't do the ramp because that would require all the up and down. But yeah, leave the ramp out and then just put a garage door in, kind of to close the opening. I don't know. It would definitely be worth the challenge of making that into a shop or a shed. It'd be a pretty good sized shop, really.
Pink just found a one for sale.
My problem would be I'd go out into the garage and turn the garage into an airplane.
They're not the best.
Though. Yeah, but it says call for price. What's up with that?
Oh, get mad at Pink.
U.S. Desert Storage. That looks like it's out here.
Yeah, it's in Arizona.
I was reading last night about that incident, that when those Tomcats shot down those MiGs in
Top Gun?
80 in the no in the 80s, like 88 I think it was. I don't know if you remember that. And I didn't know that those boneyards, they don't just throw, some of them they just throw out there, but some of them they put out, they store for storage until they can find a museum to stick them in. Because they're
Well,
talking
not
about,
here. No. If you look at the one here, if you look at it from the air, everything on the east side, or excuse me, the right side, the east side of the one road that goes up and down through the middle of the graveyard, everything on the right is scrap. Everything on the left is in rotation. So they're parked there, and then they paint like really thick white paint over the everything that can be vulnerable, and they let them sit no longer than, I think it's like months, dude. It's like not very long, because there's a whole group of the Air Force out here that their whole job is to strip the white paint off, get it ready to go, fly it around the city a few times, put it back, and paint it white again. So they're literally in rotation. Everything that you look at, if you look at an aerial view of the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, there's this line going up and down, and everything on the right of that line is junk, and they're parting it out, and they're selling pieces to either us or our allies, and everything on the left is in rotation. So all of that stuff is either sold to other allies for their Air Force or whatever, their use, or like our reserve units and stuff that might need a whole plane. So that part that's in rotation is at one point was the third largest Air Force on the planet, and it was our extra Air Force. That's how fucking awesome we are.
yeah, they were
Yeah,
saying
that white paint has a lifespan of about 5 months.
Okay, so that might be how long they'd let them sit there. And then the other neat thing, if you look at thing from space and you look at the right side, the east side, with the part that's all junk, they're neat because they have a sense of humor. They're human beings, so they put them out there in like smiley faces and shit just because they can, I guess, so you can look at it from space and see it. But then if you keep looking all the way to the right, all the way to the east, they turn into just a bunch of squares, and those are just a shit ton of boxes out there, from like cargo container size down to just little boxes, and that is the B-52 factory. So when the SALT treaty or whatever said that we couldn't make B-52s anymore, it didn't say we couldn't keep the factory and all the tooling to make B-52s again. So that is literally the factory. If we ever go back to war and we need B-52s, which are a pretty decent plane, we can just put the factory back together and put them back together. I thought that's cool as shit.
Yeah, they were saying that one of the F-14s is in a museum, the other is at the boneyard, but it's being maintained until they can find a museum to stick it in. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, well, there is a row when you can take I don't know all this stuff because you can pay $7 and get on a bus ride for like however many hours and drive all around. They tell you all about all this. The side that's in rotation, if you go all the way to the north side of the planes that are in rotation, there's like a row that when you look at it from space, you can tell because they all look different. All the rest of them look like rows and rows of the same plane. It's mostly C-130s. But if you look at that row that's all different, those are the museum planes that basically, like you say, they either didn't want them at the Air Force Museum, which is across the street, which is one of each kind of plane, or they just decided, let's keep some cool shit here because they're the Air Force and they were their planes. Why not? Why throw away all of them when you could keep one? So they did, and then that might be what you're talking about, because those are like President so-and-so's plane. This is the first plane to fly to Alaska or some shit. Like these, they have some significance, but they're not exactly like, they don't need to be in the Smithsonian. I don't know if those fly. They probably don't, because they're just windows. They don't have their shit painted up.
I'll find the. I actually found
every once in a while a C1 or C5 will fly around, and that's because it's one of the ones in rotation. Or sometimes old ass shit will fly around because we keep old ass shit in rotation too. So it's kind of neat living here and seeing. I mean, there's always A-10s up there, and there's always F-16s up there. Like, it's literally all the time. And then at least three different kinds of helicopters if you count the border patrol and shit. So there's always something in the sky, but it's neat that every once in a while you get used to that noise, and then it'll be a different noise. You'll look up and it's like a Mustang flying with an F4, and they'll do like I think pictures. They'll take a regular plane and fly next to whatever cool plane they just rotated through, and I'm assuming that's what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but it's neat. You'll just look up and there's freaking, old ass World War II plane flying around.
I want an A10.
I would probably take an A10. They're not very big either, and I suspect you could probably maintain one without $1 million. Well, maybe $1 million. Dang, all these C-130s say that you have to inquire for the price, but this one looks appealing. It's made in 1982 only.
So that's the one in Miami, Florida.
I think so. Well,
because it has $3 million in extra parts, $3 million worth of extra parts or something like that.
So that makes it sound like it's going to cost more than $3 million.
Comes with the refueling tank that goes into the C-130.
No avionics. That's interesting.
So that means somebody's going to have to buy a KC-135 too?
This one, it says it's being sold without any of the engines or the propellers or any of that stuff. So you have to drag it out of there, and there's no radios in it. So that's waiting to be a shed. I wonder how it would... Probably have to cut the wings off somehow and then sell the wings to somebody, and you wouldn't want that stupid tail.
You could sell them.
Well, I bet you they're made out of like titanium or some shit, so you probably get money for the metal that they're made out of.
Absolutely.
You got to keep the tail on there and turn it into like a weather vane.
I think that there'd probably be like whatever. That'd probably be taller than trees. There'd probably be some kind of somebody'd have a fit about it. But it would be neat to put a radio antenna on. I don't know. I wouldn't want to look at an airplane rudder. I don't think, and I don't mind looking at the windows, but I would want to have to look at wings and shit in your house. These aircraft receive continued maintenance, including freshwater rinse after each flight. We're washing every frickin' plane after we fly around? Seems kind of a waste of water.
Perrier.
Oh, whatever, dude. I
think I'm going to talk to Al Gore, and we're going to campaign to quit washing all these airplanes. They're made for war. They can get a little dirty.
Whatever, dude. I would pay them to let me wash.
Seriously, if they said, okay, like Boy Scout troops or something, wait in line and you get to wash jet planes all day.
Can you imagine how
always have free labor?
Yeah, those kids would be so fucking excited.
Dude, exactly. Plus, you'd be like, if in order to wash the jet planes, you got to be good, and then you'd have a bunch of good kids that are super excited. Got to give them a reason to be good.
Trying to find a
Well, they
video.
were made by the Navy, so they probably have to wash them off. That's why they say fresh water. They probably washed them off because they were around seawater. It's possible that plane won World War II, though. I know it was made in 1982, but it is a Navy plane.
Oh, God.
And I do believe there was a YouTube video where it was transported back in time. So that would make it authentic.
Here we go. So here's a video of the of those F-14 shooting down those MiGs. Watch it later. It's like 6 minutes or 9 minutes long, but it's worth it. And the link before I put him is the Wikipedia of the shoot down of those MiGs. It's pretty interesting. They fucking smoke their asses too. Maybe I'll put this in GunChannels.
Did Hash Tactical have a show tonight? Because it looks like she did a screenshot of her in a show. But we were down, so I doubt it was posted here. Maybe they were just practicing, not live.
I didn't even know she was doing a show.
She was talking about doing one on the 9th, which I think is next Monday. So maybe they were just practicing getting their whatever figured out. That seems almost professional.
Oh, and there you go. That's why it wasn't posted here.
There's different people in here than the other days. Have you guys seen Narcos yet? That show off of Netflix?
I'm going to watch it though.
Oh man, you're gonna love it. Love it.
I probably will. I fucking love that kind of stuff.
I thought it was gonna be like Scarface, so I wasn't thinking I was gonna like it, but it ain't like Scarface. I mean, I guess it's the same kind of story, but it's not like stupid drama, garbage, crap. It's all awesome.
I gotta see if it's available. Now, HBO made a movie long time ago about Barry Seal.
About what?
Barry Seal. Barry Seal was well, I don't want to say famous, but he was the person who, let's just say, he was responsible for the organization of the cartel Air Force, and they're smuggling drugs in by airplane into Mena, Arkansas. It's that whole '80s generation of Escobar, the Clintons, Barry Seal, the DEA, the Blue Thunder boats, all that dog and pony just say no stuff.
Yeah, I think I can't even imagine how many ways of hitting that, because exactly, I've seen somebody mentioned the Cocaine Cowboys one.
That was me.
I remember seeing that one, but actually it was pretty good. It was about the American though. Like, it was about a guy from the U.S. and his point of view of like them coming to him and him having his skill set or whatever. So I always think of, I guess, that part, like the Miami Vice part, or like the bad guys on the street part. I never really thought about what was going on in Colombia or whatever. And that's why it was so fascinating, because it's neat. I just like watching stuff from like the 70s and 80s anyway, and everything, like all their clothes and cars and everything. It's all correct for the most part, not the guns. And then the whole, like, it's not like somebody sat down and went, you know what would make us a lot of money? Let's take cocaine up to the United States. Like, that never happened. So seeing how it kind of happened, just how it randomly happened, sort of thing. And then once it, like you say, I think the first time they flew it up here in like their coat. Like, they just figured they'd sew an extra pocket in a coat because nobody was really looking for stuff like that. And they were looking for marijuana at the time, so that was bulky and big. So a guy walking with just a coat wasn't, an issue. So once they figured out that there was potential, it wasn't too long before they started figuring out all these different things. So, very interesting and well done. Like, just the way they have like a DEA guy narrate it and everything, it moves along and it doesn't waste a bunch of time on crap that would be obviously just their bullshit they made up. I mean, everything is bullshit they made up, because who knows what their actual conversations were. But it doesn't sit around worrying about all the drama between every single set of characters or whatever. It's telling the story over 8 episodes or whatever, and does a good job. But I can't even imagine. Then there's the part that Miami Vice glorified or whatever, but the actual gangs here on this side, I guess that's what Scarface was, right? I don't remember Scarface anymore. It was him. What was that one? Is that the one where he's like a Cuban and he's here, and then he's just being like a bad guy, gangster, criminal type of guy, and then cocaine happens, and then they started out gambling or doing whatever little stuff criminals do, but then when cocaine happened, like, all of a sudden they were like the people who could do what they needed, which was distribute the cocaine to the people who wanted it, right? And then they became massively rich where they didn't know what to do with their money. And that must be what it is, because it wasn't there a point in Scarface or one of those movies where the guy in the U.S., the criminal in the U.S., who's like the drug dealer or the kingpin of all the drug dealers, like, he loses some money or some cocaine or something, and then the guys from South America are like, well, that's it, we're going to kill you. And then that's like a whole other drama, is that the guys who were supplying the drugs are mad at him, as well as the cops, and then it's like the whole shitstorm.
I haven't watched it in a long time. But
Maybe I'm mixing up movies, but it seems like that's typically the plot, and that's as much as we get. It's like, okay, the bad guys from South America are strong arm, and they're steadfast, and they're not going to waver. And that's all we know. So this was interesting because it was like, so much going on about what was happening on their end, and they weren't innocent at all. They were a bunch of assholes, and they were ruthless, and they're just fucked. I mean, they were like the kind of people that's like old school mafia shit. Like, oh, you're gonna fuck with us? Like, no problem at all. We're just gonna kill you, your whole family, the teacher that you had one time, your dog you liked, the person who raised that dog, and then your horse. So fuck you. You know, that's just how they do shit. So that they have ultimate fear of everyone. And they, I don't know, you live that life. You just have a different view of things. So, I mean, that guy was so rich and everything. Anyway, it was really interesting seeing all that, and yeah, it was fascinating.
Pablo Escobar is like a. He's like a. They have like candles. Like he's a saint. He's like the saint of
Oh
drug
yeah.
dealers.
Well, he got so rich, and then he was like, "Well, I'm Jesus or whatever. Like I'm perfect. I'm the best. Like I can do no wrong." And he's like, "I'm just gonna save this country. I'm gonna run for president or whatever. Like I'm gonna be whatever." He thought he was untouchable, and yeah, tons of people. I mean, what are you gonna do? You can either be down with them or die, pretty much. Or if you're against them, everybody knows it. So then you won't be able to do anything. Yeah, it's weird.
I'm sitting here looking at the wiki link that PBR put in there, and I'm looking at this dog fight. It's not much of a dog fight.
Well, it's fucking missile. It's modern shit, dude. They don't turn and burn. They fucking just shoot missiles at each other until somebody dies. You're evading missiles, not other aircraft. But they turned like 5 times. Like they turned. They're flying. They're doing their patrol, and they see the MiGs, so they turn, and then to see what the MiGs will do, thinking the MiGs will see that they're turning away, so the MiGs will just leave them alone. Then the MiGs turned at them, so they turned again. The MiGs turned at them again. They turned like 5 times, and by the 5th time, that video is the cockpit recording, and I think it's by the end of it, you actually see what the pilot sees, because when it goes from beyond visual range to visual range, and then by the end of the video, you can see the MiG. They go from like beyond visual range to on top of each other. So it's, as far as modern dogfights are concerned, that is a fucking dogfight. If you're like that close to the other jet, you know.
So was this when Libya was like, you can't cross this line, and what Bush was like, I'll cross that line.
Yeah, Libya was trying. Yeah, that was 89 when Libya was like trying to like just flex their fucking muscles again. And so we parked like 2 aircraft carriers or an aircraft carrier right outside of that line, and just flew F-4 fighters.
I can remember just before that, like it must have been the mid '80s when it was like unclassified, or people were starting to figure out or know or whatever, it was common knowledge, or it was becoming common knowledge that with an F-15 or whatever, I think it was the F-15, was that first one we had where it could be over the horizon. So all you had to do is be like in the general area of the bad guy, and then your radar would find it over the horizon. You'd launch missiles and take care of business, and you never even saw the fucking thing because it was over the horizon. I was like,
I mean, that F-14 could do that too, I think, but here's the other incident. It happened twice. This happened twice, and this one's 81, where some Phantoms ran into the MiGs, but then the Phantoms escorted the MiGs out, and then the Phantoms left, and then the MiGs turned around and came back, and then they went up, and then some Tomcats shot them down. But yeah, I mean, fuck, dude, like, watch that video later when you got some, and listen to, I think I'm fascinated by the cockpit recordings. And you can hear what the dudes are thinking and saying. You know, you can hear them breathing because they're fucking pulling G's and shit. It's fucking, I think that's cool as fuck.
Charles does the radio shows on Sunday morning, Charles Heller.
Yeah.
Let me find this one. I don't know if you've heard it. You might find it interesting. Have you heard of, let me find it and then I'll ask you because I forget. It's somebody's push from Vietnam.
Oh, nice. I could find it, but there's a flight recording from the Medal of Honor incident where the A1 Sky Raider got shot down. There was like two A1 Sky Raiders, and they were like circling a airfield where VC were attacking some Green Berets or something, and they one of the Sky Raiders got shot down, and he crash landed next to the airfield. So his wingman fucking lands on the airfield that's surrounded by VC with them like firing machine guns and RPGs at him. He taxis over, grabs his buddy, throws him in the back of the cockpit, and then takes off. And he got the Medal of Honor. And there's a cockpit recording from that of the other fight of the jets in the area that are watching this happen. It's pretty fucking cool.
So it was Colonel Pardo in 1967, and they were over Laos or something, or no, they were over Nam, and they were together.
Oh yes, the tailhook push.
Yeah, and he talks to Colonel Pardo for like an hour, and it's fucking awesome. So that's the link to listen to it. It's the MP3, and it's top quality, good stuff.
Nice. Yeah, the tailhook push is famous. That's like one of like I've heard of another instance where I think it was during the Korean War. The same thing happened, but he pushed him with the nose of his aircraft, and that was. But
this was on his glass. Like this was on the field in front of him. Yeah.
He tried to push him with the nose, but he couldn't. So he had him lower his tail hook and then lodged it against his fucking cockpit window. Oh man.
That's fucking realism right there. So yeah, the second link is his list of all of his shows that he likes. So he's got Marcinko in there. I'm on that one back in 2005, and then like Dennis Weaver, I guess. But then he's got quite a few generals. He's way into Navy, but he's got quite a few Air Force ones. And
oh yeah, there's the tailhook push. Yeah.
There's the guy from so Magnum PI was about a guy from Vietnam. You know, the character. So they had what do you call the expert kind of person or whatever, like the film company hired a guy who was in Vietnam kind of thing, and he had an interview with that guy. That guy was interesting. Also.
Nice.
Hup, you know, the Luby Massacre. He's got her from 2010.
I don't know that one.
Where her and her parents were in the Lubies in Texas, and she had to keep her CCW in the car.
Yeah.
You know, I thought I made it pretty clear on my video earlier that on the second I open carry for Every Second Matters. So why are so many morons asking me in this video, how'd they know you were carrying? Going through the comments on this latest video, it's like every other person's asking me how they knew I was carrying to throw me out.
Wow.
I was going to say, you made it pretty clear that you were open carrying at the beginning of the video.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, well, do people watch videos with the sound off? What's the deal?
Which was it? That Kia in Portland?
Yeah.
I haven't watched the video yet, so I'm not surprised.
It's only IKEA around here that I know of.
I thought there was one in Washington, but that's like up by Seattle, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's up towards Seattle.
Everybody's still there?
Yeah.
It's got really quiet.
Oh, I had muted because I was starting some of those videos so I could put them in my history.
Have you seen they have some videos out now of the new F-15 they want to build and I swear to God they're probably doing this because the whatever that new fucking jet is this kind of a fiasco?
35.
Yeah, the F-35 is such a fiasco. There's a new F-15 they have that I think Israel wants a whole shit ton of them. Like, here's a link, but it's like a new version with new jets or new everything. The tails are like more like a F-22. Like, it has pods. It's modular, so it has pods that can hold missiles internally, so it lowers its radar profile, and those pods can come off, and they can put like any like fuel tanks there. They can put like a whole bunch of different shit. So it's supposed to be like super versatile and just like the pinnacle of the F-15. And I'm wondering if Boeing is kind of, I don't know who makes F-35. Is that Boeing also?
I don't keep track anymore.
Oh, that's Lockheed Martin.
Sounds right. Doesn't sound
Yeah.
like Lockheed. Sounds
Yeah,
like
it's Lockheed Martin. So this is probably Boeing just fucking rubbing it in fucking Lockheed Martin's face. Buy 6 of these for the cost of 1 of those.
So does Hashtag Tactical have a YouTube channel?
I don't know. I don't even know who that is.
I'm flipping over here. I don't know. If she must have, because didn't she join us in a live chat once? So she must have the ability. I don't know if it's the same as if it's branded to her IG account or not. But I don't know. I didn't really go look around. I've been doing other things here while we're bullshitting, so I just haven't had a chance to go look and see if it was like. I imagine if I seen her channel, I would have subbed to it. So I guess that means it would show up in my feed, right? I guess I can go look.
Because she says not live just yet. Soon though.
Okay, well, because of the time of day, I'm guessing she doesn't mean like soon today. I think she's saying like they're practicing and soon, like in a few days.
Okay.
About doing it. Well, actually, no, yeah, Monday, so a few days.
Because she asked if I had listened to the test hangout.
Oh, well then I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she understands how it works. Maybe she assumes that we all subbed her and we're all watching YouTube or something.
Yeah, I don't have her YouTube. But it looks like it's going to be a whole hangout on women, with women.
I think, and not just that, but ones that are activists, like working for the different I think state level pro-gun or pro-rights organizations.
Okay, that's cool.
But
we let Yankee in here.
Yankee's hardly a girl, he's a woman.
I think we definitely want to have girls on gun channels, and I want to have it where it's comfortable for, like, I don't want to say families, but for like 4-H or Girl Scouts. I don't know if Girl Scouts does shooting. I know they usually don't, but I don't know if they can't or not. But whatever the equivalent of that would be. So yeah, I'd like it to be. I mean, not every corner of it, but in general, I'd like the place to be welcoming to everybody. So I'll take any steps that we can take. Especially, like I say, I'm pretty sure these girls are activists. So it's not just like, yeah, let's talk about purses or something. Pretty sure it's like the opposite of that. They want to be intentionally like,
Just keep
let's
Stone
be
Guy away
there.
from him. We'll be
Yeah, I was
alright.
going to say we're going to be needing duct tape for Quark, Stone Guy, and Dana.
Well, and if you're a minority.
Well, I know Hash is pushes pro Second Amendment stuff, so I'm pretty sure probably a lot of the other girls are going to be in the pro Second Amendment too.
That's awesome. I would like it. I would love having more
diverse group.
Diversity. Yeah. I mean, I get all happy when Girk shows up. Whatever. Speaking of diversity, whatever happened to? Is Chris just gone? Is he just done with this shit now?
No, he was in here last night.
He was here last night. Yeah. He said that he's doing videos for some friends of his, and he'll be. I think he said something like he's dusting off his guns, getting them ready to start shooting again. It's just barely getting to be like. It was actually kind of hot today, but it was sort of rainy. But it was, it's just barely getting where it is tolerable outside. So it wasn't like he. I don't know. I wouldn't have gone out shooting either. Up until about a week or two ago.
Well, yeah, we still can come in here and shoot the shit with us.
Yeah, I hear you there. Seems like he was. He's down for hanging out and talking shit when he's reloading. I don't think if he's reloading, he's talking gaming or something else.
Well, plus he might have a other half in his life here soon.
Oh yeah. So that takes some amount of time, I suppose.
Oh, he got a girlfriend?
Are you saying he's pregnant or he's got a girlfriend?
Possibly girlfriend.
Wow.
I believe the expression was getting up the nerve.
How old is he? I mean, I guess I don't know if that's too personal to ask. But...
He's younger than me.
He's in his 30s, isn't he? Like mid to late 30s or something?
Well, he just had his 20-year anniversary, so...
He went to basic like 10 years after I did, I think, so... He can't be less than 30.
So 38? If he just had his 10-year anniversary?
No, 20-year anniversary.
I mean, 20-year anniversary, yeah.
20-year anniversary. Oh, high school?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would be able to tell, because you're 18, right? So,
yeah.
38.
Alright.
Unless he's super smart or a dumbass, about 30. Oh shit, Chosen Ninja's back on YouTube. How long has that been going on? You guys ever watch Chosen Ninja?
No.
Dude, he was the shit. He's only got 50,000 subs. Back in the day, though, he was bigger than anybody. He was one of the biggest channels I ever seen. So I don't know if he lost subs or scale has just changed. But this dude's awesome. I hope it's the same guy. It has to be, because it's in my sub list. He was, I think he's Korean, but he's a ninja, and he does cool-ass videos. So, like, one video, he's standing in, I don't know, 3 or 4 strides away from a fence, and he's got just pieces of metal, basically. He's calling them shuriken, but he's a ninja, so anything he throws is basically going to work, right? But they're just these, like, pieces of metal. Like, they look kind of like broken blades that you resharpened or something. Hardly, but, like, just crude little pieces of metal. And then there's this person kind of behind a corner that's winging, I think they were like tin cans, like empty soup cans or something. And the dude is just like, wham, 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 like kicking these things out of thin air and pinning them to the wall. There's other videos where he's like standing on the roof of this shed and he's winging, like a big metal spike. They're like substantial, like way bigger than a cigar. And they're like sharpened at both ends, those ninja spikes. He's like winging these things farther than I could ever wing a rock and hitting this 5-gallon bucket dead on every time. Doof, doof, doof. It's just a freaking ninja. It's awesome, like seeing a real ninja do all kinds of crazy ninja shit. And then he would give you like words of wisdom, like at the end of this thing. Like this was back in the day. It was like 2008 and stuff, before I was even doing YouTube, I think. And he had trolls back then, like you're not ninja. And you'd be like, be calm, man. What do you care if I'm a ninja or not? It's just super cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, anyway, there's a link. I'm super stoked. I'm the super real ninja on the YouTube.
Dude, check out this fucking bomber. Holy Christ, that thing looks badass. That's some 1960s badassness. Man.
Right on. I only missed like 5 videos. He just started doing videos like a week or so ago, looks like. And I don't know if he took down his videos a long time ago or if his channel was just turned off or something, but it looks like there's a whole bunch of them here from 2 years ago or more. So if you ever want to be a ninja and you don't want to waste time going to wherever you go to be ninja, you just do it in the comfort of your own home now. It's not like there's lessons, but I think you can learn a lot by being a ninja by just watching a ninja be a ninja in front of you and get the philosophies from a ninja.
Learn by osmosis.
Pretty much. It's not like it's, you know, like ninja is doing this and that and the other thing. It's just knowing that these things can be done. It's half the battle.
Yeah, that video he showed you, told you to get a $150 bow, which was close to the more expensive Korean bow that he uses.
Oh man, there's all kinds of videos I missed in here.
Yeah, I'll sub him. Oh crap. Now what bomber is that? XB-70?
It's an X-plane. It looks like it.
That might be that Russian one I was talking about.
No, it's American.
Yeah, it's the United States.
It was a X-plane that never went anywhere, like
Oh,
prototype.
okay.
Yep, world's only remaining North American XB-70 Valkyrie.
It looks sort of like that Concorde.
Yeah, exactly. It looks exactly like the Concorde.
Well, the Concorde didn't have a big delta wing like that, did it?
Didn't it have?
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
it did. I'm always looking at the front of it, so maybe it is just kind of like that in the back. I would have liked to fly on that. Flown on that.
Hell yeah.
Concorde with a Delta.
Well, it does look a lot like a Concorde.
Some real ninja crap in this side chat for you, G.
What?
I put some real ninja crap in the side chat for you. This is your TV, man. Z Nation, the drug cartels. You got your ninja pack.
Heck yeah. No, this is kidding around though.
No, it's not. That's the
Well, I
scary
know he's
part.
not, but what I'm showing, I'm talking about those Chosen. He's like legit real ninja. Like showing you shit that people are like basically like, that's CGI. You can't. That's not possible. Not like grab the gun out of your ankle and do a ninja roll and then. Yeah, I remember this guy. Although anybody that laughs at him swinging around that sword on a dock, that little flimsy dock, that's probably tough. It's like doing it on kind of a boat or something. We won't tell him he's got a Chinese sword.
plane looks like a weapon. Like it looks like you could just stab somebody with that thing. Looks like a fucking something that ninja dude should be throwing at something.
Anybody seen that? I think it's Tom Hanks, where he's negotiating the spies out of Germany in Cold War.
I haven't seen it yet. Is it any good?
No, it's a drama, so it's boring. It's interesting, I guess. And there's a couple of scenes where they talk about the like training a little bit, and then the what they had in the U2, and then flying around to U2 and whatnot. So that part's kind of neat. It's sort of like I mean, it's not action at all. It's okay. I mean, it's well done. Obviously, it's spent a lot of money on it, but it's fairly boring. It's just because we know exactly. I mean, at least I knew everything that happened, so it's just watching their drama of all the words of the actual stuff that everybody knows what happened already.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather watch something that gives me the summary of something, and then can give me the summary of 5 other things in the time it takes for them to come up with a bunch of fucking words that they think would have sounded good with some music and, you know what I'm saying, all the crap that who knows what really happened. And I mean, maybe if they took it all out of like a diary of somebody who wrote down what everybody said and they actually just dramatized it, but this is just some writer's interpretation or Tom Hanks's interpretation of it. Does he write his movies or is he just acting them?
I don't know. I think that was what's his face that did Opie from fucking what's his name?
Ron
Ron Howard.
Ron Howard, yeah.
Yeah.
We're being jerks to the chat, so I threw the ninja link in there. I don't know what all plane links are worth dropping. There's been quite a few plane links though.
Is there anybody in the chat?
I forgot, but yeah, that Dead Horse is out there, and
Shit.
well, there's other people, so I figured.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Looks like we got Angelina Beebe in there.
What?
She must be new to Gun Channels.
Oh, right on. You gotta be careful. I thought you were saying something else because we've had some, I don't know what they are, like stores or something.
Right.
Figuring out, they must have figured out how to do recapture or something, so whenever you see those, just let me know.
Holy shit, this thing could go Mach 3 plus. It's like a SR-71 bomber.
YB-12 interceptor.
No, this
XB-70.
XB-70. Yeah, that thing was fast as fuck.
But no, the YZ something. Damn, what is there is a. They tried to make an SR-71 into a fighter interceptor, but it outruns its own bullets, so all it could do is deliver a missile, and they were like, that's kind of pointless.
Alright, gentlemen, I'm gonna call it a night. I'll see you all tomorrow, maybe.
Okay, man. Have a good one.
Do yourself a favor, watch those ninja videos.
I will practice my ninja. See what
Here's the nice thing about being a ninja and learning the skills of a ninja. Then let's say you're in some sort of situation where you could profit, then you're right there. You're making money.
Yeah, but then I gotta carry around smoke bombs and ninja stars. I just don't know if I'm dedicated.
True ninja can like grab the items at hand and like.
MacGyver ninja, make my own smoke bomb.
Dude, ninjosity is nothing but improvisation. Everything's improv.
You need to find Lee Van Cleef.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go look for Lee Van Cleef. See y'all later.
What? This thing says somebody's in Tucson. I'm definitely opening this one. Saying that he's training with somebody in Tucson? What? I know we have a pretty big kung fu school thing here. But is this suggesting we have a ninja in town? Can train somebody? Doesn't look like it. It looks like there used to be a website and now it's a link farm. That sucks. Huh? Maybe not. Maybe they just have a weird name for their website.
Well, I was gonna say it's.
Huh?
Is it 444 at something 444 at gmail.com?
What's that?
Let me see if I can send this. Oh yeah. Well, I'll send it to my email. That way I can show the picture in here.
I think he just came to this school in Tucson. I don't think there's a ninja instructor in Tucson. Got my hopes all up. I knew a guy in the Army who ended up spending a good chunk of his money to go study with a real ninja. He was like super into being like learning ninjutsu and stuff.
Stephen Hayes was the famous American one. He actually does TED Talks now.
Breaking up, but I heard Stephen Hayes in there.
Stephen K. Hayes was the original American Ninja. He was the first white person to ever officially receive the title from a continuous legacy clan. And back in the 70s and 80s, when the martial arts craze was big, it was like, you know, the ninja costumes, the ninja hood, and, you know, the weapons and all that stuff. But he actually developed into, like, the art of war type business school, where it's like he doesn't just teach the martial arts, he teaches the philosophy. He's got different courses that apply to stuff and all that crap. So he, like the last couple of years, he was actually on the TED Talk circuit, you know, talking about different topics, personal empowerment, security, and all that stuff.
Well, if you teach you how to be a warrior, right, there you go.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Is he's like, you know, the whole sphere.
Yeah, I got a Stephen Hayes book or two that definitely are in my pile of books that I would grab if the house is burning down, probably.
His skills are running, punching high, or jumping high, ninja flips, invisibility, control animals, battle dancing, lightning punch, breathe underwater, and sword.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty good.
And if you hold down the start button and press XXYZ, he can talk to the animals too.
Ninja swords, gotcha. Bow staff, understandable. Throwing stars.
Well, sharps.
Yep, important. Chain stick, obviously. Flashing powder, makes sense. And then Uzi, of course.
You left out the Manriki, the palm fob.
Well, this is just something trying to make fun of the concept. Make light ninja.
I wonder how much his EDC weighs.
Well, I remember he took down a bunch of videos because I'm not finding the damn ones that I was talking about where he was like throwing the shuriken at the cans, and there was like a whole series where he was like in this parking garage winging shurikens and stuff. So I think he might have ditched a whole bunch of videos. There's like instructional videos in the parking garage. But he's doing the same thing. He's got a whole series here: Power and Money, Managing Life, Addiction, Karma, Words.
This your chosen guy, or are you looking at Stephen Hayes' site?
No, I'm talking about Chosen. Same kind of concept though, like forgiving yourself, faith, take the right step.
He does the philosophical stuff too.
Oh, dude,
awesome.
That seems like most of the stuff he left up, and then, well, not only for sure, but yeah, that was the thing I liked best. And then he's got like little things he would do at the end just to make you to fuck with you. I mean, some people didn't get it. Some people were like, oh, what the hell? But anyway, I think he's legit. I think he's the real thing. There's only like 2 videos where he's in that hallway, dang it, and there's none from when he's in the park. Maybe those were the ones he got most trolled about or something, so he probably figured out if he just ditched them, he didn't have to worry about it. Or didn't have to defend all that shit so much.
Who cares? It's like you're getting views, you're getting clicks. I thought that was the point.
Oh, I don't think it was, though, because he's only 50,000 subs. He was never trying. He's a ninja, dude. He ain't worried about making. He was just trying to put it out there, I think. I think he just. One of the reasons. I don't really remember. I don't pay attention. When people leave YouTube, I don't have that much respect, really, honestly, so I don't pay that much attention when they leave, but he was one that I was interested, so I think I did look, and he was saying. He made a couple of times where he was like, this is getting to be too much. Like, it's not worth it. I got my own life to live, so if people just want to bitch. Oh no, I think I found some of the shriek. If people just want to bitch, then here you go. Here's YouTube for you. And then he finally quit. So I don't know. I just found the ones I was looking for. So maybe he did leave most of them up. He has a lot of videos.
Weapons Outfitters posted a link today from some chick who apparently was one of the biggest, most famous channels on YouTube. And she quit YouTube and she started making videos about why she quit social media and how fucked up it is. And I was like, I was confused at first because I got it on my Facebook feed. And Weapons Outfitters, it's a store, but the guy that owns the store is pretty outspoken and covers a lot of topics like politics. He's not afraid to just say shit. And he posted the link today, and I thought it was just like some sort of mistake or something. And I actually clicked on it and ended up watching her video, and it was pretty informative, man.
Huh. Well, I'd be interested, but I've been paying attention if this was the right video or not. So if you watch this one, he's behind a piece of wood, so he's not even looking at the place where he's throwing at, and she's winging. Oh no, this is a different one. He just he sees a bucket and then he goes behind a piece of wood, so he's not looking at the bucket anymore, and he still hits the bucket. Dang, I thought it was the other one. And you can see though the hallway I'm talking about, and then he does other ones where he's just knocking them out of the air and stuff. So anyway, it's that kind of stuff that people are like, oh, that's fake. You didn't do that. And then he would post. It was not really video responses, but he'd be like, all right, well, then what would you believe? Oh, I'll do this instead. All right, I'll do that then. Oh, you didn't do that. These are from 2010. And he's also badass because his shuriken are just pieces of drill bits and shit. Just sharpens drill bits.
Yeah, that looked like a nail.
If you do not believe, you will not practice this. I believe a lot of people got maimed after seeing that video and decided to believe and try it at home.
Yeah, I think that Angelina Beebe is one of Hash Tactical friends.
Right on.
She's from California. She's like a label or a sticker maker.
Oh, really?
Decal maker. Yeah.
Cool.
So she might be getting all of them set up on gun channels, so they can do
use the chat room.
Right. Do a weekly show maybe.
Well, I'll need to. I wonder where they're going to put it. I'll have to make a chat room so they can have a dedicated chat and everything. That horse is saying, so if you can throw and hit a thing without seeing the target, you can shoot without seeing the target. And I would bet you that a ninja doesn't need to look. He can just do the same thing and shoot a gun. It ain't no difference if it's a gun or something he's throwing, I would imagine. I'm going to go ahead and speak for the ninjas. Does it tell you anywhere? YouTube's stupid. Doesn't tell you how many videos people have. What are they trying to hide that information for?
Oh, you mean for him? The ninja guy?
You can tell how many subs they have and how many views. He's only got 6 million views. Oh, pathetic. Yeah, you can't really tell. I think if you go somewhere else and then hover over their shit somewhere else, then you will get told. Yeah, 454 videos. So, I don't know what the average time is. Looks like maybe 4 or 5 minutes. So if I do my calculator work here, I got about 26 hours of ninja training ahead of me. Looking forward to that. Really what I'm looking forward to is what I'm going to use my ninja powers on.
Did they mail you a certificate after the 26 hours?
No, you don't need to. Once you're a ninja, you're confident in your skills. You don't need anything to... You don't want a paper trail. You need a paper trail for you. You're freaking
That's why they send out invisible certificates.
Probably through the not flux of knowledge, it's acknowledged that you're a ninja, and that's all that's necessary. Other ninjas on their paths would understand. So
What's like the last dragon? Once you graduate your 26 hours, just walking down the street, people will see that you're a ninja.
I got the glow. I'll be like humming. Whenever somebody doesn't give me my falafel quick enough or whatever, I'll just kind of glow, and then they'll be like, "Shit, get that guy a falafel right away."
Here we go. Kickstarter. Dirty Gordy's The Last Ninja. Hollywood likes to do retreads. Barry Gordy's Last Dragon's iconic. Starring G. Webbs as The Last Ninja. Oh wow. Talk about flashback. This is a long time ago. This is like when I first, back in the beginning of YouTube, there was this dude, this video that used to go around all the time. He was like the redneck ninja. He'd come out in like this like karate pajama type of thing, and he'd be like, "Now, if you want to know how to ninja," and he'd have like nunchucks or something like that, and just like do the craziest crap. But apparently, it started off that he thought he was being serious. And then it just turned into cascaded into this whole big comedy making fun of thing. Ashita Kim was the other one. He was like the other Stephen K. Hayes of the era.
They're saying, Tedor's is asking if Steven Seagal is a ninja. He is not a ninja. What does he do, Aikido?
Yeah.
So, the hell is Aikido? It's from some island, isn't it?
Aikido is a fairly recent martial art that was actually the preservation of a lot of outlawed underground martial arts from Japan. But it's like from the early 19th century, early 1900s, late 1800s, around there. And it's
saying modern Japanese.
Excuse me?
It's saying modern Japanese on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Often translated as the way of unifying life energy. The way of the harmonious spirit. Or the way of harmonious spirit.
What Aikido teaches you. Yeah, what Aikido teaches you is, well, it sounds trite, but the whole thing of using your opponent's energy against you is, the philosophy is you want to go with your aggressor's energy. You never want to expend your own to, except under certain conditions, to confront directly or abruptly. You set that situation up. Other than that, it's basically, if you watch Aikido fight, it literally looks like a dog chasing its tail around.
Yeah, you're pretty much using your opponent's energy against themselves. You misdirect it.
Yeah, you're just allowing their force to pull themselves to the ground instead of hitting you or whatever they were trying to focus it on.
Right.
I dig it. Yeah, that's basically Seagal for sure. All of his movies, that's what he does. And my first experience was, I think, a VHS tape from like SEAL stuff, like SEAL, Secrets of the SEAL kind of thing. Like these guys that were SEALs and then, gone being SEALs and then were out and then had created a company, and then they made these videos from like Palladium Press or whatever it was back in the day. And they called it triangulation, but it was basically Aikido. And it was the concept of like for room entries and hostage rescue and close quarter stuff where you're in rooms and hallways and vehicles and that kind of thing. You don't have room to just fight people like old-fashioned fighting. So the SEALs were talking about it is called they call it triangulation, and the whole idea that you're a triangle. Your feet are two parts, and wherever your center of gravity is the top part. You just got to knock that triangle over. And I was like, oh man. So that was when we were all in like high school and shit. So we were like, oh, look at what they just said on the VHS. Like pause and then get up and start fighting. So we were like, wow, because we had all been to like Taekwondo or whatever crap we were doing when we were kids, and whatever crap we got in military, which was nothing basically, unless you're a Marine. They don't do hand-to-hand that I'm aware of anywhere really. Maybe infantry or something does some more, but anyway, very little. And I was like, wow, it was like so simple, just that concept of like everybody's a triangle and all you gotta do is knock it over. So whatever the situation is, go to the easiest way to knock them over and then have a second way in mind. And that was pretty much it in a nutshell. I'm pretty sure that's like the cliff notes of Aikido. And then I figured out what Aikido was. I never really pursued it, but I've always respected it. I think that's pretty freaking neat. Wasn't it designed for like people that were fighting armies? Like one guy could just stand there and stop a bunch of people by just tripping them all up, and one person could stop multiple people because he wasn't trying to stop and kill them all. He was just knocking them all over. So all they had to do was do something simple, and they were all ready to have like sword-to-sword battle and shit.
Well, that's the other thing too, is Aikido is one of the only schools that kept the traditional weapons that were outlawed practices going, because they outlawed kenjutsu and they made kendo, which is the sport of the sword. So there's always that thing in there. like the original tenet of Aikido is that if I have to put my hands on you, you don't get up again. But obviously, when you're practicing it as a sport, it doesn't work that way. That's why you spend your whole first year learning how to fall, like judo, because you're gonna get tossed around a lot. But there's like this line drawn between the traditional like artistic practice and then what's considered to be a more combat effective practice.
Yeah, I'd say it was probably 1980 when I first got introduced to it. We actually had a Aikido master come in to our karate class and was showing us stuff.
Is Aikido what they did in the last episode of Walking Dead? I guess it was. Maybe he was calling it like Aikido or something, right?
I don't know. I don't watch the show. The actual that's the proper pronouncing is Aikido.
That's might be what they did then. But yeah, but this guy was making like a whole big thing about his like decision to not kill anymore. And that's not Aikido. I don't think they care about killing people. They just didn't want to waste energy trying to kill a bunch of people if they didn't have to. That's interesting. It was developed in the 1920s and 30s. So back then there was like a bunch of people like, I mean that guy that YouTube guy who's like trying to make his Aikido, yeah, whatever. Except it wasn't YouTube. It was like that guy in the
1930s. Was it vacuum tube videos?
Yeah, like the radio. Like that guy in the polar and the chromotypes or whatever the hell they called them before they were photographs. I've seen that flashy guy. He has photographs of himself. Let's put in the hair.
Well, what were those things called? It looked like the observation binoculars, like when you go to a sightseeing place, you can order and you get the binoculars.
Stereo something maybe.
Yeah, except that it had a crank and it used to flip the pages like a matchbook.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that? That's how you saw a movie. I remember seeing those things quite a bit.
Yeah, yesterday Yankee got taken out by a short little IKEA dough guy.
See now, if I was talented or cared enough to actually make a video, just that statement would have me make one. Oh, that's what you had said before, and I couldn't remember. You mentioned Paladin Press. Paladin Press was kind of like a sort of almost blog in the day. I remember the first time I got their catalog, that was like the Playboy of we'll call it the gun culture back then.
I was watching that last ninja video. Like, is this guy the last ninja?
Oh, when you said the last video, I'm like, did I fall asleep? Did 26 hours pass already?
No, I haven't even started that, guys. I'll wait till I got time. I was gonna do I had a thing to do in the morning, so now I'm deciding if I should just drink some coffee and tackle a project. Just get up late.
I was gonna say he watched them all at fast speed. That way he's becoming a ninja in 5 minutes.
Well, I'm ahead of the game because I've seen a ton of them already, but I wasn't like studying them or anything. But now I'm thinking I might just put it on. I think you can put people's videos on a thing where you just watch one and then it goes to the next one and the next one or whatever. I'll just do that and fast forward past the ones I don't like, and I want to listen to all his. He's got a bunch on medicine in there, which I'm gonna dig, I think, and a bunch on the philosophies and stuff, which are probably good. You know, there's all kinds of hidden stuff in there, probably. We've got 400 of them.
I'm all about the philosophy stuff.
I don't know if I agree with ninja philosophy, but I'm curious what it is and listen to it.
Well, to me, it's not specifically ninja philosophy. It's just like East versus West philosophy, especially when it comes to being a warrior. It's like,
Yeah, but theirs is probably like be sneaky, kill people from behind, poison them.
well, yeah, but that's what you've been told, and that's what it appears to be. But if you look at Western civilization, like the epitome of the warrior is like 300. You know, the Greeks, the angry, you know, giant soldier, grunt, you know, pissed at the world, kill everything. The Eastern warrior is exactly the opposite. They're taught to process their emotions before, resolve them, and then you enter into battle emotionless. So yeah, it looks, you know, cold, sneaky, you know, all the ways it was painted. But you know, the reason why it was propagandized that way was just because of that ragged difference in philosophy. You didn't want to carry your emotions onto the battlefield. You wanted to be clear in your cause before you entered into battle.
I feel like that's not fair to the adversary, so I don't think I can advocate it.
It's not fair if they don't know you're pissed at them.
You could always leave a note, attach it to the shuriken that you're throwing at them. Sit there, say I'm mad at you.
So, Pink, how do your dogs do with daylight savings time?
Oh, they adjusted okay, because I mean with me working nights, they're kind of messed up anyway.
Spring ahead, my guys handled really well, but apparently the battery went out of somebody's watch for fallback.
I think you posted on the Facebook where it's like the dog's looking at him and he's all like, "Yeah, it's 5:30, so daylight savings time. Your food will be like in an hour." And the dog's like, "Yeah, well, I'm hungry, so let's go."
Well, exactly. That's pretty much what I get. The only problem is Milo is like the dinner bell, so if Milo gets it wrong, the other 5 get it wrong too. So it's not like one person comes downstairs and says like, "Hey dude, is breakfast time yet?"
I don't feed the dogs that way, so they don't know what the hell time it is, I guess. But I do have people that, traveling all the time and stuff. So yeah, their dogs are always screwed up and like demanding food of them, and they're always having these like problems with their animals to like get them on the right schedule or whatever. Like kind of futile. Why not just feed the dog an hour early for that part of the year and let the dog just eat when it wants to, instead of you spending so many weeks trying to get the dog to like deal with your new schedule, just so that a few weeks after that you get to do the whole thing over again when the dog goes back to wanting to eat that, you know, other dog.
Well,
So I guess it's not hard on the other side because now you're feeding them an hour early, so they're going to be down with that.
But see, with these guys, I feed them just like I did the Rottweilers. Yeah, they've got their food bowls, and I keep food in them all the time. Whenever they get hungry, they come in and eat. They eat what they want, and then go back.
If I don't do that, my dogs get fat. Like when I feed them and they demand it, kind of thing, then like they can never get enough and they seem to get fat. But when it's just there, then as long as there's not more than 2 dogs, then with 3 dogs that's harder to do. But anyway, you know, it was just always there. Then they just ate when they needed to. They eat all the time.
Well, yeah, that's the thing with 6 of them. I don't want them to have independent schedules. You know, so breakfast is 5 a.m. and dinner is 4 p.m. Because, you know, like
You
I
only
said,
feed them twice a day?
excuse me?
You only feed them twice a day?
Yeah, that's it. They get a quarter of a chicken for breakfast, and they get a slab usually of 2 beef ribs for dinner. And their beef bones keep them happy for hours at night.
You don't have the Netflix?
Not on my computer. I don't know if we have it in the house. I'm not in charge of that stuff. I don't watch TV really.
It's called The Monks and the Tigers, and it's these monks. I think the monks were first, and somebody found a tiger baby, like the mom was shot or something, or got found in a trap. However, they found a tiger baby. And they took it to this monk, and he didn't kill it. He kept it around, and then it turned into like basically a zoo kind of. And they don't. It's not a zoo though, because they're just there. And he's got like 8 tigers now, or 18 tigers. I forget. A whole bunch of tigers. There's a whole bunch of monks, and then there's a bunch of people that are helping the monks to like keep the place clean and feed the things. Anyway, they give those things. It was a lot, something like $8,000 worth of food a day or something crazy. Because imagine 8 tigers, how much they must eat, and it's like chickens at a time kind of thing.
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. You're going to err on the side of overfeeding because you don't want this thing snacking at night.
You don't want hungry. And the thing is, well, no, they're whatever monks they are, so they don't care. They don't want to interfere with the thing's way or whatever. So they feed it, but then they also have all kinds of other critters there. And I think the way they said it in the video is like every once in a while there'll be one less water buffalo or whatever, because they're still tigers and they're not in a zoo. They're just there. And the reason they hang out is because everybody's cool to them and everything, but they're still tigers. They've never been taught not to just eat whatever they feel like, I think.
So it's the tiger and the monk?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's mainly the one monk, but there's really like a whole bunch of monks, and I don't know why they say the tiger. Maybe that's just the one first tiger that came there, but there's like a whole bunch of tigers. It's super cool, and you can go there. Assuming, when was it made? 2006? Maybe not. At the time it was made, you could just go there, and however much you donated to them or paid them or whatever they call it, you could just hang out and pet tigers and hang out like in this like cool like rocky area where there's like rocks you could sit on and the tigers were laying on and stuff, and you could just hang out with tigers. There was a monk always right there to like touch the tiger basically, so that the tiger didn't freak out because you're weird. And the tiger's totally used to it because that's how they would make some of their money. And how awesome would it be to like go to a place and just hang out, laying, sitting next to a tiger and petting it and putting its head in your lap and just playing with it like a big dog. Everybody's chill. It was like never been a problem. And of course the thing was like, of course there's always like people who freak out and want to close it down. And then I don't know if it was dire at the end of the show. It didn't seem like it was about to close, but they have substantial bills. I think I started talking about this because of the.
Should we lose him? Oh.
Yeah, we keep getting kicked out from it. The chickens, they got to cook them because of bird flu. So when you were saying about the chickens, I was like, oh shit, you should have like a bunch of tigers. That'd be worse. Might be worse. I don't know.
You don't cook chicken. Actually, cooked chicken bones are very dangerous for dogs.
Oh, is that what it is when they're sharp after they're cooked and brittle or whatever?
Yeah, basically the way it was explained to me was when the bone is uncooked, their digestive system softens the bone up. But when the bone is cooked and they chew it and it splinters, the stomach acid doesn't work on it the same way. So
that makes total sense, yeah.
The vet that explained it to me said, like, if you can show like how it works is if you take a raw chicken bone and a cooked chicken bone and put them each in a glass of vinegar and let them sit overnight, like the next morning the uncooked chicken bone you could tie into a knot and the cooked chicken bone will shatter.
Yeah, we used to do that in school.
So did you ever get a chance to watch The Man from Nowhere?
I tried. That was in all subtitles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried. And I normally would say I can't watch them, but then I did just watch some movie that was all in subtitles because got my attention. But I don't get nothing done when I watch those kind of movies. So I watched a chunk of it, but not all of it.
Okay. Yeah, I know towards the end it gets real good.
That's weird. You got totally different. Well, not totally. You got a bunch of different shows showing up, probably because of our history or whatever. They show you different things.
Yeah, mine's gonna have a lot of kung fu and Korean shows and stuff like that.
There was a movie with Forrest Whitaker. I think it was Ninja Dog or something.
I remember the movie vaguely, but I don't remember.
He plays like a hitman, but he's like a hitman who like studies and lives by like the whole ninja code.
That's what the IMDb is all about. How long ago?
I do not know. I was looking up too. It's just on my computer. It's like slow as crap when we have a hangout going.
Dragon Hunters? No.
No, I think it was called Ninja Dog.
Something dog. Green Dragon. Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai.
Maybe that's it.
It is.
Yep, Forrest Whitaker, Henry Silva.
What the hell? Is this
Go ahead, make me feel old and tell me what year.
99.
Can't get this damn ad to close.
Oh, it's not that bad. 99. It's only 16 years ago.
Look, a bunch of assholes. They won't let you close the stupid ad for Supergirl. Anyway. Yeah, you already told them 99.
Yep.
And then, of course, one of my favorites, Rutger Hauer, Zatoichi, the blind samurai.
Yeah.
What was the name
Blind
of his?
Fury or something?
Yes, his was Blind Fury. You're right. Because that story's been made into a movie a lot of times.
So back in those days, whenever the Blind Fury came out, there was a movie that used a butterfly knife. It was like the first time I'd seen a butterfly knife, but I can't remember the movie for the life of me.
Huh.
I remember that there was a guy sitting on a log in the woods, and I think somebody was looking at him, and then he opened up the butterfly knife to cut something, and then he put it away by flipping it around, And then whoever was looking at him was like, wow, that's a butterfly knife. And the whole audience was, of course, like, wow, what the hell was that? Like, he just did some kind of crazy metal magic, and then a knife popped out of his hand, and then he did some metal magic, and there was no knife anymore. And then that was the first time I seen one. I can't remember what the hell movie it was.
Didn't somebody
might have been a bad guy.
Wasn't somebody talking about the Clockwork Orange earlier?
Yeah, Dano and Z were going at it.
Yeah.
What about Clockwork Orange? There were different points of view on it, him?
Yeah, basically somebody, we were talking about Stanley Kubrick movies, and somebody mentioned Clockwork Orange, and we're like literally talking about the movie, and then all of a sudden Dano pops in and he's like, I had to come in here when I heard somebody had something redeeming to say about a Clockwork Orange. So apparently Dano doesn't like the movie very much.
I don't remember liking it very much either. It was creepy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was creepy. I thought it was dark. I thought it was funny. I loved it.
Maybe I'll watch it again. I haven't watched it for freaking ever.
It's a Stanley Kubrick movie, so you have to watch it just like it is. It's a comic book with Easter eggs in it, basically. You have to look for the hidden symbols and do all that fun, crazy stuff.
I don't pay enough attention, so what are other Stanley Kubrick movies so I figure out his style or whatever?
2001: A Space Odyssey, The Moon Landings, if anybody you ask. Clockwork Orange, Eyes Wide Shut, the one that put him on the map. The black and white movie with the atomic bomb.
Oh, where the guy's laughing?
Yeah, riding the nuclear bomb down. Dr. Strangelove.
Okay. So sort of like, I know what you mean.
The Shining.
Oh, that's him?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were talking about movies. We talk about movies and stuff all the time, right? So one time we were talking about a movie on the Netflix that is about the guy who did Red Dawn and all kinds of other cool movies. Milios or something.
Yeah.
So that I never really paid attention because I don't pay attention. I mean, I like movies. I used to like movies back when I was a kid, and I remember those movies. And then now I watch movies, but I don't really pay that much attention to them so much anymore. I don't think. And I never paid attention. I hardly pay attention to actors. I never paid attention to who the hell directs them or produces them or any of that stuff. I just never. I mean, I know that exists, but I just never followed it. So watching that Milios one was like, oh shit, I didn't realize this guy was responsible for such cool movies. So a couple of movies I want to see because he made them, and I like all the other movies he made. So that made me think, oh shit, this other movie that I'd never watched was probably good because this guy made it, right? So going along that lines, I'm wondering if there's something to be done for first figuring out like what are the cool gun movies. We've done that plenty of times, like what are the coolest movies or something, and then maybe even so put that in a group or a set, all the coolest gun movies, and then take another poll or have a chat where we talk about just the coolest movies in general, and I imagine there's some overlap there, and then now turn those lists upside down and look at who like directed or produced them or whatever is important, and then see how many directors and producers we're talking about, and then so whatever we say the top 25 movies of each, so we're talking 50 movies. I don't know, what would that be, maybe 10 or 15 or 20 producers or directors or whatever, and then in two groups, one that's the coolest gun movies and one that's the coolest just movies. So again, there's going to be a couple of those that overlap, and I imagine that Milios guy, the guy who was like, he felt it was important for his movie to have real AKs in Red Dawn, right? He didn't just say he wanted guns and whatever placeholder they gave him he was happy with, as long as they looked the way he had in his mind. Like this guy knew what an AK was and wanted an AK. So that being the best, you know, a good movie guy who knows what guns are, and then compare that with the other movie guys. I don't know who else they even are, Spielberg or this guy you're talking about. And then once we figure out who the movie guys are that are cool, then look at their history of guns and find out if there's any relationship. Like if the guys who make the best gun movies are gun people. I suspect though they're not, right? They're probably just maybe the hired good gun experts or whatever, people that come in and tell them what to do that are accurate, or they're, I don't know. I don't know if that'd be interesting as much as I think that'd be interesting to maybe movies and figure out, you know, where the cool gun movies come from, if they come from the gun culture or if they happen in spite of the anti-gun culture that they.
Well, I would imagine, just like running movies through my head, I would imagine what you're going to find is probably like schools of directors where, you know, it may be guns or it may be cars or it may be whatever, but they just may be of the philosophy, like you just said, is I have to have real cars in this movie, I have to have real period pieces, I have to have real guns, and they have to be used properly. And then you get the other side of, you know, the picture industry to me is just how grandiose can you make it? How over the top can you make it? You know, how many rounds can I fire out of a 2-shot Derringer before I reload it? That type of situation.
Oh shit, if you go back to like John Ford, he freaking knows Wyatt Earp and shit. Like he knows the man. So
exactly.
His version of Tombstone, like he was old enough to know how guns work, and all the actors knew how guns worked, and you know, I think that might be interesting. At least I think it'd be super interesting to kind of focus on just that side of it sometimes.
You know, and they even basically Hollywood admitted it with the Jimmy Stewart movie, that all those tales of the Old West were just that. They were just tales of the Old West.
What are you talking about?
Well, the one guy that did Christmas Story, he invited everybody with, you know, that time period car to come up and drive their car around the set so they could film it. I mean, some of them just want to get things exactly like that time period, and they want things to be authentic.
And then again, that's back then, right? So now they would just CGI all the shit they want in there.
Right.
Just imagine it'd matter if they decide to do it accurate, or their version of accurate, or you know, some artistic version of accurate. You've seen Iron Sky, right?
Oh yeah, I've loved it. I can't wait for that second one to get funded.
What is it? Iron Sky?
Oh, you haven't seen that?
I've never heard of it.
Let's see. What the hell is it like? Did you see Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow or something?
No.
It's like a 1920s style, like style. Is that the style? Like Flash Gordon-ish type of action movie. Giant robots and cars that turn into submarines, or planes that turn into submarines. It's got Angelina Jolie in it. Dude, that movie's pretty good. Anyway, it's a unique style, and this one is similar to that style, but it's a comedy, but it's not like a laugh track type of comedy. It's just situational comedy or whatever. And it's freaking incredible. It's a U.S. astronaut who goes to the moon, a black dude, and the one astronaut gets creamed before you even understand who it is, and the astronaut who lives gets knocked out and he gets taken to this Nazi base on the moon, and they, I don't know what they do to him to turn him white, to make him into like an Aryan Nazi or whatever, because they don't. I don't know if they were fucking with him, or if they just didn't like the idea of having somebody on the moon who wasn't an Aryan, and then figure out that his phone can power their Nazi spacecraft or something. So anyway, they end up going back to Earth with that hot chick, and I think they try to take over the Earth or something, or at least the United States, and then just awesome.
And Angelina Jolie is in this?
No. Angelina Jolie is in the other one that's similar to this, but that one's years old. And it's also like steampunk or whatever. So it's like as if Nazis went to the moon and their technology stagnated, but then they also had the technology to build the moon base and rockets and everything. So it's like if they continued the V2 technology, but everything was like steampunk gears and sprockets and steam and levers, no computers or anything.
See, and that's why a lot of the reason why I don't watch movies and haven't in like so many years. Like when you say steampunk, immediately I'm Robert Conrad, Wild Wild West. I love that show when I was a kid. I thought it was freaking awesome. The word steampunk I don't even think was invented yet. And then they remade the movie with Will Smith, and it was just the worst. Like, they just should have not had people in it and just showed, like, all their animations and all the little steampunk things, because that's all it was about. The actual movie was horrible.
Yeah, that was more like a Disney, like, adventure more than, like, an actual tie-in to be that show. Because I agree with you, Wild Wild West was freaking the best. And that, what they did was, like I say, like, just some Disney, like, Back to the Future movie.
I remember being a kid and just like having the conversation like Wild Wild West. James West was like James Bond meets the Lone Ranger meets Billy the Kid. It was just, we had some great TV shows back then.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what on Saturdays, his tagline for his show is America was better when TV shows were about cowboys and not lawyers.
No shit.
Self-reliance over blaming somebody else for all your fucking woes.
If you go into my DVR, I bet Sin's got about 1,000 hours of any show that has to do with killing somebody or getting away with it. I mean, like I laugh at her. I joke all the time. I'm like, you're most definitely in the wrong house, because there's like this thing. There's like, don't piss me off. I can kill you in 7 different ways and make it look like Mickey Mouse did it. I've seen every episode of CSI. Rockford Files was another one of my favorites.
Yeah, I like seeing Takeshi Kitano in these shows.
Seeing what?
Takeshi Kitano, this guy right here.
Oh, I have my bandwidth turned all the way down since I was roboting before.
He plays a hell of a mobster in a lot of these Japanese shows.
Z sent me something or posted something. Fairly big Japanese kung fu movie star just passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was. It is not breakfast time yet. Calm down.
And what was the Western with Paladin? Which one was that?
What was it?
Was the show called Paladin? The guy's name was Paladin. He was like all dressed in black. I can't think of the dude's name either. He's like, he was a famous actor at the time. I gotta get my Google food together today. Have gun will travel.
Yep, right there. Ballad of Paladin.
I will say the one that I never liked, I could never get into, I had no interest in, was Bonanza.
Yeah.
What did I miss? I just got back. Still talking West.
Yeah, well, we was just talking about actors.
Talking about the cool westerns, Have Gun Will Travel.
I'm down with that one.
And what did you think of Bonanza?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. That was more of like for my grandma. It's like a drama.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like Little House on the Prairie for westerns.
Yeah. It was like, well, we'll put some like stuff in it once in a while. So it's not about a little girl. It's about a bunch of family or whatever. So like that way the family will watch it instead of like just the women folk. But I never watched it. I don't remember when it was on either. I think it was on forever, wasn't it?
Bonanza, pretty much.
It was like one of the longest running shows. Was Paladin Have Gun Will Travel? That was Paladin, huh?
Yeah. And then Chuck Connors was the rifleman.
Wasn't Rockford Files a western?
Yeah, James Garner actually had was it the 80s or the 90s?
Oh, no,
where he comes back as like a riverboat gambler or something.
Maverick. He did a movie in the 90s. It was 1957 and 1962, though. He did a TV show where he was Maverick.
Okay.
And that's basically him being Rockford Files, except as a cowboy as a gambler back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they remake the Maverick thing and redo a Maverick series like much later?
Series, maybe, but I don't think I've seen it.
I know they did the movie because they had Mel Gibson play Maverick, and they had Rockford File guy play his dad.
Now, the big one I liked the best that I watched all the time was Rawhide. Because that one kept my interest and I'd always watch it. And it was drama-y, lame, because whatever, but they were always doing something different. They were on cattle drives and shit. And they were on horses a lot. A lot of the other ones, they weren't always in a horse. Then Long Ranger, you already said that one, I'm sure.
Actually, we didn't say it because it's just kind of so out there.
Yeah.
And then Cisco Kid. For me, it was Long Ranger and Cisco Kid right after each other. So that was like freaking peanut butter and jelly. You're not watching one without the other, really.
Yeah. Old black and white.
That's true.
The Hustler and the Color of Money. I like the way they did the same thing what you described earlier, Pink. Paul Newman coming back and then keeping like the time thing there because like that's the only way to get me to tolerate Tom Cruise.
What about what's this? The Roy Rogers guy. That was a show for a long time. I never watched it. It wasn't like they had reruns or anything, so I don't know when I would have seen it, but I got the impression it was like for kids or something.
Oh, and then there was The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.
I remember that show, but what was it about? Where is that one at? That was like this 80s something, late 80s?
it was like a Western version of the chainsaw guy that never enough never enough ammo has. The Walking Dead.
Oh yeah, it was that same guy.
Yeah, so it was like that same sort of sense of humor.
Yeah.
But in a Western.
Yeah, it was in the 90s. I was living life back then. I didn't even watch TV very much back then. That was back when I was alive.
The Wolf of Wall Street was a documentary, man.
With a lot less money, hookers, and drugs, but yes.
And you were talking before about paying attention to directors and stuff. It's funny because the first director I ever like sort of really paid attention to, other than Mel Brooks, was Michael Mann. Because when that James Caan movie Thief came out, I just remember being totally like blown out of my fucking shoes. I was just like, everything about that movie. That was the movie Thief is like my version of your Red Dawn. I just like became completely obsessed with it. And then when he came out with Miami Vice, I was just like, oh my god, this is like gonna be incredible.
Those are kind of cool. You can go to the Wikipedia, and they got a list of TV westerns. I guess I'll throw it in here. And then you can sort it by date or whatever, like when they came out. And you can be able to see them in order. Cyclone Malone was the first one. Hopalong Cassidy, Long Ranger, Marshall at Gunsight Pass were all like 1950. Or then the Cisco Kid and the Gabby Hayes Show were
Oh my
all.
god, somebody needs to shoot us. We didn't say Gunsmoke.
I remember Gunsmoke as a thing, but I don't remember watching it very much. Was that that was, I may have mixing it with Bonanza. Was it about a family?
Well, here's the thing that you say that is one of the reasons why I didn't watch Gunsmoke was because it was like Bonanza. It's like all the grandmas and the grandpas loved it.
Yeah, it was like about a family, and they didn't do nothing ever. Just they were happened to be like set on a ranch instead of set on a house in the neighborhood or whatever.
Was it James Arness? I think it was.
Now you don't consider the Altmans.
Mr. Wright said Marshall Dillon.
Yeah, Marshall Dillon.
Oh, here. So I'm going through this list from in order, right? So we're up to 1950 with Gabby Hayes and Gene Autry. Then you got Red Ryder. This is 1950s, 50. I'll go up to 52. There's a whole bunch of these. So just from 50 to 52, you got Red Ryder, The Range Rider, The Adventures of Kit Carson, The Roy Rogers Show, The Adventures of Wild Bill Hickok, Sky King, Death Valley Days, Action in the Afternoon. I can't say I've heard of many of those except for Gene Autry I've heard of, and Kit Carson I've heard of. So then you get Davy Crockett. Now, I don't know if I'd call that a Western, but those shows were cool. Weren't those like Disney?
Yeah.
Well, I remember the theme song from the Davy Crockett Disney.
Yeah, there was like a Disney show now, wasn't there? Like on Sunday, every once on a Sunday, there'd be like a Disney special or some shit, and that's when you'd see Davy Crockett or something, right?
Oh my god, now you're reminding me of Grizzly Adams.
There you go.
Brain cells.
So then you got Annie Oakley, The Adventures of Rin Tin Tin. So that was the dog in Canada, I think. I remember seeing some of those. This is like 1954 still.
Was he in Canada? I thought he was almost like a what's the Australian dog?
Here it starred orphan Indian. Okay, a boy orphaned in an Indian raid who was being raised by soldiers of the U.S. Cavalry at Fort Apache. Yeah, you're right. So at Fort Apache, and they don't say the state, but Fort Apache is in the Bronx, right? Or that's a whole other movie.
I was going to say that's a whole other movie. Phenomenal Paul Newman movie.
I don't think they. No. But anyway, yeah, it's some Civil War or Indian Wars cavalry. Not, I'm thinking of something else in Canada. Then The Adventures of Champion. Don't know what that is. Brave Eagle, Buffalo Bill Jr., Frontier, Judge Roy Bean.
Judge Roy Bean was awesome.
That was a show?
It was a movie that I saw. It was another Paul Newman movie.
I know he's a dude. Yeah, exactly. I know there's a movie probably about him, but I never seen the show.
These are all supposed to be TV shows.
Oh yeah, these are all TV shows. We're not even up to the 55. There's like dozens and dozens. I'm not even going to read them because there's too many. There's shit tons, and they're all just names like Fury, Frontier, Steve Donovan. What the fuck? Like, they're just names.
Yeah, I never heard of most of those.
Yeah, me either. There's The Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp. Like, that sounds cool, and it ran for 6 years, but it's got Hugh O'Brien. Who the hell's that? And Douglas Fowley? I don't know who any of these people are. There's all old people.
And I never heard of it.
My Friend Flicka, I've heard of that. The Adventures of Jim Bowie, I think I've seen some of those. It was only on for 2 years though. Broken Arrow, I don't know what that is. There's a film called Broken Arrow, which is okay.
That's a John Travolta film about a stolen nuke.
No, that's the new one. The first one is, I think it's also, what's his name, that we were talking about earlier, who's in the Christmas movie, and then I forgot what the hell movie we were talking about him being in. Damn. You know, old guy black and white movies. He was in the one about Christmas and the bank.
Yeah.
With their wings and shit.
Yeah.
That guy was
Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, Jimmy Stewart.
He was like a cavalry guy or a scout, I think, for the cavalry, and then he married an Indian, and kind of the deal. It's like a drama about how he marries an Indian. All the like people from the U.S. are like, "You're a dick, go away." So he goes and lives with the Indians, and then the Indians are pissed that she married a white dude. So they kill her, and it's lame. But anyway, it's like a drama. Anyway, it's okay because I like it because it's about like right here. Like I know if the place where they're supposed to have filmed it isn't where they. I mean, they didn't film it where it happens, but the place where it's supposed to take place, I've been to. So I thought it was neat just because of that.
That Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp had 229 episodes.
That would be cool because Wyatt Earp was a freaking pretty interesting dude. He did all kinds of cool shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that column there tells you how many episodes. Yeah, so Gunsmoke had 635. So that's probably one of the reasons we know about it because there's just a ton of them.
Right.
Yeah,
Sure.
but Wyatt Earp sounds like really cool. And I'm sorry, but every time you say the word cavalry, all I can think of is F Troop.
Oh, for me, it's those. There's a ton of John Wayne movies about cavalry down here. Yeah, I can't imagine. I'm scrolling and scrolling this whole time through just names and names and names. So Have Gun Will Travel. There was 225 of those, which isn't. It's a lot, but there's other ones with that many.
What was the name of the Wyatt Earp show?
The Wyatt Earp one was The Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp. There might be more than one in here, though. That one happened to be from 55 to 61 with Hugh O'Brien, who is some guy I never seen.
Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp complete series on Amazon for $119 on DVD.
They ain't giving that away.
6 seasons.
Yeah, and they actually sell them by the individual seasons too. They're $44 a season.
On DVD?
Yep. So you're saving a considerable amount of money if you buy the box set.
So Have Gun Will Travel, that has 225. Is that similar price?
Have Gun Will Travel. I'm looking on Amazon.
What was that last one? Lighter. Yeah, 229. So we were close to the same number of episodes or whatever.
Have Gun Will Travel. Season 1 is 23. They're like $23 a season for Have Gun Will Travel. The complete series is $98.99. It is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boxes. So I don't know how many seasons it was, but they had
I
it
saw
back.
all of that on Netflix. I know I saw all those just watching them on Netflix.
6 seasons.
The Rifleman's only got 160 episodes. It gets all the press all the time. Because of his gun.
Oh, here's another classic we didn't mention, Rawhide.
I didn't mention Rawhide. That's the one that I would watch all the time. Bat Masterson. I like that one. You seen that one?
That's the one where he's like almost British looking, like he wears a
He wears that
derby hat, the cane.
Yeah, he wears.
I didn't like that one.
Didn't like the show or the dude?
The dude in the show, but like I couldn't get into it because of how he looked. Like he wasn't a cowboy.
Yeah, he was trying to be like, I don't know, fancy or whatever, like they say, a dandy.
And plus too, I mean, I
Or for a cowboy.
I don't really know how to describe it, but as far as like westerns go, spaghetti westerns to me were like westerns. Like you're talking about the John Wayne westerns before, and like Sam Peckinpah Stagecoach is like one of my favorite movies. I love that movie. But when I think of westerns, I think of all like the Clint Eastwood, the Man with No Name. I think of those spaghetti westerns.
They're saying that the show took a tongue-in-cheek outlook with Bat Masterson often being dressed as in expensive Eastern clothing, preferring to use his cane rather than the gun. That's why they call him Bat. And he was a ladies' man who traveled the West looking for women in adventure. So yeah, he was just sort of like, he's sort of like Rockford Files, like, oh shit, this is getting tough. Like I'm gonna just book out the back door real quick. Like he wasn't there to like be the hero all the time. I don't know. I thought I liked it. I think that's another one I saw on the Netflix, and I know who Bat Masterson was. Like he's, friends with other people back in the day, and he did some of his own adventures. So I watched it to see, and it wasn't. It was more like, I don't know if you call it a comedy, but it making light of everything. They weren't trying to be historically accurate or nothing. But I ended up watching it anyway because it was, I thought it was entertaining.
It was like the '60s version of the Batman show. It was sort of like a live action comic book.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Wanted Dead or Alive.
I think I remember that one.
I remember the name of the show, but I'm trying to think.
Steve McQueen. Steve McQueen. Rawhide.
Nope. There was only 65 episodes of F Troop, and it gets all kinds of play.
I remember at one point in time, on Sundays, like mid to late afternoon, where I lived, F Troop and Hogan's Heroes used to be on back to back, and it was literally like the same show, just set in 2 different time periods when you watch it that way.
Yeah. Dang, I had no clue. I'm still scrolling down Wikipedia. I'm at 1981, and I'm barely getting to like Lonesome Dove, Young Riders, Zorro, stuff that I've heard of at least before. Like you say, Briscoe County Jr., and then Dr. Quinn.
Kung Fu.
Kung Fu is earlier, but yeah, it was in here. And what I'm saying is that you know, if I'm just going to read them backwards now from like the most recent. Hold on. You know what?
You'll completely lose me because I don't know none of the new ones.
Well, I'm just saying though that you're saying you don't know the modern ones.
Yeah, no, like I'll have better memories of the ones in the 50s and the 60s than I would one that was made last week.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't heard any of these either. I was looking to see if what's that one about the guy in West Wyoming? He was on the other list. Dang it, he's the sheriff in Wyoming. He's got the chick from Battlestar Galactica. Longmire. So I don't see Longmire on this list, but it's Wikipedia, so I guess they haven't figured it out. But like they got, so just the last 10 or whatever are Strange Empire, Hell on Wheels, Deadwood, Ponderosa, Queen of Swords, Magnificent Seven, Legacy. Again, I don't know most of these either. I've heard of Deadwood before, and I've heard of Hell on Wheels. I watched a little bit of that, and if we put the Longmire in there, I know 4 out of the top 10, right? And these other ones I don't even know about. What I'm saying is I think it'd be neat to talk to some old guy who in the 50s was like kid, like watching TV or whatever, and then go through this list, or maybe a couple of old guys, and then have them tell us. Because like I'll bet you some of these are like, you know, like Hopalong Cassidy is the second one. They might be like, oh, that was stuff. That was little kids. And then you find, you know, get to this one Red Rider, and they're like, oh no, that's the shit. You know, it'd be neat to hear from old guys like which ones of these are good or not, and then put a little asterisk next to them. Then go find them on YouTube or something, see if they're, you know, see what they thought was.
I wonder if I told you my friend's dad is an author. He writes all about Texas history. And I was actually talking to today. I should ask her if he ever does anything like that because I'm sure well, I've listened to him tell stories, so I know he can tell stories. But I was, you know, wondering if he'd be up for something like that because he'd be like to get him on a show with what's his name? The other show that's on Sundays.
You mean the Charles Heller, Liberty Watch?
No, not the Liberty Watch one, the other one.
The one that's on Saturdays, Emil Frenzy?
Yeah.
I was just thinking that I'm going to talk to Emil. I haven't talked to him in a while anyway, and see if he's still kicking, and then see if I can get him to do a one evening. He's an old guy, so for evening it'll probably be like 5 p.m. or something. But literally just go through that list. As I was just saying that, I'm like, shit, I should probably see if I can get Emil to do that because I just think it'd be cool as hell. Somebody else might think it's interesting too.
Sounds like a tail wagging.
Oh my god.
Well, I thought somebody was walking up and down stairs.
No, that's Milo's tail on the side of my desk. That's Honey's
That's
collar.
really forgetful, and you keep walking up the stairs like, shit, I forgot my pen. Walk back down the stairs, get your pen. Walk back up the stairs. Oh, shit, I forgot the pen. I left my pen down there. Go back.
Yeah, because my baby girl's tail's like that. It's deadly.
That's why you get dogs without tails.
Cindy's got this thing for the step on the lid garbage cans. So she buys them, and they're all stainless steel, and they literally only last a month because the dogs actually dent them with their tails.
Yeah, her tail's actually been beating a wall, and she thinks somebody's knocking at the door, and she sits there and barks at it.
Well, it's good chatting, but I gotta duck out, guys.
Yep.
All right,
Good, man.
talk to you later.
Yep. Chat room's gonna close in about 3 minutes anyway, so.
Oh, really? I don't even remember what time I started it. Will you get off of me?
I think he started about 8:36, something like that.
Yeah, well, G was having a university, and YouTube went down, the chat stopped, and then nobody could get in touch with him. I don't know if he was like got stuck or whatever. So we didn't know if he was starting the university back up again, and then finally he PM'd me, and they just ended it, so I started the lobby up.
Yep. Yeah, I had just gotten back from the vet. I was like, oh, I'll jump in there and see if they're wanting a lobby yet. And I saw where you had already created it. Yeah, $250.
Anything wrong, or just their checkups?
Checkups. Their first set of shots, or their first year shots, I should say. Both 3-year rabies, and then all the other good ones.
Well, unless there's a particular piece of equipment that we need, my vets come out to the house twice a year, which is awesome.
Nice.
We do barbecue, we have lunch, they take care of all the dogs, they go. They're pretty funny too. They don't, like, as soon as the work is over, the girls are deep into their cocktails in the pool. I swear to God, it's like hysterical.
Yeah, the one female vet in the place I go to, I think she has pit bulls too. She was sitting there making all over them.
You know, it's actually pretty funny. People have all these horrible things to say about pit bulls. Now that you mention it, I think I know more vets and more people that are in the veterinary industry that own pit bulls than I could probably say any other breed of dog.
Yeah. I've been going to that one for years. I mean, the one girl that works in there, she knew exactly where I got all my Rottweilers from, because she also works with the Humane Society around here, and they were trying to take that woman's dogs from her, and so she always enjoyed seeing the 4 boys come in there because she knew where they came from.
So we have, it's just like literally because of where I live, like the blue part of the state and the red part of the state type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're in Austin proper, like, you know, there's all kinds of vets and clinics and hospitals and lifestyles that are rich and famous dog care, and, you know, the downtown people, like their little pocketbook dogs and stuff like that. But for the most part, in the rest of it, at least like in the rescuing world, for me, it's like the same way. So many vets volunteer their time and their services and this and that, and people don't realize it, like, unless you see it from the other side of the fence, is that the vets network, like, kind of the same way that the shelters network. It's like, you know, they do as much as they can, and sometimes they just can't do any more, and they get other people to help them, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now, what part of Texas is Demolition Ranch Matt from?
I believe, like, he's out Houston, College Station, actually, where my place used to be, out that way, which is about 3 hours, 4 hours east of me.
Because I know he's got, 2 new ones on there. And I'm pretty sure they're around the same area.
2 new what?
2 new vets.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Vet Ranch is actually grown to where he's got like 2 or 3 different vets in the network now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're getting that many donations.
Well, obviously, you know me with the dogs, so I actually knew I found Demolition Ranch from Pet Ranch.
most of us are like, oh yeah, this demolition guy's like a vet. And I'm like, hey, you know this vet likes guns?
That and the other thing too is I still think, I mean, Poland Our Tactical tried, but have you ever seen Demo Ranch's original mocking of all the YouTube channels?
Yeah, yeah.
When he did Corey, I almost lost it.
I know. Oh, shit. Yeah, he did a good one.
And I guess he's been getting a lot of crap too. He was on the sponsorship / no sponsorship fence there, and he was getting a lot of crap from his videos not being serious and then not painting the gun world in a good light and all the frivolous, stupid stuff that he did. And I'm like, he's entertaining. He's fun.
Yeah.
He's not hurting anybody. And he's doing way less dangerous stuff than like Matt V.
Have you seen some of his first videos?
Oh, Demo Ranch or Matt?
Demo Ranch.
Yeah, I usually, I don't think I watch them consistently, but I poke through some of them.
I was going to say, Dr. Matt, yeah. Demo Ranch's name's Matt too, so.
No, wait a minute. What do you?
Demo Ranch, and his name Matt?
Demo Ranch and Pet Ranch are the same guy.
Right, and his name Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about like two different guys. I'm like, wait a minute, there's two guys named Matt? Are they twins?
Yeah, some of his first videos, he had. I just watched one the other day because I thought it was funny. It was he had bought a catapult, and he was out there trying to get this catapult working, and they ended up breaking it because they put too much weight on it. So then he rebuilt it, twice as tough, and they were shooting or flinging like 1 gallon jugs of water like 200 feet up in the air, and he was sitting there shooting them.
There was this show that used to be on the Learning Channel, because I used to watch this show, Junkyard Wars.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the pumpkin chunkin thing?
No, I didn't see that one.
It used to come on. It didn't come out until years after Junkyard Wars, but then it used to be on after Junkyard Wars. But basically speaking,